Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, the great Brian Last here. You there, we are back with another Omnibus. We are on the bus once again. And once again, we are talking about the worst of AEW, Volume 2, led by this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, you know, Brian, the folks called it. The cult of Cornette listeners out there, they called it when we put out Volume 1. They said, wait a minute, how the heck? You can't possibly jam all of that content from the worst of AEW into one single omnibus, even if that thing was a double-decker. So we've had, by popular demand, we've gone back, and this is all new best or worst. Well, it's not all new because we did it before, but it's an all new compilation of more worst things in AEW.
That's right. The best of you talking about the worst of them.
The fake walls and the subpar talent and the questionable content and disappearing celebrities and disappearing talent, as we'll come to find out. There's a lot of people we're going to talk about. They ought to be on the goddamn FBI Federal Witness Protection Program or something. Nobody can find them.
Perhaps they are already a part of that program, and of course we'll hear a lot of names and a lot of things from the past, even some recent stuff. This is Volume 2. Volume 1 was very popular. Volume 3, you're definitely not going to hear before the holidays, so enjoy these two right now.
But it may end up being like Roots, a mini-series of 6 or more episodes.
I'm expecting at least 12 volumes altogether, but we will see what happens. Let's get to it now. Volume 2, Jim Cornette's The Worst of AEW Omnibus.
Here comes the main event. Jelly Nutella versus Jon Moxley. What did you say about when people say, well, Janela tries hard?
Well, no, one of the frequent things.
Or no, he said Janela works hard. I spoiled your line.
Dave Meltzer, and again, I like Dave. We have
I don't like him anymore, so go ahead.
We have some disagreement. No, you don't mean that, but we have some disagreements.
Actually, I do, but it's all right.
We have some disagreements about modern wrestling.
I've known him longer than you've been alive, so I'm allowed not to like him anymore.
You have, but he says always, I mean, I've seen it a few times, Jelly works hard. And I said, he tries hard. He doesn't work hard. And if this is working hard, it's pathetic. And I know there's a lot of people out there, and a lot of them, funny enough, seem to personally know Jelly Nutella, who will defend his work. It is garbage. He's a fucking garbage indie wrestler, and I mean that in the worst possible way. He doesn't belong on national TV. He isn't good enough to be on national TV.
He looks horrible.
I didn't realize just how small he was until this week. But he's in there with Moxley, who looks like a fucking wrestler. Who should have
and Moxley is not that big, but once again, he looked like fucking Justin Roberts looked like Andre next to fucking Jelly.
Oh my God, is he awful?
So anyway, this seriously was a TV main event on national television. Moxley didn't give him too much. He kept control of it mostly. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but just watching Jelly try to do shit that's above him and not doing it well, or just the fact that they couldn't have made this a 6-minute squash in the middle of the program, but they are in a wrestling ratings war, and this was their television main event. And then Jelly goes up at the top and does the big dive, but the camera completely missed it. The camera's on Moxley, tight on Moxley on the floor, and suddenly Jelly just drops in out of the ceiling, and they go through the fucking table. And then Jelly hits a sloppy elbow off the top rope. And I had just written that Moxley was starting to devalue himself by taking so long to beat this schlub, and then finally he hit his finish 1, 2, 3. And at that point, here comes Jericho in the inner circle entrance, and my DVR cut off. So I don't know.
That was pretty much it. They kind of came up there, similar to how Moxley comes out, but the inner circle, the show ended with the inner circle, Jericho mainly, in the crowd, and Moxley in the ring to set up. And obviously he named Moxley several times when he was going through his list. So the building up for Moxley versus Jericho.
Well, I'm going to say this right now. From the Louisville Lip, point 2, not Muhammad Ali, but Jim Cornette. AEW, if you're going to do shows this abysmal, you need to send me free Pepto-Bismol. because fuck, this gave me indigestion. I had the sour belches all night after watching these programs, and I'm hereby calling the official, if All Elite Wrestling does not immediately sign more than a handful of new talent and revamp their booking strategy, I call time of death on All Elite Wrestling Dynamite as a television series, April 15th, 2020.
Interesting.
If they have not done anything to make this program different, i.e. better and more accessible to a mainstream wrestling fan instead of the same circle jerking fucking indie fucking crowd that likes this fucking SNL parody shit and these video game matches, if they do not broaden their tent and get in a structured booking plan with one person in charge, none of the current people, and an influx of new talent, there is no way that they will be drawing ratings, nor will TNT want to provide them a time slot past April 15th for this fucking program. And it ain't going to fucking grow if they don't change anything. It may drop, but it ain't going to fucking grow. And I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, if April 15th, 2020 comes and they are doing another half a rating point or another rating point, or they are starting to sell out these run-of-the-mill TVs now, or reality hasn't set in some other way, then I will apologize. But if they're doing the same or worse, which I predict they will be by April 15th, then I will not apologize, and I think the TNT will be seriously looking for we're paying you for production to fucking do a show that drops every week and that people say is fucking stupid?
You're even now seeing some of the big AEW defenders. They have to admit it now. Like, yeah, this show wasn't that good. Or, yeah, this angle wasn't that good. Or the angle, they don't do angles. This match wasn't, all it was cracked up to be. They think angles is guys running in the ring and beating each other up. They think that's an angle. Because you got, with the exception of Cody, none of them have ever worked next to or alongside a major fucking wrestling mind. And it shows. And the reason why is because most major wrestling minds wouldn't want to work alongside any of these people. Which is why this is the first time you're ever seeing them on TV, because nobody wanted to take that chance before and put this collection of fucking dog and pony show fuckwits on television. You need strong leadership. That's the thing. They have no leadership. They have a bunch of guys who want to do different things and someone who's saying yes and allowing it to happen. And that's the other thing. What happens if all of a sudden Kenny Olivier or the Bucks get neutered? If all of a sudden, look, we want you guys to keep working here, obviously, but we don't want you to handle any more booking. How are they going to react to it? They're not really known for reacting well to not getting what they want.
I do what I want. But then it was saved because guess what happened right at 8:30, right at prime bottom of the hour channel switching time. Guess what happened, Brian?
I don't recall the order of events.
2 nationally unknown young lady wrestlers were on their way to the ring on TNT at 8:30 after a 30-minute fucking tag team match where they did it backwards. So this show already was in the fucking drink. But, I mean, talk to me about the fucking tag team match.
I mean, I'll repeat what I said, I think, last week. I'm finally interested in Adam Page. They still haven't explained exactly what this dynamic with him and Omega is. I said it last week. It just seems like Adam Page has a drinking problem and Kenny's his sober friend, hoping that somehow can get him back to being the person he was. And new tag team champions. In terms of the overall picture, it does create an interesting dynamic where the team that everyone thought would be the champions coming into AEW, the Young Bucks, now they're, I guess Adam Page is also in their elite group. Now 2 other members of the elite are the tag team champions, so where does that lead you? Despite what you think of the individual wrestlers, it is an interesting dynamic. It's just the booking doesn't always explain everything or why things are happening or where things are going. But
well, now that you brought it up all like that, All right, but anyway, here comes, we finally get to see Priscilla Kelly, the tampon girl. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, she pulled what was purported to be her used tampon out at a show in a dive bar and shoved it in another girl's mouth to get on the internet. This is who they're hiring over on TNT.
Darby Allin's wife.
Well, there you go. So nepotism and all the other isms. I said earlier that after seeing Priscilla Kelly, Tony Storm looks like Chigusa Nagayo, Britt Baker morphed into Mildred Burke. They have, Britt Baker has, I think, pretty much been winless as a single on their air. And Priscilla Kelly has never been seen before on national television. And they start them out at 8:30 and then immediately go to a break after Priscilla Kelly. And this is where the first thing I wrote, Priscilla Kelly can't lock up. The first move of the match, when she goes to lock up with Britt Baker, I swear to God, she would have been screamed at by Dr. Tom Pritchard in wrestling school. The girl couldn't lock up, and here we go, and now we're going through a break. And on the other side, it was bad indie girl wrestling. And finally, Britt Baker gets a win over somebody that's not even ready to fucking work spot shows on this national television program. I've been championing Britt Baker. She's an American. She speaks English. People will actually like her, not like Riho. She is attractive and she's professional and she can do PR because she speaks the language, unlike Riho. She's a dentist and a professional woman, gives the young girls somebody to look up to, play off of this, get mainstream publicity. What do, Brian? They're not only switching her heel, they didn't tell her how to be a heel. Have you ever seen anybody twisting in the wind on television on an interview like that in your life?
Literally in the wind.
In the wind, on a boat. And by the way, I guess we should have mentioned, yes, they're on the Jericho cruise. The boat, the 60-mile-an-hour winds. If the WWE was going to do a wrestling show on a boat, it wouldn't have looked like this. For any other promotion to do a wrestling show on a boat, that's a cool thing. But when you're a promotion that's saying not only you're going head to head with the WWE, but you're going to kick their ass before you ever even get on the air, that's what they were saying. No, this looked like a wrestling show on a boat, not like a WWE event on a boat would look, is all I'm saying. And the fact JR can't even wear his fucking hat, the wind's blowing. And it was like, Tony, I don't know, Tony Schiavone's voice sounded shot. He has too many jobs, I think. He's wearing himself thin. She not only says he was a shitty barista at Starbucks, so apparently we can say shitty now on TNT, and there wasn't there one or two goddams. But this was a bad wrestling school promo that you would take somebody off the street and say, act like a wrestling heel. And this is what she was doing. Not only was it not in any way realistic, or where did this come from, or what the fuck after the past 4 months, why she's suddenly this bitch, but it didn't make any sense and she never got to a point. It was like they had told her something. She went completely blank, started trying to be a heel, had no idea how to. And right in the middle of her meandering, JR says, well, we don't need to hear any more of this. We'll be right back. And it's a taped show and they still cut it off. What the fuck? I felt bad for her, but why is she in this? Why did they even bring this girl into company? If they're going to, the only marketable female that they've had, that they could have started with, that they've beat her to death with all the Japanese schoolgirls. They've made the other American girls are now more impressive than she is because they've had better showcases. She finally gets a win, but now they're turning her heel, and she doesn't know how to be one. And somebody finally gets a fucking promo. Oh, God damn it. Anyway, we're 45 minutes into this fucking thing. And that's what we've seen.
You know, after the angle where they poured the beer on Omega's head, it was a lot of beer. All I'm thinking is it's going to really suck to work in that ring after that much liquid gets on the mat. Little did I know what was coming next.
All right. Chris Jericho gets in the ring with Sammy Hagar and Jake Hagar.
He wishes it was
Sammy Santana and Ortiz. I don't which one. Hagar wishes he was Sammy Hagar, or Jericho wishes he was in the ring with Sammy Hagar.
Jericho
Either one.
Wishes he was in the ring with Sammy Hagar. Absolutely.
I wrote they need Guevara back bad. That slappable face of his. He was a lot of the life in this thing. And here's where we gotta. Chris Jericho, I know he's almost 50. I've liked Chris, and I'm just so disappointed in what Chris has done to himself and become. I know he's almost 50. He can't work a full schedule, but he can still go seriously with talent once in a while. So he didn't want to stay with Vince and work an occasional match with top stars. He wanted to take more money to come over here and destroy his fucking reputation and legacy. Is it the money the thing, or is it he's obviously done with wrestling? Does he want to be the host of America's Got Talent? Does he want somebody to cast him in a sketch comedy show? He doesn't care about his reputation or what he's done in the wrestling business now. He's fully embraced this. For what fucking purpose? What can his motivation be? At first, I could see where, before we saw what has happened, I could see where he wants to be the guy to make a difference and elevate young guys into stardom and be the flagship guy on a brand new wrestling program. But now that we're seeing what he's doing, he hasn't elevated them. They have plunged him down to their level. He has submerged past the outlaw guys in terms of silliness and hokiness and eye winking at people. So did he first have the thought, I'll be a guy that makes a difference. I'll be the flagship guy on the show. I'll elevate people, and then see that was not going to happen and just decide to go for the job as the host of a sketch comedy show? Or what is he fucking thinking?
The last few months have really, because he was great. The first few months, the Cody feud, and then into the Moxley stuff, there were some moments that were, I hate to say it now, but typical Chris Jericho, bad comedy, stupid skits that you would see on WWE TV, like the party with his dad there and various other things.
But it wasn't every week, and it wasn't in the matches.
That's the thing. And then the next week it would be something really great with him. However, this year, in the last several months, he's had a feud with Matt Hardy and Matt Hardy's drone. And he went from that into a feud with Orange Cassidy. And I think look, Chris Jericho has been blessed with bad sensibilities for a long time. And he always wants to latch on to whatever he thinks the hot thing in the business is. And you could say he wants to elevate it. I actually think a lot of the times it's the opposite. He wants to just get the attention from it. Remember, I killed him when he had that match with AJ Styles at WrestleMania years ago. AJ had just come in. He was the hottest thing in the WWE. And then he lost to Chris Jericho, who looked shot at WrestleMania. He sees the reaction Orange Cassidy gets. Despite whatever you think and whatever I think and whatever all the other soulless fans think, Orange Cassidy with their fan base is popular. Orange Cassidy sells a lot of merchandise to their fan base.
But see, I'm not buying that, because Chris Jericho is smart enough to know that just their fan base of people who like the gaga and the joke is not going to be what they need over the long run. He was there specifically to get real wrestling fans, longtime wrestling fans. He has a name from a real wrestling program. That was supposed to be his job.
That should have been his job.
Instead of cuddling up to the joke guy that the only people that like him are the people that are already watching to begin with.
Look, eventually, Tony Bennett got to a point where no one was going to pay attention to his new material. So he had to do his duet stuff with any contemporary artist he could find that he could latch onto.
All of whom were happy to work with him because they respected his tenure and talent.
And that's Chris Jericho right now in AEW. He sees that Orange Cassidy is happening with that fan base. He wants to be a part of it. Trust me, if Sonny Kiss, somehow, if that Sonny Kiss segment does an amazing rating, and they bring him back next week, and it does an amazing rating, and he sells a bunch of merch in the next few weeks, he'll be working with Chris Jericho in a month. I guarantee it.
Damn it. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, anyway, in this interview with Jericho and his men, he actually cut a promo talking about winning the fucking demographic last week. Without saying NXT's name, he talked about him and Old Pockets there, which, by the way, I thought they were did their match itself, was that the high point of the rating or the demographic or whatever?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, whatever the fuck.
I'm fairly certain it wasn't the high point of the rating. It may have won the demo versus NXT.
Yeah, the point is we have to get this minute with it. NXT had more people watching, so he's out there bragging about winning the demographic like Tony Khan was bragging about winning the demographic, which is a nice way of saying we've shot 900,000 fucking people that were watching this goddamn program at the start of it, and NXT has now started kicking our ass, but we still won a demographic of such and such people between the age of such and such living in a town with an R in it. It was fucking embarrassing. And said no rematch for Pockets. And then Pockets came out to interrupt, but he didn't interrupt because he can't speak because he's fucking mute. And then this went forever with Jericho telling Pockets off. And finally, Pockets gave a thumbs down and orange juice fell from the ceiling onto the heels. And while Jericho pitched a fit about his jacket, I used to call Ortiz of LAX Pampiro Firpo Jr. because I like keeping Pampiro Firpo's name out there, but he's an embarrassment to Pampiro Firpo. And I don't think I can call him that anymore because it was okay. A heel can take a bump in the liquid, right? And then he purposely couldn't stand up for a full minute, taking bumps and rolling around and dog paddling in it to make sure everybody knew that it was fucking gaga.
It was stupid.
Stupid. This guy needs to be beat with a fucking stick. And I'm sorry, when people are saying, well, Santana and Ortiz, they're a top quality. In what fucking universe, in what wrestling school is this goddamn clown and his partner a fucking great team when all he does is fucking make everything goofy? And Santana did one interview that one time. I said, this guy could be a fucking star, and they've buried him ever since. I've never heard him speak again.
Yeah, I think he's all right. I think Santana isn't the problem. And by the way, major respect for representing Hector Lavoe on your shirt there. But Ortiz, he isn't good in the ring. He's over.
I'd rather represent Marie Laveau.
Well, he isn't. He's overly goofy in his best of moments. I mean, remember a lot of those early promos where he kept sticking his tongue out?
Yeah.
And he's ridiculous. And then this, like you said, someone, even if that whole group, all four of them took a bump in that liquid one time, that works. But the idea they're all standing there and he's flopping around like a baby deer.
Well, and he was
stand up.
He was trying to get his partner he was reaching for his partner, trying to get his partner to grab him so he could pull him down. And Santana's like, get the fuck away from me. You know, just
so
fucking stupidity. But
and let me say this, Orange Cassidy, he's probably the smartest guy in the entire business.
You know, you have to actually say that.
I do.
And I agree. And now that he is, for a generic, bland-looking, pale white guy wearing T-shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers with no discernible talent, can't cut a promo. His whole gimmick is that he does nothing, and he's somehow suckered these people into giving him a job and paying him. He's smarter than Kevin Nash.
You know, I think it may have been Lou Reed, and I may be wrong, but if it wasn't Lou Reed, it was one of the other Warhol people who said, you know, everyone thought we were so cool because we sat in the back of the room with our sunglasses on. They didn't realize they always think the people are cool who do nothing, who just sit there and do nothing. They have nothing going on. They seem the coolest because they have nothing going on. But in actuality, they want something to be going on. Orange Cassidy, smartest guy in the business. And I was worried about people working in that ring after the beer. Obviously,
now the orange juice.
Obviously, they taped this on another night or something.
They could have fucking rolled the goddamn canvas off during a commercial break.
That was a lot. That was a lot of liquid. And by the way, major props to Orange Cassidy for being in cahoots with whoever is running the
special effects.
Yeah. Who is that guy? Why doesn't Jericho go beat up that guy?
I don't know. Well, I'm sure, and by the way, when did they give Shitstain a job? Because they actually just stole a fucking Russo angle from 20 years ago. Except instead of blood from the Brood, it's orange juice from fucking My Little Dog Pockets.
Now, let me ask you something, because I've made this complaint many times that this is WWE. This is their version of WWE. I will make that again. Do you think it's a fair statement? This is a bunch of guys who want to do their own version of WWE doing it here. This isn't... Someone on Twitter said this, and it was brilliant. They said, I wanted an alternative to WWE, not alternative WWE. And that's what this is.
This is an alternative WWE. This is low-budget, outlaw, indie, mud show bullshit from guys who have been somehow convinced that they can take over the wrestling world from the WWE. And this is what they do. And there's a few smart guys in the middle that are milking a billionaire for a lot of money for a job that they have to do very little at.
And to your earlier question about Jericho, another reason why he's happy to be here is he doesn't have Vince McMahon saying, no, we're not going to do any of your stupid ideas, Chris. I like you. I want to push you.
If these were any of the ideas, I can see where that was happening. And then here comes Matt Hardy. And did the promo as himself. And we were talking about this a week or two ago. He said he's going to start being himself. The one line, we listen to our audience. Apparently a lot of people listen to this program also. They don't hear it sometimes, but they listen to it because they've taken some suggestions. But he said the people want Matt Hardy to be Matt Hardy, and of course they do. They don't want him to teleport from ice machines or be 3,000 years old or whatever. They want Matt Hardy to be Matt Hardy. And he praised Private Party to close that little deal up. And then he started talking about Sammy Guevara, told him he had originally liked Sammy, but he needed to get away from Jericho, and Sammy wouldn't listen. So then he talked about Sammy Guevara coming out and attacking him from under the ring and making his reappearance after he was put in a timeout for being a bad boy on a podcast by the principal. Here's the problem I had with it. I love Matt Hardy by himself, and he did a good promo. Not by himself, Matt Hardy as himself, a real person. He did a good promo. Did you catch what they did with Sammy Guevara that just blew the whole fucking thing?
I'm not sure.
Matt Hardy is in the ring talking about Sammy Guevara, talking about how he came out from under the ring and attacked him before and how he's going to get even with it and he's not going to get away with it. And while Matt Hardy's in the ring with the floor camera on him, and they can cut back to the play-by-play camera, the handheld guy, the floor camera guy, handheld, same thing, standing in the ring, shooting Matt Hardy. They've got the play-by-play camera, which is the hard camera up on the locked position in the stands. They can shoot that. But for no reason, another handheld down on the floor was shooting the exact spot behind Matt Hardy and down below the ring that Sammy Guevara was going to come out of from under the ring in this instance. So as soon as he came out from under the fucking apron skirt, within 1 second, the camera, they already had the shot and they just switched to it. There was no reason for them to have a camera shot of that part of the ring for any other purpose than to see Sammy Guevara coming out from under it. So how did they know? And all you've got to goddamn do is just when Matt is ready for Sammy to come out, he gives the verbal cue about, Sammy, I don't care if there's one person in this whole arena or 10,000, and they go the wide shot to see it, I'm still going to kick you. And you see Sammy coming out from under the side of the ring in the background right then, because that's his verbal cue. And that's also the director's cue. And then they've got an excuse to whip a fucking handheld around real quick. My God, there's Sammy Guevara. And then he rolls in the ring and Matt says, I knew you'd come, and turns around and meets him. Boom. And it wouldn't have looked fucking staged, would it? but they can't fucking bother to put that much work into it. So then they get in a fucking fight. And Matt beats Sammy up on the floor, and he slams him through the table or into the table and hits him with this and that and the other thing. And then, as Matt is setting up the table, he's going to apparently put Sammy through, when he's already slammed him on the fucking timekeeper's table anyway. But Sammy Guevara posts Matt from behind, boom, to stop him, and then goes over, and I don't know what the fuck. I've seen guys get potatoed and respond like this, but for no fucking blood coming from Sammy Guevara's face, no fucking bone broken, no injury that I could ascertain. Why he did this, I have no idea. He grabbed a chair and whipped it as hard and as fast as he possibly could straight into Matt Hardy's fucking face. There was no way to work that. And some idiot is going to say, well, it was one of those plastic chairs. It wasn't real heavy. You dumb fucking idiot. You don't throw anything that fast towards somebody's face that has shit sticking out of it and is an irregular fucking shape. It's got legs. It's got a back. You don't know how it's going to fucking twirl and spin, whatever the fuck. Was that the most irresponsible thing that you have? I don't know if ever, because I've seen a lot of things. That was one of the most irresponsible things I've ever seen in my life in a fucking match anywhere.
I've never seen anything like that with a chair in wrestling.
And I don't know what is, I mean, I've seen a few being thrown by guys at fucking Marks that were trying to come in the ring. It looked like that, where they were really trying to hurt someone badly, quickly, and on purpose. But I've never seen one of the boys do that to somebody else. What? I don't know what. So the point is, naturally enough, Matt Hardy gets a fucking gash in his head that I guess they said on Twitter took 18 stitches to close. The pictures of it didn't look good. It looked like an axe wound. And then Sammy Guevara, while Matt is laying there and there's already a giant puddle of blood under his head while he's laying on the fucking... Well, first, when he took the chair, you can see him feel 2 or 3 times like, did this dumb motherfucker just fucking give me impromptu brain surgery? And then he's selling, and there's a puddle of blood under his head, and then Sammy Guevara comes off the stage and doesn't just splash him through the table, but has to do a fucking flip with a twist and a half gainer to put him through the table. So he's already busted his head open, and now he lands extra hard on him just to do that little cute little twist. I'm going to say this right now. When I heard what Sammy Guevara said on the podcast, if I'd have been the boss of the company, I'd have called him in the office. I said, what the fuck? That wasn't even a goddamn double entendre. That wasn't a fucking joke. You're a goddamn idiot, but it was 4 years ago and you're a goofy kid. So I'm going to fine you $1,000. I'm going to give it to the fucking women's shelter and just don't say anything else again. I wouldn't have suspended him or made him go through bullshit sensitivity training that does nothing for anybody. It just satisfies a requirement. And you're just madder once you go through it than you are at the start. If I'd have seen him throw that chair at Matt Hardy like that, I would have fucking suspended him for 6 months. That's something you suspend a motherfucker for. That was careless and reckless and unnecessary and dangerous and hurt a fucking veteran that's trying to get this kid over. So his fucking, I want to rape Sasha Banks, I'd have fined him and told him not to fucking say stupid shit again. For what he did there, I would have fucking suspended him if I didn't fucking fire him. Wouldn't fire him. I'd bring him back to get his ass beat. Then I might fire him. That was fucking ridiculous. So, glad to know we got our priorities in the right place. Guy says something stupid on a podcast 4 years ago. Let's suspend him for a month, cost him a lot of money, make him sit through a bunch of fucking classes that ain't going to teach him anything. Guy caves a fucking 30-year veteran's head in, causes him to bleed out on national TV. He can just apologize. Fuck, what the fuck is the matter with everybody anymore? No wonder I don't want to have anything to do with this shit. But meanwhile, well, wait, did you have any comments about Matt Hardy's attempted fucking prefrontal lobotomy at the hands of Sammy Guevara?
Well, I kind of addressed, I've never seen anyone use a chair like that. I thought Sammy did a pretty spectacular trick on the Matt Hardy on the table, but like I said, I've said it before. I just don't want to see Matt Hardy anymore. I'm done with Matt Hardy. There's nothing he can say or do that will interest me. I've seen it all. He's done it all. I don't care about this feud. I don't look forward to seeing.
Well,
this
now
match.
there might be a receipt coming up. It might get interesting after this.
I just don't care. Matt Hardy was a big mistake as a signing.
I want to see Matt Hardy. I didn't want to see fucking Beatrice Arthur or Damascus or, you know, the time traveling dude or whatever the fuck. And I hope it's not too late where people don't feel the same as you do and they want to see Matt Hardy because it's Matt Hardy instead of fucking whatever the foolishness. But did you notice this? Even when given an impromptu and unexpected gift, because let's face it, a babyface bleeding like that after an angle, wouldn't you have sent the doctor to ringside? Wouldn't you have called some audibles? Wouldn't you have said, hey, let's somebody go down and help him and maybe we'll get a stretcher and let's shoot some more of this blood? Because let's see it pumping out of his head, because that way all the people that think this is all bullshit will go, how the fuck did they do that? That's really coming out of his head. A cut like that, you can wipe it and it'll fucking start shooting and they'll see it. They'll see it looks like a gaping pussy on his forehead. Doctors and paramedic people with compresses and ice packs. And let's let the announcers walk over there and see what the fuck's going on. It's not like on this program, especially, we're not seeing anything really good at the expense of stopping down and making a big deal out of this. But I swear to fucking Christ, I don't even know if anybody had taken Matt Hardy's pulse yet or not before they cut away from Matt Hardy, a wrestling legend, bleeding to death to cover the destruction in the parking lot of the mid-card or preliminary babyface's mother's minivan. Let's talk about the next one. Because the last man standing match, where the last man standing pretty much couldn't stand up. I thought this was supposed to be a match. I didn't know they were going to do the football field and concourse thing for this also. Did I miss that, or did they just decide to do this? Was it advertised as a match and then they just decided to do the location fight?
I only saw it as a match, and before you even go any further, let me ask you, because I was trying to think of it and I couldn't come up with the answer. We just uploaded to the YouTube channel the video of your review for the tables match they had a couple weeks ago on Dynamite. I know they've been feuding. I know there was the incident where Hardy got busted open with the chair. He was trying to be friends with Sammy early on. Maybe they haven't. I don't remember. Have they had just a straight up one-on-one match without stipulations or anything?
I don't think so. Maybe they'll have that next week. It's a perfect blow-off match. No stipulations, just two guys wrestling. So Matt's out near the football field. They're in the concourse of the empty arena. Sammy Guevara shows up in a golf cart, and I wrote more of this shit. And I don't even know how to comment on these matches, because they're not matches. So within a couple minutes, they're fighting around over the tables and the garbage cans and the whatever the fuck, and they get on top of a forklift. Was one of them, while they're fighting up there, was one of them operating it because the forklift starts going up?
I guess. I don't know.
So now they're both forklift experts. Would you know if you got on a forklift how to fucking raise a forklift up? Much less if you were in a fight at the time?
I've never been on a forklift, so I couldn't.
All right.
I have no idea.
So, because there's a table conveniently below there where there's all the masks that they're selling, all the fans that ain't coming in the building without masks. And they try to say, well, for the fans who come in without masks, well, there's 500 masks laid out. There's only 500 fucking fans allowed in the building, blah, blah, blah. They got a table there so that they can raise the forklift up and tease taking a bump off of it because everybody wants to see that. And then Sammy Guevara will spear Matt Hardy off the forklift and through the table, which he did. And they missed the fucking table. Well, they broke it with their lower bodies. The back of Matt Hardy's head hit from better than 10 feet up in the air on the concrete floor with Guevara on top of him. And he's motionless. And he's knocked the fuck out. And Ref Aubrey goes up and puts up the X. And then she starts a 10 count. And Matt, of course, because he's a wrestler, when he comes to some of his senses, is trying to get up and is staggering, and she puts up another X. And Matt's going to try to keep going because, as we've talked about with concussions before, we had Bobby Fulton on the show when he has finished several matches with concussions and then not remembered finishing the match or who his brother was. So just because a guy gets up and says, okay, I'm going to keep going, doesn't mean he should. Here comes Doc Samson out, and they stop the match. And then Matt gets up and starts wandering around looking for Sammy Guevara, but they've already stopped it and announced it. Well, that's the way it is sometimes, folks, but it's better he can't continue. They went to the announcers saying this, and then after 3 or 4 minutes, they start the fight again. They've decided, Matt has probably told the doctor, I'm fine, I can do this. But they said he passed concussion protocol. And they start the fight again so that they can go immediately to a lighting tower that they climb up, and Matt's so shaky, Sammy has to help him. And then, so Sammy can get knocked off through a pre-planned crash area. He just takes a goddamn stuntman backwards bump into a pre-planned crash area that couldn't hurt him at all. But yet they were earlier going to take a bump off. And the thing is, think about this. If they had done the spear off the top of the forklift through the table right, it wasn't the finish. I am so confused and disgusted. Yes, I know Matt would want to go out. They shouldn't have been up there to begin with. They ought to be in the goddamn ring where they're supposed to be. It's fucking ridiculous. Spears off the tops of forklifts. Now they got Matt Hardy doing shit that marks do, that idiots do, that amateur hour goofs do, that indie garbage deathmatch guys do, that stupid fucking bookers do with more goddamn ideas and money than they've got brains or sense. That nobody apparently that has any experience in this business will tell people not to fucking do, because you're a fucking idiot if you want to do that. And here's why. Because they all want to be cool and keep their job. Like anybody would want to work in this goddamn fiasco. So who knows whether Matt has brain damage, because the jury's still out on that, because several times in the rest of the program, they made mention, the announcers did, because they were told to, that, well, they only restarted that match because of the concussion protocol that Doc Samson gave Matt Hardy, because they were already catching shit on fucking Twitter. And then they sent Matt Hardy to the hospital, where apparently the AEW word was, no, he's fine, no concussion. And the word from his wife was, it 1,000% was a concussion, and anybody with a fucking set of eyes can see that. So jury's still out on whether they gave poor Matt Hardy brain damage to have another garbage match on a stupid Marks pay-per-view. What'd you think?
This was the moment that I really got taken out of the show. Like I said earlier, what you see affects what you see next. This changed the way I saw the rest of the show. I feel really bad for Matt Hardy, although I'm sure a lot of this was something he wanted to do. It was his ideas. But it was clear that he was fucked up. I mean, it was...
He couldn't even stand up.
He couldn't stand up. You saw him on the ground. He looked messed up.
And when he did stand up, then he's rubber-legged and he fell back down. And that wasn't working or selling.
Beyond just the X, just watching the body language on Aubrey, you could tell she knew something was wrong. And they finally ended it, and I was happy. I was like, oh, you know what? Good. You know, this guy does not need to be doing anything right now. And then they sent him back out to do the finish, which just seems like the most irresponsible decision you could make. And I think AEW looks like shit here. Because even people who love AEW were pointing out how this is bullshit here. The guy was clearly messed up. If he passed the concussion protocol, there's something wrong with your doctor and his protocol.
Well, for fuck's sake, the only instant protocol, here, let me look in your fucking eyes. Is your pupils dilated? Yes, no, maybe, well, we don't know.
Are you concussed? No. Okay, get back out there. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. AEW got a lot of shit, and they deserve it. After the Darby spot, which was incredibly reckless, then this happens in front of everybody, and then Matt's wife goes on Twitter. Obviously, she's concerned. She's watching it at home. This was really bad.
Well, and that Darby Allin spot was completely different and even stupider because he wanted to do that. See these fucking Mark skateboard dive off high building stupid fucks. They think that's cool. And if they're tractioned or paralyzed or whatever, it's like, oh, well, yeah, you know, because life sucks anyway, but we did it for art or whatever the fuck. But with this here, you've got one of your only fucking name professionals. And instead of putting him in the ring where he can teach some of these guys something, and Sammy's got a lot of potential if he don't kill himself, you're having them have the same kind of garbage match that all the rest of these jackoffs you've been conned into signing can have. Why sign fucking real pros and don't let them get in the ring? So it's stupid on every account. Speaking of not working, the next match. We've been waiting for this one, Brian. The Mimosa Mayhem match. They literally had 2 500-gallon tubs of mimosa on either side of the ring. And to win, of course, you got to get dumped in the mimosa or pinned or submitted, like that's going to happen. And this match started 3 hours into this fiasco. Not 4 hours counting the pre-show, right? So it started while they were just getting started. The announcers were trying to beg people at home to believe that Doc Sampson actually cleared Matt Hardy to continue, because that's when everybody was on Twitter going how irresponsible, et cetera, et cetera. I'll tell you what was irresponsible, leaving anybody sit there for 4 hours through what they'd seen and then put this out in front of them. I'm surprised that there wasn't somebody taking some shots at fucking Jerichovid from the grassy knoll on this one for making them watch that. I mean, you know, here's the thing. You can't even talk about this as a match. It wasn't. It was a make-a-wish for Jericho to give Pockets a thrill. It was a make-a-wish for Jericho to wish that he's somehow accepted by the younger generation for doing this. And the problem I have is the baby faces in this company all act like douchebags and look like shit physically or both. And the heels are all comedians and not remotely serious. And the few talents that they have are hamstrung by not just amateur, but rotten amateur booking, and being mixed in with a crew of, as we've mentioned, fence post turtles that are way out of their leagues. And this is a classic example of it. Because somebody out there in Twitter land likes this fucking cretin and thinks it's funny. Chris Jericho has to dignify this with his presence. And, I mean, you know, they didn't use the ring very much, which is fine, because why not? They fought in the stagey and contrived almost falls around the vat of orange juice. And that's the thing. If Chris had not brought this on himself, I would be sad for him. Because you are seeing a great mainstream wrestling career ending in a fucking popcorn fart in a tub of orange juice. But he brought it on himself, and he's willingly doing it for, as they used to say, for money, marbles, or chalk. It wouldn't make any difference. Why? He didn't have to. So Jericho walked the idiot through a couple of spots and got the Boston Crab that he's beaten The Rock or Steve Austin or Triple H or whoever with, and Pockets just crawled to the edge of the ring, got a fucking pitcher, filled it with orange juice, and threw it in his face to break the hold. Well, if only we'd told The Rock that 20 years ago. So when I saw that, I fast-forwarded 2 or 3 minutes, and they were on the ropes, and Pockets knocked Jericho into the fucking orange juice. Good fucking God. 3 hours and 20 minutes into this fiasco, plus an hour for the pre-show, and we're watching Jericho swimming in orange juice. I double dog dare somebody within the sound of my voice. Take a DVD of this to Vince McMahon's house and stick it in his, if he's When I was there, it was a VHS, but if he's got the DVD player on top of his fucking TV in his goddamn den, stick it in there and show it to him. It'll take 10 years off his life. He will say, my God, this is the promotion that we thought what might be competition. This is the company that we actually fucking gave guys raises to keep them from going to. It'll take 10 years off his fucking life, and he will forevermore be happy that he did not match whatever offer they gave to Chris Jericho. Because this is a better, and I'm sorry, if you guys want to talk about out there, you fucking AEW All Friends wrestling fans, you want to talk about guys getting on TV because they've been selling out fucking park benches and goddamn phone booths, that's one thing. But if you want to talk about anybody of any meaningful standing in the wrestling industry that's a veteran, that has made big money, that has fucking mainstream recognition, this is a goddamn billboard why they will not want to go to AEW ever. Because this shit might happen to them. And Vince is, if he's watching it, he's fucking laughing at Chris Jericho, and and the only thing he ain't laughing about is he's calling up whoever's in charge, whether it's Mark Carrano or Triple H or whoever's in charge of this, saying, we gave guys raises to not go here. Take them all back. What'd you think?
This was trash. But that's what I expected it to be, trash. I don't think this feud has done anything to help Chris Jericho. We could argue about if it's elevated Orange Cassidy or not. I don't know where they go with him from here. Chris Jericho comes out of it looking worse. I think if Vince McMahon gets shown the video...
He's out of your title picture, isn't it? At this point?
I don't know. It's AEW. Is Orange Cassidy in the title picture?
I'm talking about Jericho being out of it. Now, you can't take it seriously. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go fight fucking John Moxley. I just got beat by Orange Cassidy and dunked.
This guy was so good the first several months of AEW as the world champion. It's amazing to think back. That isn't that long ago. It's a year ago that he was the champion and he was the top heel and he was excelling in that role. Now, he's just garbage.
You know what happened?
The Matt Hardy feud, the drone feud, into the Orange Cassidy feud, because he thought Orange Cassidy had something going for him, and he wanted to latch onto that like he does with everything else.
No, you know what? No, see, now we're starting to see. And you're right. He was great. When this thing first started, Chris Jericho said, okay, I'm going to prove I'm the fucking guy in a company. Even though I've been the WWF champion, they never thought I was the guy. I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to lead this company. I'm going to carry it on my back. I'm going to be the champion. I'm going to get a lot of guys over. I'm going to cause a lot of attention. And that's what he was doing at first. And then he got to look at the rest of the talent. And then he got to look at Tony Khan's booking. And then he got to look at the way things were going. And he said, okay, here's what I need to do. I need to cash this check. And I need to earn this money. Even though I don't give a fuck that I make myself look like an idiot, I'm going to at least fucking have some fun with Matt Hardy. And then, oh, by the way, who is the mark promoter, the angel, as we used to say in the business? We found an angel to open up Pittsburgh. The angel, the money mark, is Tony Khan. Who's his favorite goofy outlaw wrestler he signed? Orange Cassidy. I'll work with him. So what he's doing is he's basically he's seen that it was a lost cause with the booking and the rest of the talent. It couldn't be what he wanted it to be. So he stopped being serious and started playing along.
No way.
To bilk Tony Khan for the rest of his money.
No way. He didn't start playing along. He's part of the problem.
Oh, he's part of the problem because he's playing along. Yeah,
no, he's not playing. These are his stupid ideas. He has
he's
stupid sensibilities. He likes the crap he does.
He's working with the Money Mark's favorite fucking indie mud show wrestler, and he's fucking cutting promos on drones because he's seen it's hopeless. It's not going to be a serious wrestling promotion, and he's just jacking off.
He was playing along with Vince when he didn't get to do all the stupid shit he really wanted to do, and instead he went for Vince's vision. That was him playing along. This is him playing with his friends.
I don't know. I don't know. Regardless, there's a lot
and
of
if you put that tape in for Vince, before he even laughed about the state of this match and his opponent and everything else, he's going to say, what happened to Chris Jericho? He's twice the size that he was when he was here last time.
Yes, he would. He would say that too. He would say, wait a minute, is that Sebastian Bach? No, he wouldn't, because Vince doesn't know who Sebastian Bach is. Anyway.
But you give Jericho a lot of credit, and I don't think he's done anything to earn that credit.
What credit was I giving him? He's been involved in the absolute most embarrassing pieces of shit that I've ever seen in a wrestling business, all of it this year.
Because you make it sound like he's shrugging and saying, hey, I'll just go with the flow here, as opposed to, I think I have a lot of valuable contributions to this garbage show.
He knows that none of this is valuable.
You think he knows that? You think?
Yes.
He said the Stadium Stampede match was one of the things he's most proud of in his career.
Well, yeah, because the Money Mark fucking liked it. I'm just telling you,
He liked it.
He can't be Chris Jericho is not this stupid of a man. He's pleasing this idiot that's paying him a lot of money because he sees that it can't be done in a serious fashion because they don't have the fucking resources or the talent or the backing. That's just what I'm saying. So he's just jacking off. But he knows better.
I agree with that, but you and I disagree about whether he's playing along or whether he's having a good time doing what all the things he wanted to do.
He never wanted to. Oh, all right, okay.
You don't think Chris Jericho wakes up in the morning and says, I wish I could just be thrown into a vat of mimosa? I guarantee you he has had that thought before.
So the final match of the evening.
And maybe if it was Moscow Mules, Jim Ross would have been a little more excited about this event.
Hey, come on now. Actually, maybe if they'd have thrown everybody in a vat of Moscow Mules, the matches might have been better. It couldn't have been any worse. Lance Archer did a promo about Jon Moxley, and they did a good job. They can be serious. It's Archer and Moxley next week. And then I hate it when I have to destroy friendships. Our boys have made a serious error. Our boys have made a drastic mistake. This is what it's come to. This is what FTR is going to have to live with from now on. They're not changing AEW to become more professional like them. AEW is changing them to be part of the goddamn clown show like the rest of them. They got nobody to work with. They don't have anybody to be matched with that understands how to fucking work. And they've got, except for Kazarian and Sky and Daniels, any combination of that trilogy, they don't have any fucking athletes to goddamn work with. So, Hybrid 2, Jack Evans and Angelico. I've seen Jack Evans since he was in Ring of Honor years ago. I'm surprised he's still able to walk. I don't know where Angelico came from. I assume there's not a lot of food there because he's so skinny. He uses Cheerios for hula hoops. From the time they come in the ring, Evans and Angelico, when Angelico does that dance and thing he does when he gets in the ring.
He was doing it as he walked to the ring, to be fair.
Yes, as he walked to the ring. I wrote, I wish he was in a motorcade and I was on a grassy knoll.
Oh, come on.
That's just instant fucking heat with me. It just, and the Young Bucks were watching the monitor in the back over their shoulders with their backs turned, but they're turning over watching it, and they got pissy looks on their face.
Raw style. That's the way you watch TV on Raw, where you're facing one way, the TV's facing another way. They're learning. They're learning.
Did you hear that Tony Schiavone, who was double super kicked last week by the Young Bucks, referring to them, he seems to be just fine, and he says, well, I'm not going to hold a grudge. I always liked him. What the well, then why did they even do that? If he's next week, he's back, he's fine, he's not even holding a grudge. So I wrote as it started, how can this match work? Because this match can't work. Because two of the people in this match can't work. And seconds later, Jack Evans had slipped or stumbled on 3 different kinds of flips. Angelico got in the ring, and he looked like if Jim Neighbors as Gomer Pyle had suddenly been stretched out to 6'6" and lost 60 pounds. Then FTR starts out trying to do these idiot shit. Instead of having their own match and making the underneath guys that are there to put them over conform to their style, they're trying to be charitable and do the kids' shit. And the kids' shit looked like shit. And besides, here comes Angelico while FTR is on the floor. Angelico does a crossbody off the stage, and they catch him together. These across both of their bodies. They're standing up. And then Jack Evans runs across the ring, jumps over the top rope, and cannonballs all three of them, and everybody goes down. See, Holland Ridge, you fucking idiots. You're going to blow this. Next time one of these goddamn jack-off preliminary fucking ballet dancing cocksuckers tells you, FTR, that they're going to fucking dive on you, tell them once, no, you're not. And if they persist, when they do it, just walk out of the fucking way. They've got an investment in you there. You're the best tag team in the world, and there's no reason to get hurt by job guys doing gymnastics. And that's the advice that I would have told them in the locker room if they were working for me, and I'm giving it to them here for free on the radio. And then Jim Ross said he took 3 men out, and one of them was his own. He had to call attention to the fact that what Jack Evans just did was fucking stupid. Then they go to the break. Can you imagine if the TBS squash matches on the Saturday night show were 20 minutes long and went through 3 breaks with Ron Rossi and Vernon Deaton against the Road Warriors?
Oh, God, no.
They came back on Skinny White Guys with Bad Haircuts Wrestling, and FTR was getting heat on the leg of Jack Evans, who actually did sell it coming up when he did that flip dive. So at least that there was some train of logic in this. They did, the FTR works the leg well, but still, fuck. Evans gets a decent hot tag to Gomer, and Gomer made a weird comeback with all this weird shit that he does, and then got both members of FTR in a submission hold while he was on his back. Got the second one in the submission hold when he already had the first one in it by just sweeping the guy's ankle with his fucking foot or whatever. Do you remember when Bill Mulkey did that to the Midnight Express on TBS? Got them both in a submission hold at the same time? It was a hell of a spot. People popped. And then Dusty Rhodes fired all 4 of us. So then they hit Cash with a finish that could have killed him, and then followed it up with a cheerleading flip where the one guy put the foot in the other guy's hands and he flipped him backwards so that he could, God damn it. And here's another free tip. I told you were going to learn a lot about pro wrestling if you're an aspiring pro wrestler on today's program. Did you see the way that the hybrid were tagging out? Angelico's on the apron. Evans is in the ring. Evans goes to tag Angelico, and Angelico holds his hand up like for a high five. No, dipshit. The guy on the apron holds his hand out, palm up. Because think about this. If you're moving around in the ring and you go to fucking tag your partner who's on the apron, that high five bullshit, unless you're just standing right flat-footed in front of him, it's easy to miss. But if you're doing something, you got a hold of your opponent, and the fucking guy on the apron holds his hand out, palm up, and stationary, then you just have to slap down on it. Now, sometimes if you're in the ring and you've got a hold and you want to switch, then you reach up and now your palm is up because you're stationary. But then the guy on the apron is reaching over and fucking slaps your hand. But they're just awkward all over the fucking place. Everybody went back and forth. FTR was trying to do their shit, these guys shit, instead of get theirs over. Evans got up on the top rope, did a corkscrew leg drop where he flips backwards and does a flip and a twist. Corkscrew leg drop to leg drop Dax and completely missed Dax. Landed in front of him, except Evans's foot landed at 100 miles an hour, by the way, 1 inch from Dax's face. And Dax kind of sold that because, like, maybe nobody will notice because he didn't know what else to do since the guy landed on his ass next to him, completely missed him. And then without doing anything else to Dax, Evans just gets back up to the top and moonsaults him. And Dax lays there for it. This is the most goddamn amateurish. Cash then started stooging for fucking Angelico's bullshit fake kicks. I wrote, this is the biggest bunch of contrived video game looking bullshit that I've ever seen in my life. Evans kicked out of all kinds of shit and just emasculated FTR. They are two flaccid penises. They have no fucking credibility, no respect from anybody, no goddamn intimidation factor. They can't beat this fucking fishy white fucking gymnast. They're just impotent. And finally, they did the superplex and splash on him, and finally that put him down. Angelico hadn't been seen for a while at that point. They got rid of him somewhere, thank God. This was the worst FTR match I've ever seen. And folks, if anybody's wondering why I never considered managing FTR in AEW after the first AEW show I saw, it's because I knew this was what was going to fucking happen. And I would have never considered it. The Bucks were at the monitor then, after FTR wins, and fakely, is that a word, Brian? Fakely? It is now.
It is now.
Fakely noticed the cameraman there who's been shooting him through the whole match and double super kicked the cameraman and made, quote, unquote, in quotation marks, funny remarks to bury the whole segment as being completely ridiculous, which actually the match had already done that. But then FTR was in the ring looking at the Bucks super kick the fucking cameraman on the screen when the Good Buddies music played. And they came out to the stage wearing T-shirts with FTR depicted as hot dogs and called them weenies and claimed to be the #1 contenders and have a title match next week. And then beat up FTR and stole the tag team belts. Where I wrote, see above paragraph, where I noted, this is why I never considered managing these guys, not because they are not a quality team, but because I knew what was going to happen. And so far, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian Last, have I predicted everything that was going to happen in this company since before they even did television? Well, they couldn't be serious. They couldn't leave well enough alone. They couldn't goddamn get anybody over. They couldn't book anything that made sense. They couldn't hire talent at the expense of their friends. This was offensive. Fucking Marks booking in their basements. FTR, I'm sorry, guys. Should have stayed where you were, because at least may not have been happy there, but at least you weren't being embarrassed like this on television. And also, WWE is going to be around in 5 years. And I still think TNT is going to come to this. Somebody in TNT management is going to watch this program one of these days. Anyway, we had more well wishes. Shaquille O'Neal, Gene Simmons, Don Callis. One of those things is not like the other two. Lars Ulrich, DDP. And then, did I give you an opportunity to comment on FTR? I'm sorry. I'm so verklempt at this. Talk me out of this, if you can.
Well, there's no reason to apologize. I agree with a lot, and I disagree with a little bit. I don't blame them for leaving WWE. I also feel bad about the position they're in, because they are in a company where there are very few options to have a good, serious wrestling match. This team, Hybrid 2, is fucking awful. And I know a lot of people are going to go, oh my God, but Jack Evans does amazing flips, and Angelico dove off a high structure in Lucha Underground. They were so bad in the ring. While the match was happening, I started feeling bad. There was a couple of spots with Dax where he's such a phenomenal worker, And you could just tell he's working with someone who, despite being in the business for a while, and Jack Evans, has no idea how to have a regular wrestling match. And Jack Evans, he just looked like a mess.
Shit's coming from all directions, and I wouldn't be there for any of it.
No, I feel bad that they're in this position. I didn't like the match. I don't blame FTR at all because they're the best tag team in wrestling. They were put in there with two guys who are not very good, and they were given way too much time to be in there with two guys who are not very good. The Young Bucks thing backstage, completely ridiculous. I like the Young Bucks as heels, but the Young Bucks as badass heels that just go around super kicking random people, no way. Not buying it. Not very good.
I'm picking up what you're laying down.
Just awful. It's so ridiculous. And again, I hate pretentiousness in wrestling. They are so fake. Just the way they do their promos, the way they carry themselves. Nick Jackson's more realistic than Matt Jackson because Nick doesn't open his fucking mouth. He just stands there and lets Matt do his pseudo acting. But then the best friends thing is what got me.
Yeah.
That's what got me. And that's when I really started to feel bad for FTR. Because you know that Tony Khan loves this shit. And anyone who wants to say that Tony Khan has any idea what he's doing as a booker, go watch this. Because this was awful. This was awful wrestling booking. This was an awful television segment.
If you think it's bad booking, imagine how fucking I feel.
If FTR left AEW, AEW would lose the best tag team in wrestling, who have had better matches with almost every tag team in there than anyone else could have on a regular basis since they first debuted. If AEW lost the best friends, it wouldn't matter. Everything would move on.
Can we please take up a collection for AEW to lose the best friends? They're on TV every fucking week.
And their gimmick is they're kids. They call the other team weenies. They're driven around in minivans. Yeah.
They're in their 30s, but they're riding in their mom's minivan. Chuck Taylor's inexcusable in any aspect of wrestling. He's inexcusable. Trent could have been something, but now he's forever, unless he was to shave his head, get tattoos all over his whole body.
It doesn't matter. He's proven he's a moron too. Just because he's on the gas and he has a physique doesn't mean he's not as much a moron as Chuck Taylor.
He's got some talent. If somebody was around that could tell him what to fucking do, you could get something out of him, but it's too late now as the people have seen him like this, and Taylor, as I said, is inexcusable and inexplicable.
They suck in every sense of the word. They suck in the ring. They suck on the mic. Every promo, every angle that they're involved in is stupid. Fuck the best friends. And I feel bad for FTR because FTR is a phenomenal tag team. Two guys who are both great workers. I'm not even going to mention Tully because he's a non-factor in all of this.
Well, yeah, they're the only team in the world that has a fucking manager that does nothing. And it's not Tully's fault. He got up on the ring apron and distracted at one point. Last week, he pulled a fucking leg. But the heel team with the heel manager are the more likable people than the fucking two babyface middle schoolers that are fucking now supposedly heels that just have pissy face. And the Bucks were presented as fucking baby faces for 9 months without FTR. FTR, the best heel team in the business, comes in and then they switch heel too.
And we already know what's going to happen next week. They're going to wrestle the best friends. It'll go through 2 commercials. One of them will be picture in picture. And they'll completely outshine the best friends because they're not very good in the ring. And there'll be some stupid shit and there'll be the hug spot because you can't get enough of that stupidity. Seriously, fuck these guys. Fuck
Wood
them.
chipper.
And fuck Tony Khan for booking this shit.
All right, calm down.
He tries to go out there and try to, I was a tape trader and I did this and that. You are an idiot and you have moron instincts.
We have more shit left to go, so save a little bit of it. But having said that, I understand. And here's the thing. Any fucking idiot that's been watching wrestling for 20 years could do a better job than this. He never got it to begin with. He's been trading tapes and watching spots. And he's got a soft spot apparently for people that are nice to him, because elsewise half these guys wouldn't have jobs.
I know a good portion of the major tape traders in wrestling, or, that were in wrestling when there was tapes to be traded. I would venture to guess almost all of the ones I know, John McAdam, Jeff Baldwin, any of them would do a better job booking this than Tony Khan.
Anyway,
even if you want to argue that he's not a money mark, which is a ridiculous argument to take.
I don't want to argue.
I'm not saying you, but the people out there, even if you want to argue that he's not a money mark, his booking shows that he's just a mark. Awful. Just garbage. Best tag team in wrestling. And they got him doing a stupid long match with a garbage tag team and then a stupid angle with a joke tag team.
All right, save it, because I've got to fucking knock a tag team match later on, and you're using up all the material. I won't have anything left.
Oh, there's always more. There's always more to say.
Well, that's true.
About this stupid show.
The main event of this journey through hysteria, the horribleness and awfulness will never be forgotten. We're going to try to concentrate on this and hit all the high points. But the main event on Chris Jericho's 30th anniversary, after Lance Storm and Kevin Smith, and who is Eli Roth?
He's a filmmaker. He was also in Inglourious Bastards. He was one of the bastards.
Gabriel Iglesias, Chavo Guerrero, Steel Panther, who apparently are a metal cover band or something, Ultimo Dragon, and Paul Stanley all sent happy wishes to Jericho. And the main event on the television program celebrating Chris Jericho's 30th anniversary in wrestling, a man who was the WWF Unified Champion, a man who's internationally headlined, a man who's done a lot of things. He and old Jake, don't call me Sammy Hagar, had a tag team match with the team of Chaos Project, Serpentico and Uncle Fester. I'm sorry, Luther. Actually, Uncle Fester sounds like a bigger main event name than Luther. Chris Jericho's friend from 30 years ago from Canada, an outlaw mud show Japanese indie guy who hasn't even wrestled to my knowledge in the past 20 or 25 years, has been signed to AEW, and this fat, bald-headed, pale, fishy white, flabby, 50-plus-year-old fuckwit is in the main event, standing next to a kid that might be 125 pounds, makes Brian Hildebrand, Dr. Mark Curtis himself, look like Lex Luger as his partner. He's wearing pajamas, and he's playing a luchador. And by the way, old Serpentico hits the ropes just like Pockets does. Remember, we talked about that a week or two ago? I've never seen it. Now that I've seen this, I can't take my eyes off of it. He hits the fucking ropes completely flat of his back with his right arm over the top, and with his left hand, he grabs the middle rope. Every time, it's on purpose. It's not just an accident. I watched Pockets. He does it. I watched Serpentico. He does it too. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. Where are these people learning this shit? So anyway, this fucking bell rings for the main event on TNT cable. With this Jericho and Hager, the top heels in the company, supposedly against these fucking guys. And I wrote, you have got to be shrooming. Jericho was in the whole first fucking segment. Hager never got in. He took bumps for the midget over and over. Then he tagged in Fester. They did some sloppy fighting and a botched spot. I wrote, in what world should these two fucking idiots be on television? I'm talking about Fester and Serpico or Satanico or whatever his fucking name is. I know they're old friends. I like John Fell in Baltimore, but I wouldn't book him to wrestle 10 minutes on national cable. Maybe Jeremy Bagley, he'd probably kick the shit out of half the guys in AEW. He's jacked up.
What about Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi?
I haven't seen him in action, but I don't know if he fucking is even available. He might not have time to come and do this. Point is, I got a lot of friends. I wouldn't book them to fucking wrestle in main events on national TV. And excrement, at one point, when Luther was in there, said this is a quote, I wrote it down. During Luther's time in Japan, he would stand toe-to-toe with the late, great Hayabusa. That's like me saying, during my time in Connecticut, I would often get my hair cut by Stewie Cavendish. What the fuck? Nobody knows who Hayabusa is or was. And that's not even to disrespect him, but he was an independent outlaw guy in Japan. It's not like during Luther's time in Japan, he'd stand toe-to-toe with the great Antonio Inoki. No, fucking Hayabusa. All these fucking idiots know the only frame of reference they have is their own little independent outlaw mud show world. Then they went through another break. When they came back, the jobbers were still kicking Jericho's ass. Hager's nowhere to be seen. But then finally, Jericho takes a bump to the floor. Hager gets knocked off the apron to the floor. They both, on opposite sides of the ring, walk around the ring to join each other, put their arms around each other, looked up in the ring, and waited while Uncle Fester backdropped his midget over the top rope onto both of them. See Holland, Ridge. Chris Jericho and Sammy Hagar are out there risking blown knees and broken ankles and injuries to have a rotten match with two fucking schlub outlaw fucks. Serpentico looks like an athlete. He'd be a great flyweight or featherweight boxer at the 128-pound fucking category. But he doesn't need to be a professional wrestler. And Fester, did I mention, is a joke. This looked worse than Make-A-Wish. Chris Jericho's old friend gets a job, gets signed despite not having done that line of work in over 20 years, and then for the first time ever gets to main event a match on national TV against his friend. All Friends Wrestling. They're risking injuries to do spots with these fucking morons. They're risking Tony, and Tony Khan will pay them if they get hurt. You know he will. So they don't care, except for the fact of being hurt. I wouldn't want that, but what the fuck? Then the entire group, everybody, baby faces, heels, all the ringside underlings, stood there, and Fester climbed up to the top rope and didn't dive off of it. He just fell in a rolling way, and they all caught him and fell down. It's so sad. I wrote, this is so sad. Then Fester gets Jericho back in the ring and gives him some kind of goddamn move that I don't know what the fuck it was supposed to be. And Jericho is trying to sell over to the ropes to get in position for the next move they're going to do. Fester realizes he's on the wrong side of the ring apron. He's got to go on the other side of the apron, on the other side of the post. So he walks down to the post, and like guys do, you grab the post with your right hand, you swing your left leg around, you grab the post with your left hand, and then you swing your right leg around, and you're back on the other side of the apron. He put his left foot around the ring post and fucking fell off the goddamn ring to the floor. And then jumped back up and almost killed Jericho with whatever move they'd been trying to set up because he was fucking rattled. Did you see that?
Yep.
Travis's thumbnail for this match should be a still photo of the actual match. It can't be parodied or caricatured any farther than it already was. So Jericho, taking move after move from the aforementioned fat, bald, pale, 50-plus-year-old fucking former mud show fuck who apparently has been working as a truck driver. I don't fucking know. By this point, who was so gassed up that he could barely stand up, and he was trying to walk the top rope. Fester was sucking so much wind, the first 3 rows had passed out from oxygen deprivation. You could see it on his face. If he hadn't already been as pale as the underside of a fucking big mouth bass, he would have turned white. He was translucent by this point. I've never seen somebody so blown up they couldn't do an eye rake. He couldn't rake the fucking eyes. He just kind of put his palm up there and just washed it over fucking Jericho's face. Then he got Jericho's bat that was tossed in. He intercepted it, and Fester gave Jericho a weak gut shot. By the way, if you're noticing that I'm not talking about Jericho doing anything, there's a reason for that. He didn't do anything. Fester hits Jericho with a weak gut shot, and then, did you see, Brian, he hits the ropes and tries a big boot, and he got Jericho in the lower abdomen on the big boot. Jericho took a bump anyway. Luther went for the cover on his hands and knees and looked for all the world like he was down ready to puke on Chris Jericho. And finally, after what seemed like forever, Jericho hits the Judas effect, and Fester crumples sloppily 1, 2, 3. Is this a professional organization, or is this, hey kids, let's put on a show? Embarrassing. And then Jericho, the company's top heel that just got killed by a midget and a fat man and won by the skin of his teeth, accepted all the cheers and accolades and allocades and applaudings of the fans there and thanked everyone like a real baby face should. And then MJF comes out with Wardlow and a clown under a red sheet. I'm not talking about an idiot under a red sheet. I'm talking about an actual clown with clown feet, clown wig, and clown red nose, which the clown lost when Wardlow pulled the sheet off. And the nose went tumbling into the fucking ring. And he gave Jericho a gift, and it was a framed 24 by 36-inch portrait of MJF, which Jericho then broke over the clown's head. The clown, who was somewhere around 5'2" and 100 pounds, not only didn't sell, but didn't register the portrait being bashed over its head. He just stood there and looked at Jericho, who then hit the clown with the stiffest fucking Judas effect that I've ever seen and knocked the clown out. And then he and MJF, instead of getting mad at each other, laughed and hugged each other. And all the heels on the roster came out to celebrate with Chris Jericho while the credits on the show rolled and his name was on every credit, including him being all 8 camera positions. It was like the closing of a Saturday Night Live sketch or a show where they ended a little bit early and all the cast members and guest stars had to mill around while the credits on the stage while the credits were playing and the fucking band was playing something. And they just awkwardly didn't know what to fucking do. This was the most rotten match. This was the most rotten show. This was the most amateurish effort on everybody's part. I honestly believe if I was a part of this company and appeared in any way on this program, I would have gotten a sick stomach afterwards and potentially thought about changing my line of work. It's not only embarrassing, it's shameful. Nobody has to have a show this bad. It's not necessary. Anybody could do better than this and have many times in the past. Not just an expert veteran like me. I've seen people book shows that had never booked shows before that were not as insulting and amateurish as this. Have I made myself clear?
Abundantly clear, yes.
What were your final thoughts on this masturbatory self-congratulation that Chris Jericho thought it would be a great idea to show his 30 years in the business by getting beat up by Jackie Coogan?
I thought it was an excellent match. I thought it was wonderful to finally see Jericho and Luther after all these years get in there. I thought that Serpentico showed a world of talent. I think Hager each and every week is better and better. I thought the commentators did an excellent job of explaining what was happening here. I thought the segment with the clown couldn't have gone any better.
The clown is down.
It couldn't have gone any better. I think the build-up for this MJF Jericho feud just leaves everyone with wet panties.
The heels are mad at each other. Since the baby faces are mad at each other, the heels got to be mad at each other, too. Give them something to do.
I'm a big fan of comedy. I love, classic Saturday Night Live and SCTV. So the credits, what a brilliant move to end this amazing episode of Dynamite, having Jericho all over those credits. 7 stars, 8 stars, 8 stars. All kidding aside, this was awful. And it just embodies a general awfulness that seeps into everything on AEW. They can never leave well enough alone. Even when it's something like the Cody match, Pockets has to come right out. Even when they have the best tag team in wrestling, they have to dumb them down by having them involved with dummies. As a booker, Tony Khan is a failed director of football for Fulham. I mean, this is just such a bad show. And I know there's a lot of people that like it. There's a lot of people that have low standards.
What are they looking at?
There are people that have low standards. There are people that have low standards.
What makes sense to them? What is good about the athleticism of these outlaw guys?
No, that's not it.
What makes sense? Who's putting on a good performance on the microphone? What is in any way interesting about this fucking horse shit?
Let's say you were born in 2000, Jim.
Oh, good Lord.
But let's just say you were born in 2000 and you became a wrestling fan, I want to say 10 years old, 2010. So from 2010 to 2019 when AEW got on TV, all you've seen is whatever's out there. Raw, SmackDown, Impact, I guess the revived ECW.
But you know what? No, at least anybody that's on WWE television, pretty much 99% of them look like athletes of some description. Even though every once in a while, one of them sneaks in on NXT that's emaciated.
But how many flips do they do? But how many near falls do they have?
Too many, but they still look like athletes.
Is their comedy written by writers or are they singer-songwriters?
Hopefully there wouldn't be any comedy amongst the wrestling matches. That would be the managers and the fucking frivolous people around ringside.
It's just, it's a bad show. And there are people...
You're trying to tell me that the only reason people watch AEW is because the rest of shit for the last 10 years has sucked so bad. But I
don't think it's the only reason, but I think that's a big reason.
I have not seen the WWE. I've seen the WWE put on plenty of bad shows lately. Crummy shows, insulting shit like being thrown off the roof of the Titan Tower and whatever. But just on a constant barrage of embarrassment and half-price talent and discount fucking wrestlers and midgets and freaks and people that have no business being exposed to a national television audience. They don't do that in the WWE. They do it every week on AEW, and there's no reason for it except that the guy in charge doesn't know the fucking difference, and the people he's listening to all want to give their fucking friends jobs. And we come down to that again.
AEW presents silly, stupid shit, but treats the audience like they're in on the joke. WWE presents silly, stupid shit, but pretends like they're fooling the audience. That's part of the difference.
Okay, here's an idea. How about one of them just don't do silly, stupid shit? And then see what the audience thinks.
Hey, that was the promise of AEW early on. And I mean, I know we always bring that up and we shouldn't anymore because obviously that was just a bunch of
caca
talk. Yeah, I mean, it was
Ring of Honor is doing it. It's a shame that we had to wait for Ring of Honor to do what AEW promised a year ago, but they don't even have to go all the way that Ring of Honor has gone to doing a really legitimate program. They just get better talent. There's plenty available. Admit you've made a mistake and you got bad advice and you signed a bunch of people that weren't ready for television. Pay them off and send them home. Tell them if they want to go to wrestling school, take a look at them later on. You don't wish that they drop over and die, just that they're not good enough to be on your program right now. You got not unlimited money. Nobody has unlimited money, but you have plenty of money, more than the rest of the field, to compete to get any talent that you want to get. Get some new talent. Get somebody to write the show that knows what they're fucking doing instead of doing this because they used to jack off in their fucking room at night, writing cards down. I wrote cards down in my room, but I wasn't jacking off at the same time. I had different material to peruse while I did that. Get people that know what they're doing and talent that can perform it, and then put on a program that is suitable and not embarrassing to the wrestling business and is suitable for a national cable network. And then you might get more than 850 or 900,000 fucking people watching, because that's goddamn embarrassing. It's goddamn embarrassing that we've got to the point where the highest rated wrestling program in the world gets less than 2 million people. And these two on Wednesday nights are fighting over 750,000. It's fucking embarrassing.
Would you like the ratings?
Sure, go ahead.
Now, let me remind you, the vice presidential debate was last night. I believe it did in excess of 50 million viewers.
Well, you and I were watching that, the important stuff.
Yeah, no, I DVR'd both of these shows and watched them in the morning to ruin my morning. Here are the ratings. NXT, 639,000. AEW, 753,000.
There you go. It's the same fucking thing. When they've got competition, they each lose 100,000. When they don't have any competition, they each gain 150,000. And it is what it is. Because the only people that are going to watch shit that looks like this are people that, for whatever reason, like shit that looks like this. I believe we have made this abundantly clear. And I've got to go wash my mouth out to take the taste of that fester match, festering in my gums, out of it. So do you have any final words for the audience?
It's a sad state of American wrestling right now. You have one promotion, which is an old man who took over his dad's promotion, took over his dad's territory. And the other promotion is a kid whose father bought him a territory.
Isn't it ironic? There is a tooth and nail rule that we've had in effect for some time. They've now given Dr. Britt Baker her own interview segment called The Waiting Room. And they've even, it looks like Stain was involved in this. They've even built a cheap set that somehow resembles a doctor's waiting room. And Reba introed Dr. Britt Baker, and because of the tooth and nail rule, I fast-forwarded it.
No, come on.
Hold on. I started fast-forwarding because I knew this was going to be a complete joke and a waste of my time because they brought Cody out, and there is a tooth and nail rule, but I saw Jane Cargill come through the door. And I said, if Jane Cargill is involved in this, I've got to see it. So I stopped fast forwarding and I started watching it.
But you didn't rewind?
I didn't rewind because I didn't give a fuck.
Oh man, this was the best segment since Jade Cargill's debut. This was such a train wreck.
How could anything that Britt Baker and Cody did be worse than Jane Cargill's debut?
Because remember, Jade Cargill's debut was so brilliant because it was really, really bad and really, really awesome. And this one, I've been waiting for a follow-up on that level. And we finally got it because she is so confident on the mic, despite any talent on the mic. But she's so talented. Let me tell you what you missed. Reba introduces Britt Baker. Apparently, they've been doing this show on their YouTube show for a while. Britt Baker does some jokes, like it's a real talk show. Like she does like a little monologue, like she's Jay Leno.
Oh, boy.
And then Cody comes out, and right away I'm like, okay, this is something. I
did see the part about when Reba introduced her, she came out to mute like talk show music, like she's Ellen dancing or whatever. That's why I started fast forward.
It's ridiculous. So then Cody comes out there. I don't even know if Cody got a word out. You know, she's just making jokes at Cody, and she did say how it'll be great the next 9 months, no Brandy on the show. And then when Jade walked through that door, I popped like I did when I was 9 years old when the Ultimate Warrior won back the Intercontinental title.
Well, that's when I started watching again.
Go ahead.
The first thing I wrote, they didn't give up on this. Why is this happening? She's taller than Cody. She looks like Shelton Benjamin in a blonde wig. Her abs look like Alien is coming. Her thighs are bigger than Doug Furness's. She's not just a female bodybuilder, which I personally think is visually fucking off-putting. Let's just say off-putting, female bodybuilders. But her shit don't even match. She's got a fucking teeny tiny waist and big arms, but a little upper body and huge fucking thighs. It's like her steroids didn't settle evenly or whatever the fuck. But my God, this girl has no business speaking on television. And it's not even fair to tear her apart because she's obviously, you said she looks like she's so confident and she's doing such a good job while at the same time she's worse than probably anybody ever on national television because she's awkward and uncomfortable and she's trying not to show it. I think that would seem to me as a talent evaluator from 30, 40 years ago. She's not comfortable. She's not a good promo. She is not an experienced veteran wrestler. You can tell the way she moves on the interviews. Her work has to be the drizzling shits. And she's not really fucking Shaquille O'Neal. So why is she in this? And they bring Shaq back up. Shaq was on the show 2 weeks ago, got a drink thrown in his face by Brandy, didn't do anything about it, had the personality of a fucking coma patient. And that whole business is dead now. Nobody would be interested in seeing Shaq and Cody now after seeing how little Shaq gave a fuck. But now they're bringing her back into it. She's talking about Shaq again. And why is she involved? They have an NBA superstar and a worldwide known celebrity. Why are they putting this awkward fucking deer on ice, can't talk girl in this unless Shaq specifically said, I'm fucking her, so put her in this thing. That's the way I'll do it if she gets to be on TV. That's happened before. That's understandable. If that is not the case, whoever's idea it was that they should put this girl on television should be taken out in the parking lot, stripped naked, have honey poured all over them, and tied on top of a red anthill. Then she pie faces Cody.
You know, when she came through that door, I said, oh my God, I figured someone would show up and challenge Cody. I said it last week.
She's taller than Cody.
I said, who's Cody working with? What is his program? And we couldn't figure it out. And when she showed up, I said, oh no, they can't be doing this again. Because what's Cody's program? He's not going to work against her.
But they're not, and he's not, because here comes Red Velvet. The only pro wrestler named after a cake, because Brandy can't be there. Here comes Red Velvet, and they stare down for a second, and then they trade slaps, and then they jump each other, and they have a pull apart. Remember, we've talked about this also. Nobody comes to help the guys that are bathed in blood, wrapped up in barbed wire and razor wire and broken glass with hand grenades shoved up their ass. But these two girls get in a fucking fight, and suddenly every outlaw girl in wrestling hits the fucking scene to break it up.
Instantly. And
I mean, they've got to be paying all those fucking girls to be there. Is this guy a madman? Why? And then suddenly, as they pull them apart and they get the fight between Red Velvet and Jane Cargill separated, suddenly there's a jump cut to the screen where you see footage from a couple of months ago of Britt Baker attacking Thunder Rosa. And then Thunder Rosa does a promo, which is half English and half Spanish. And I had trouble understanding both because of their audio and her accent. And this is on the screen after this pull apart. And then Britt Baker, they come back to her on the set and she's pissed about Thunder Rosa. And fucking, what? Was there a jump cut there? Did they plan this way? Was something off kilter? What the fuck was going on? This was the herkiest jerkiest.
I can't explain it, but all of a sudden, like you didn't even describe how instant it was.
No instant. I'm talking about a jump cut.
Yeah, the brawl's happening, and all of a sudden, for no reason that's explained, they go to footage of Britt and Thunder Rosa. Now, it's Britt's interview show, but Britt's in the middle of an interview with Cody, and all this chaos breaks out.
The fight's going on. Suddenly, the tape starts playing on the screen, and then Britt gets mad because the tape is playing on the screen. It's her show. She didn't know the tape was going to play, and why is the tape playing after the pull apart? We don't. Fuck.
And then after the Thunder Rosa promo, Tony promised me I wouldn't have to wrestle you. Tony said this. Tony said this.
Yeah, she mentioned Tony Khan's name about 17 times. Because apparently that was to cover up for the fact that he's paying 25 of her friend girl wrestlers from the indies to come and get a fucking free ride over here.
This was such a beautiful train wreck, this segment.
Oh.
It was just, this is the kind of train wreck I can enjoy on AEW. And Cody just seems so out of place. Like I said, I don't know if he said one word, the entire time.
And then he got out of there once they started fighting. You never saw him again, right?
Oh, of course.
Thanks for coming.
By the way, all the girls that rushed to break up the fight, they came from, like, the camera side.
Yeah.
Why did Red Velvet have to come through the door if she was going to confront her on this makeshift set? Why did she just run in from that side?
I used to do promos in TNA where they built my office. The office didn't have one wall, but we had to remind everybody to walk in where the door was supposed to be. Fucking ridiculous. Well, there's an introduction for you to the main event program that they had on over at All Petite Wrestling. Although they did, with Shaquille O'Neal appearing on this one program, they increased the aggregate weight of their entire talent roster by about 38%. Don't you agree? 'Cause he's as big as any three other guys on the roster.
He is massive.
So, I don't know what everybody's been. Oh, what are you going to say about the big mixed tag team match? Cornette, what are you going to say? Some people, I understand, liked this. Is that what you're hearing?
A lot of people liked it. I thought it was all right.
There were some parts of it that were all right if you just viewed it in a vacuum, but the whole psychology of and backstory of and how this came about and what we're supposed to think about it and who were we supposed to cheer for, and I've never seen a celebrity crossover with a person of this magnitude of a mainstream star that was built worse, laid out worse, and more confusing for the viewer to watch than this in my 40 years in wrestling.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, you just said it wasn't that bad.
Again, in a vacuum. Forget about the build-up. The build-up was one of the Hall of Fame bad builds to a match in the history of wrestling. But as an actual match, an actual spectacle, seeing what Jade Cargill could deliver, seeing what Shaq could do, I thought they were good. I thought Red Velvet was good. Cody, I can't stop looking at that neck tattoo, which still looks so stupid a year later. The only part I really, really hated was the stuff on the floor, like Shaq going at it with the fans there. QT must have been there to coach everyone through the match, but
yeah, he was probably QT Marshall was down there at ringside going, the next spot is like Garrett Morris doing the news for the hard of hearing.
And again, I see the benefits. I don't agree with it, but I see the benefits of Shaq going through the tables because that's the spot that you send around to get people to talk about. But the setup of the two tables being there for no reason, Red Velvet having to open a table, that was the worst part of the match.
Let's go through it in order, because I'm going to get you to see things my way, that this was an incredibly, this was a wasted opportunity of gargantuan, epic, biblical proportions. They got some mainstream news for Shaquille going through the fucking tables. Who are we supposed to cheer for? We've got a beloved sports icon and a bitchy bodybuilder against the son of a wrestling legend that's a babyface in the normal program, and his partner's a stand-in because his original partner got pregnant. They showed a video package to explain, as I believe JR, one of the announcers said, the story of how we got there, and it was comprised of a bunch of people slapping each other in the face and throwing water on each other. And when they make the entrances, yes, people are cheering Shaq, but then it's Cody and Cake against Shaq and Flake is what I wrote down, by the way. Flake comes out, good old Jane Cargill, and she's obviously a heel with her attitude and presentation from day one, but Shaq comes out, and he's a beloved sports figure, but Cody out there in Red Velvet is happy to be involved. And I would have thought that Cody would be the most impressive person in the match and that he and Shaq would do simple things, but that the match would make sense. Well, they did do simple things, but the match didn't make sense. I thought that Red Velvet would be, as she was probably overall the smoothest thing in this match. I was hoping that Jane would look like a fucking deer on ice. But she's one of these people that she can do the complicated stuff. Like she did the fucking what was that goddamn awkward, the big chicken, the finish, right? The big double chicken wing like Flair and Steamboat used to do into the face plant. She did that and it looked great, but she can't throw a kick. And I know she's green, so she's better than everybody, including me, probably thought she was. But everybody was saying, wow, it was so great, like it was the greatest debut of all. The girls, especially their first series, obviously they had worked out and gone through, and it was more like modern interpretive dance with strikes. They didn't actually nail most of the strikes, but they got close enough and they didn't completely fall apart, and they did their routine that they had practiced. As it went longer, their shit started to get a little bit more awkward because they're both green, especially Jane, and this a high profile position. But I just couldn't get over that Shaquille O'Neal finally wrestles, and it's in this. Him and a top babyface versus two hot heels in the WWE, even as recently as 4 or 5 years ago, could have set pay-per-view records. He could have made Tyson money in one night. I'm not talking about Tyson boxing money. I'm talking about the money they paid Mike Tyson in 98. He got what was it, $3 or $4 million? Shaquille O'Neal on a high-profile WWE pay-per-view up until the last 5 years when they just gutted him for the network, could have gotten a easily mid-7-figure payoff if he'd have chosen to do that. And he does this. And even in this atmosphere, and it's him deciding I'm going to do it now and on free television and for much less than $5 million, I'm sure, it couldn't make sense. Can you imagine if Shaquille O'Neal had choke-slammed a hot heel through that table and stood there with those big paws over the top of it? That would have been a Sports Center moment. That would have been played on everything, and it wouldn't have made everybody look like a fucking idiot. Cody and Shaq wasn't bad for the most part. It was easy and basic. Cody worked to put Shaquille's size over. I don't know who taught him how to do that overhand chop, but every time it looked like awkward and it would hurt at the same time because he was making contact, but it looked like his hand he felt was radioactive. He would look at it, hold it up in the air, whack it down on Cody's chest, and then bring it back up like, oh, it's glowing. Shaquille O'Neal did a head palm shoot off. They had to teach him that. They had to teach him that. A person who's never wrestled before would never do a head palm shoot off. It doesn't make any sense. He head palm shoot offed Cody and then backdropped him. That's great. Wrestling 101. You got a big man, take a backdrop. You got a big man fucking sell like Cody was selling. And you could tell they had told Shaquille to milk the chops, but I think he thought that meant that he had to stare at his hand like he had just discovered it was attached to his body. And then we're seeing a theme. Jane tags herself in. This is going to be going on all night, not just in this match. But when Jane tagged herself in, Shaquille had Cody back in the corner and was going to give him another one. Jane just slaps Shaquille on the back, and Cody just looks and walks off. And here comes Red Velvet. I know that not only, besides the fact that the real rules of a real mixed tag team match, when one girl tags in, the other girl's got to get in, vice versa. Shaquille O'Neal was not in any way going to have any interaction where he had anything physical to do with a woman for all of his endorsements and etc. But does that mean Cody just has to walk off and get out of the ring and Red Velvet just comes in? Or couldn't they have done the thing where Cody and fucking Jane stare each other down for a second, and the referee gets in and says, Cody, go tag Red Velvet and tag her and bring her in. It just was. Anyway, so the girls did the modern interpretive dance routine with strikes that I mentioned. And I guarantee you they could do that in their sleep move for move, because you could tell they had practiced it their entire exchange 1,000 times, because there was no spontaneity. And like I said, they were missing some of the stuff, but they were close enough and they kept moving where it didn't fall apart. And there, Jane can do the old SOS, the sack of shit slam Razor Ramon used to do, and do a nip up perfectly, but she kicks like an ostrich. And it's just like the guys, they can do these incredible back and forward flips off the top rope, can't throw a fucking punch. Anyway, so they're having this mad. The guys did some shit. Then the girls did some shit. Then suddenly Jane goes over and pie faces Cody. And Cody's reaction to that is to jump in the ring and run over and knock Shaquille off the apron on the floor. And then Shaquille is standing there, and suddenly the paid fans, the ones on the payroll, all the wrestlers around the ring, why did Billy Gunn's son just hit Shaquille O'Neal in the back with a chair for no apparent reason?
I think in storyline, although I'm not justifying this, because he is a member of the Nightmare family, and he was looking out for the other members of the Nightmare family that Shaquille O'Neal was in the match against. Makes no sense.
Shaquille O'Neal was standing on the apron of the ring when Cody ran across and nailed him off of it to the floor, and Shaquille is standing there going, why'd you do that? And suddenly Cody's friend hits him from behind with a fucking chair. And then a bunch of people jump over he grabs the one guy and brings him over the rail, and a bunch of people attack Shaquille O'Neal, and Shaquille beats up 2 or 3 of them, including poor QT Marshall that was apparently there as the ringside coach, as you mentioned. And right after he does this, Red Velvet's up on the top rope suddenly and moonsaults off the top onto Cody, Jane, QT. They all go down. And then they rolled in the ring and started the match again with the girls and Cody and Shaquille out on the apron. What? Can fans just come and attack the participants from behind with a chair and the match goes on? I don't. So they start the match again, and the girls get a little more awkward this time. And Jane gets a figure 4 leg lock on Red Velvet, and Red Velvet reverses it, but Jane gets it back and then lets it go and starts posing. And this was a theme. They've told Jane, pose a lot, flex your biceps. Every time she does anything successfully, including brushing her teeth, she flexes and poses. Then Jane goes out for no reason on the floor and pulls a table out from under the ring and takes forever to set it up. But then Red Velvet comes out and stops her and throws her back in the ring, and then Red Velvet gets another table and takes forever to set it up. Meanwhile, Shaq and Cody are just standing there looking at everybody. QT has to come up and help Red Velvet set up the table while telling her to get back in the ring, supposedly at the same time. Really, he was helping her set it up because it was taking forever. So Red Velvet gets in and promptly nearly fucking decapitates poor Jane Cargill with a potato spin kick to the fucking head. And then Red Velvet tags Cody. So that means Shaq has to get back in. Explain this one to me, Lucy. Shaquille stops Cody and power bombs him. And as he bends over and looks at Cody, Cody just fucking punches him in the face and pops right back up from the power bomb from this 7'1", 365-pound man. And then Shaquille runs at Cody for no apparent reason, and Cody gives him a half a slam. If you were going to slam Shaquille O'Neal, why would you slam him right after he had just power bombed you less than 10 seconds beforehand? That's not rhetorical either.
It doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And for everyone that thinks Cody is some kind of wizard in the ring, he's not. He never has been.
Cody's the one that I thought knew that much. He's the one that I thought could put this together. Wouldn't it have made more sense if somehow Cody had got a slam on Shaquille and Shaquille powerbombed him? I don't fucking know. But here's the thing. Obviously, Shaquille O'Neal has never been in a ring, because if they were going to do this much, everything that he did before with Cody could have verbally instructed him on in the back, and he could have got by with it. But this one, Shaquille O'Neal has never gone up for a slam. You could tell that. And I don't know why, except why that Cody would have wanted Shaquille coming toward him moving, except that he thought that if Shaquille, being that tall, could come forward and jump a little bit, that Cody could get under him enough to turn him and do a slam without. But you've seen people slam Andre the Giant.
Yeah.
Kamala, Harley Race, Hulk Hogan.
El
Connect. Did you ever see anybody slam Andre when he was moving toward him, or was he standing still?
I think he was standing still.
There's a reason for that, and Andre weighed more than Shaq. If you know how to take a slam, you can post up enough that not everybody could do it. I still couldn't have slammed Andre, but a guy that's stout enough, it's big enough, and especially it's tall enough to just turn him, Andre could go with it. But with his weight and momentum coming forward, that would have made it almost impossible, even though he would post up, for a guy to turn and slam fully and properly a fucking guy of that weight. That's why he was always blinded or a finger poke in the eye. Oh my God. And he's standing there rocking, but he's in the same place. And then when the guy got under him, he could post up and he could help turn himself. So Cody apparently gave up on Shaquille being able to do any of that and just decided maybe if he's coming, I can get under him and turn him over. It didn't work. And it probably fucking gave Cody a hernia.
It was the worst slam since Luger and Yokozuna.
No, because Luger and Yoko was supposed to be like that. This was not. And Yoko also had 300 pounds on Shaq at the time anyway. But
and Yoko was also moving. He wasn't standing
Yoko
still.
was, yeah. Well, Yoko, see, the thing is, if you go back and watch that, Yoko got a couple of steps and moved, but he went up to turn himself and to post himself. And if Luger almost got under him, it was close enough. So when I say moving, I'm not talking about taking a step into posting up. I'm talking about just coming at you from running from both feet like Shaq was. You can take a step up into it, but not just moving forward with he had no idea of how to fucking, once Cody got him in his arms, of what to fuck to do. He was just all dead weight. Anyway, the girls got back in and traded awkward forearms forever. Jane has a nice spine buster. That's another thing. She can't throw a fucking forearm without looking like she, a disconnected fucking bucket of body parts. But she had a beautiful spine buster. Then this again. Cody comes in and makes the save by basically pulling the heel girl off the babyface girl. And so then he runs over and pokes Shaq in the eye. So now Cody's a heel because he's poked Shaq in the eye. And Shaq was trying to get into position for this long before it was ready. And then Cody runs across the ring and cross-body Shaq, and they just fall backwards through the tables. What? So now poor Shaq, for breaking absolutely no rule that I can determine in this match whatsoever, has been attacked by some guy with a chair from behind, assaulted by numerous people not in the match. Cody has poked him in the eyes and now tried to kill him with that move just so they can get on SportsCenter. And then Jane milked the Shock for so long, shock in quotation marks, that even the referee was patting her on the back, turn around, because Red Velvet's there ready with Brandy's move, the spear. Brandy still had to get mentioned in this. Jane wouldn't turn around. So the director, it was so obvious, the director goes, well, we'll cut back to the shot of fucking Shaq and Cody on the floor. And that's when they did that. That's when Red Velvet came with the spear, because Jane finally turned around and they missed the spear. And it still wasn't the finish. And now The girls are going to continue working while Shaquille O'Neal, legendary basketball icon, is motionless on the floor. Jane picks Red Velvet up over her shoulder, and Jane is so tall. Or let me try that again. Red Velvet picks Jane up over her shoulder, and Jane is so tall that her feet were still touching the mat when Red Velvet had her up, and then Jane reverses it and gives her the big face smash. 1, 2, 3. Jane gets up and starts posing and smiling at the camera again, and now they bother to remind us that Shaquille O'Neal, basketball Hall of Famer, is unconscious and motionless on the floor. This was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. From the build to the incomprehensible build to this match with people that no one was going to care about, instead of established talent, to get a mainstream celebrity icon involved. A girl in her first match in front of people, an underneath girl that's a fill-in for the pregnant girl, and a baby face that's wrestling like a heel. And then the fucking celebrity, his team wins, but he's unconscious when it happens. And the heel girl that he's teamed with doesn't cheat, but still beats the baby face. And because the girls did some moves right, there's people on Twitter, see, they were great.
Yeah.
And then, as I wrote, this was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. They out-preposterized themselves. They come back from the break. They load Shaquille in an ambulance. We see Shaquille O'Neal go in the ambulance, and JR blows the cue because he said, well, I think Tony's there, but Tony wasn't there yet. And they slam the doors, and then they go to an arena beauty shot of the lights in the ceiling so that they can take Shaquille out of the thing, because now they go back, and there's Tony standing behind the ambulance. And as you mentioned before in the show, he just decides that he has the power since they're not going anywhere. This guy's been motionless for 10 minutes, but they're not in a hurry to get to the medical facility with Shaquille O'Neal. The lights aren't going. The doors are closed. They're not playing the siren. They're just sitting there. So Tony says, well, I'll just open the thing up and see what's going on and get a word from the EMTs. And he opens the door, and like he would ever be able to do any of this. And Shaquille O'Neal is gone, and the EMT is just with his arms at his sides like, I don't know what happened. Now that was the most preposterous thing I've ever seen. And Shaquille O'Neal was never mentioned again.
Do you agree with this going on first?
I mean, at least it got it over with, but then you've blown your fucking... They could have milked this to a big number for their purposes in the last 2 segments, but then that would have been the flattest finish in the history of television. But they probably could have got a bigger number, although maybe Shaq just wanted to get the fuck out of there. Maybe he was double parked. He didn't seem to be in a hurry when he was in the ring, but he doesn't seem like a person who gets in much hurry.
I agree with you. The match layout was a complete mess, but I thought Jade was impressive for a first match. Thank God it was Red Velvet instead of Brandy. I don't think Brandy could have done any of this. I thought Red Velvet looked good. I thought she looked good in there.
No, she was the best one of the 4. It was still, there were awkward moments with her and Jane because Jane's green. Red Velvet's still green, but she was smoother than the rest of this bunch. But
and it continues the trend where every Cody match, you have to have smoke and mirrors. You have to have all sorts of crap happening at ringside to hide the fact that Cody's actually not that good in the ring.
But here's the thing. They did smoke and mirrors with Ronda Rousey's debut, and it was a brilliant pro wrestling match.
Perfect.
A brilliant pro wrestling match, the best debut ever. There was still smoke and mirrors involved, but it was put together well. The build was understandable. Everybody was interested in seeing what was going to happen. They overperformed and out-executed in the actual match, and the fucking finish, the people were throwing babies in the air. This the big spot was not the finish. It was done for publicity on non-wrestling programs. The pairing made no sense of any of these people to be together as partners or opponents. There was no focus on any thread in this match that made it make any sense. And why do you fucking carry your goddamn mainstream celebrity out of the building and then have him disappear too? One wasn't bad enough. He couldn't just disappear or just be carried out. He had to be carried out and disappear.
He's the only person I've seen actually sell going through a table. No one in wrestling does. He actually did it the way you probably should if you want to make it effective.
That horse has left the barn. And by the way, I would love to say that was the last person we see get put through a table on this particular program, but that would be just crazy. Any final thoughts on Shaq and Whack versus Cody and Cake?
The layout was a mess, but the performances by Jade and Red Velvet and even Shaq I thought were really good. Cody, I think, is overrated in the ring, and I always have. It was obvious why QT was at ringside, because he was coaching them live on TV of how to get through the match. And that's all I have to say about it. I thought Jade looked good. For everyone that was waiting for Jade to fail, I thought Jade looked pretty good.
I would use her on OVW television.
Better than Linda Miles, who you compared her to.
She was better than Linda Miles. I would use her on OVW television so she could learn on local TV with limited exposure. National TV, I'm afraid they've, as we've mentioned many times before, in the words of Bill Maher about Donald Trump, we let the fucking alien on the ship and it had eggs. Now she's going to be out there prancing and posing. Anyway, Tony Schiavone in the ring again. He attempts to introduce Christian Cage, but instead, out comes the Twinkle Toes broom players and dance with their brooms. And then here comes Twinkle Toes and Callis and Gallows and Anderson. And, you know, Harpo reminds me of one of the fashion consultants on Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. Did you ever watch that? I don't remember their names, but there's one of them.
No, I didn't.
It was a fun show, a fun and frivolous show.
I used to see their pictures in the New York Post, so I know who they are, but I never watched it.
He looks like one of them. I can't remember his name, but he'd make a good better fashion consultant than wrestler.
You ever notice he has a different look in every segment? A few weeks ago, he was in that school for kids. Well, of course it's for kids, but he was in like a preschool in a 3-piece suit. Then later on, that was the night he came out in like his white flowing shirt and his cowboy boots. And then he was dressed, for the barbed wire exploding match in a different way. And then here he's like, every time we see him, he's dressed like a different guy.
Yeah, well, I've not delved into it deep enough to spend a lot of time figuring out exactly what Kenny Olivier is going to look like when he comes out. I just wish he'd hurry up and get it over with. Anyway, even Don Callis, who, remember, the Jackal, I liked his promos in the 90s. He was a good manager. I was a fan of his. He seems, everything about these guys and what they do, they've all got their tongue in their cheek. They are all winking at each other somehow about the things that they're saying that I do not believe that they're, as I mentioned earlier in the program, it may not be in this YouTube clip, it was earlier in this podcast. When The Miz did his promo, he didn't do that fucking tongue-in-cheek wink thing. He was being a Weasley heel and lying, but you felt like he was trying to talk you into it and he was being serious. There's a difference. With all of these guys, they're just assing off. Is that the feeling you get, the vibe you get?
Yeah, and I understand it too. If you had a kid who thinks he knows more than he does, who's throwing money at you, wouldn't you feel the same way?
But wouldn't you go out and try to be professional on television if you could? Callis can. Olivier can't. He's the shits. He's not going to get any better, verbally or whatever the fuck. Callis can do it, but they're all falling into this thing, and we're just kidding. We're all playing here. So that's where they tried to, as we mentioned before, they tried to get the heel heat over taking away the fans' great moment, which would have been those two putzes getting blown up sky high. So, which is another problem when you have these, you advertise and book these kind of matches. So we're supposed to assume that the fans want to see both wrestlers be blown up for real, and they're going to be disappointed if they're not? Yes, they were, because the explosion was the shits, but it just doesn't make any sense. And anyway, as we mentioned before, this explanation was awful in that everybody in their audience, specifically everybody in their audience, knows that they're trying to explain a fart in church finish that they didn't mean, and it was fucked up, and now they're trying to take a cheap way out of it that, for all the reasons we talked about earlier, doesn't work. And then Harpo gave more of that, the fucking phone sex promo. He just sounds like, oh my God. Okay. Harder, baby. Anyway, Kingston finally comes in, and Don Callis berates him and gives him 10 seconds to leave the ring. Now, bear in mind, they've been fucking talking, and suddenly Kingston comes out on his own, and because he's being maligned and talked about, and he's mad, right? And that's why he comes out to confront these guys. And then Callis gives him 10 seconds to leave the ring or they're going to fuck him up, right? And on the screen, the clock pops up, and it's already at 8 seconds. And the countdown, just like the sound effects they had for the exploding ring, bam, bam, bam. How did they know they needed that? How did they know that Eddie Kingston was going to come out and interrupt them for them to have a tape queued up on the fucking screen and the sound effects ready for them to give an ultimatum to a guy who interrupted them on an improvisational basis? Brian, riddle me that one.
I have no answer for you.
Of course, because there is none. Because it's fucking stupid and they don't think, and there's no quality control. So then they give him 10 seconds to leave the ring or he's going to get fucked up. Sirens, clock on the screen. And Olivier, trying to be a fucking jolly jokester, he's just so funny whenever he fucking makes his funny faces and his butt plug fucking expressions and goddamn does all of his stuff. He screams, 69 me, Don, save me. And he lays down and Callis covers him on top of, gets in a 69 with him, making mockery of Kingston trying to save Moxley, which would have been a great finish if the ring had indeed blown up, and just further make this show a complete fucking comedy sketch. And then when Kingston tries to goddamn be serious and do some kind of business here and be a professional, did you hear old Harpo Fingerfuck actually said, he doesn't break character, look at him. And then Kingston nailed Harpo and the heels got on him, and here comes Moxley. And so Moxley and Gallows and Anderson and Kingston get in a big fight. And you know what they did, Brian? We've talked about this. Did you notice what they did?
What'd they do?
They fought off. They fought off. Where are we supposed to go? Just fight off. Remember I said that on the show last week, or was it the drive-thru?
I think it may have been the drive-thru.
I said the laziest thing besides no DQ in every match for lazy booking is, I've heard this for the past several years, that guys will give in finishes when they're given, okay, you guys, you get in a big schmoz and just fight off. In other words, they get in a big fight in front of everybody and they fight out of the building and don't come back. You're expected to believe that they're just still fighting somewhere that nobody, not the winner, not the loser, neither one of them came back. No report was given. They just fight off. Lazy booking. So they all fight off to leave Twinkle Toes laying in the ring so that Christian's music can play. And the Christian comes out slowly, steps in slowly. They have a face-to-face slowly. Twinkle Toes offers his hand. Christian won't take it. Twinkle Toes swings. Christian ducks, goes for his finish. Callis pulls Twinkle Toes out. Christian picks up the belt, and the announcers go insane. Like this is the hottest angle it's ever been shot. They stared at each other. There was a swing and a miss. The heel gets pulled out of the fucking ring, and the babyface picks up the belt, and everybody shits themselves verbally. And Christian Cage has still yet to say one goddamn word on this television program. Your comments.
There's not too much I could add to that. The 69 Me Don, that's the clip, more than maybe anything else in the history of the show, that I could see horrifying TNT executives. What the hell was that? They actually thought that was a good idea, that line, to say that?
Well, yeah, because it's funny to all the fucking fans of theirs that have never been inside a vagina except when their delivery date took place. And, oh, he's talking about sex. Ooh. And it's funny. As a matter of fact, I'd love to see them get kicked off of TV for something that's stupid. I bet you still Tony Khan would try to defend, but I'd love to see it just so Tony Khan could defend his stupid amateur hour fucking talent that he's hired and spent all of his money on. I wasn't going to watch this either, but again, there's the inner struggle within me. Do I watch this and see how stupid it is and what they fuck up so that I can make fun of them, or do I just skip over it? Of course, the arcade assholia match where the ring is surrounded by their arcade games and anything goes, no DQ, lazy booking. Blue Toe and Pip Sabian with the virgin Penelope Ford in their corner against Chuckle Fuck and Pockets. Again, more of this. Because it's funny. Because I like to play. Penelope was dressed like she's about to join a convent of nuns, wasn't she? She's so demure, everything covered up, not showing any skin.
Virtually a Quaker.
Virtually a Quaker. She looks like she just got appointed to the board of directors of a massage parlor. Anyway, so should I skip it because it's garbage involving subpar talent that nobody gives a shit about? Or should I point out how preposterous, silly, and embarrassing to the profession all of this is? Everybody already knows that. Should I mention that these fucking idiots participating in this actually think it's good? Or that the amateur wannabe booking or booker that's booking this shit is proud of it? But everybody already knows that. It's a parody of pro wrestling perpetrated by people that aren't athletically talented enough or intellectually bright enough to do the real stuff the real way, do it properly. So they're performing a parody of it for an audience of a little less than 1 million people, give or take, weirdos that don't like pro wrestling and want to laugh at it. And anybody who was ever a serious talent in the business or had any respect for it should refuse to participate in this program. And or definitely in this match. And I'm looking at Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone at this point. And maybe not Tony, because Tony was out of the business for 20 years. I know he's had a bunch of kids. Maybe he needs the money. If you come out and say, look, I know what I'm doing is embarrassing, but I need the money, then I could even have some sympathy there for people that are in a financial position where they need the money. I know Jim Ross doesn't need any money. He's got more money than he can spend if he starts now. I'm looking at the Arn Andersons and not Jake Roberts. He's never had any integrity, but I got a Tully who was more than happy to tell you what was wrong with you and how to correct it back in the day. And exists when shit like this is going on. It was Pip and Blue Toe having amateurish, bad, sloppy brawling, taking chance on getting hurt and hurting each other. Reckless, dangerous bumps for no reason because nobody gives a shit about these people or anything they're doing because it's all phony. But somebody needs to fucking stand up. Chris Statlander came back and finally disproved my theory that everybody that comes out of a box gets over, because she did and she didn't. What are the odds she hurts herself again or somebody else first, is what I'm wondering. And as a matter of fact, right as I wondered that, she gave Penelope Ford a power slam off the apron through an air hockey table that just happened to be sitting at ringside.
That just happened to be made of cardboard. I mean, that was not
but they're all gimmick, and then Bluto picks up an empty or cardboard arcade game and they talk, oh my God, look at the strength. And it's obvious it's one of those Ed Wood Plan 9 from outer space fucking cardboard tombstones.
Yeah, because when he picked it up, you could see the bottom is just a hole. There's nothing in it.
Well, and he picked it. It was so easily moved. Air was blowing it anyway. Minivan pulls up and it's Trent. He's back and being driven by his mother, who gives him a kiss on the cheek so he can go join the fight. I wrote
Great timing. She's lucky she didn't hit traffic or anything.
Oh, yeah.
else.
If she'd have hit traffic down there in Florida, she could have been way late. At that point, I wrote, grown adults are doing this and trying to keep straight faces. So Pip got power slammed through a table off a stage. Trent's mother kissed him and he went into the fight. This right here is what you get when you take frustrated, outlaw, independent wrestling talent that have never been anybody in wrestling, and for good reason, and you put them on national TV with no guidance and no parameters set and let them make up their own shit. This is what you get. And these jackoffs think that this is good and somehow a proper representation of the sport of wrestling. And then, of course, the baby faces win, and then everybody's smiling, including Trent's mother. And boy, if you didn't like what I had to say about Penelope Ford, best friends, and Bluto and Pip, you can imagine what I'm thinking about Chuck Taylor's mother, or Trent's mother, or whichever one of their mothers. They're all a bunch of mothers. And where I was going with that a minute ago is somebody ought to fucking stand up and say, you know what? If you're going to make a television show this silly and this phony and this rotten, include me out of it. And the reason I say Jim Ross is because I think he's got the cachet, as they say, the power, the reputation, the respect from these people that they would at least listen to him and say, well, okay, what can we not do? And then he could say, like, most of this shit, but don't bury me. Don't make me have to go out there and call a bunch of fucking jackoffs from the Jiffy Lube doing a fucking comedy sketch of a wrestling match. Don't bury me like that. I was somebody. Just because I'm taking your money for your fucking upstart promotion doesn't mean that I've given up all of my principles. I was an important person in this business, and I will not be embarrassed this way. At least somebody could say something. I mean, I know that this is a new happening, that up until the past few years, you didn't have to ask when somebody wanted to book you on a show, is the Invisible Man going to be on the card? Or is anybody going to break out into a dance routine? Or are they fighting over something silly and being assisted by one of their mothers or whatever? It wasn't until just a few years ago I had to ask Court Bauer, I had to ask Liver Lip Lagana before the NWA thing. Is the Invisible Man around? Is everybody going to be serious before I agree to take this booking? And when I went down to I'll give you an example. I went down to the Hall of Fame in 2017, right? 2017. And we did the thing with Kenny McIntosh. He was working for those What Culture people at the time. So was James Dixon. So they rode down with me. We shot some stuff. I own that footage now. One of these days it'll be edited because they got sideways with What Culture, because What Culture, I don't know what they were doing, and I didn't want anybody but Kenny being involved in the production of it. But anyway, I did one of the What Culture events that they were running that weekend, as well as the ride down and the documentary shoot, as well as the Hall of Fame ceremony, and then one of Jim Ross's shows. Like, it was at the House of Blues, or was that Texas? One of his stand-up shows. That's what I did that weekend. So at the What Culture event, it was a small show. There was 500 people there. It was a small building, but it was close to where I was staying. It wasn't wasn't meant to be a big national television taping, but I get there and I'm ready to do the color. And James Dixon comes to me and says, well, we've had a substitution. The name that they had booked had to pull out, and they had to scramble and get something that resembled a name. to replace him, and they came up with Joey Ryan. And he said, I want to tell you, because I know you've had, issues with the things he does. And I said, well, James, it's your show. I'm a visitor here. And I will, in a professional manner, call all the other matches. But if he does the dick flip, I'm going to get up and walk out. As a matter of fact, I will not call his match at all. I won't start it if he's going to do the dick flip. Just have somebody call. I got a phone call in the back. Send somebody else out to take while I go address my business. They can call his match if he's doing the dick thing, but I won't be doing it because I'm not going to fucking do it. And that's when he said, well, you know what? I think it's a bunch of fucking horse shit too, and I don't want him to do it on the show I'm booking. So I'll just tell him don't do it. And so I called his match because he wasn't doing the dick flip, so I honored my part. And the booker informed him not to do the dick flip because it was an afternoon show and there was kids in the audience anyway. And so what does he do? He has to do something. So he did the deal where they have the double knockout and then the fucking guy falls headfirst into his incredibly strong and vulnerable dick and sells his head. And then, at least you could cover that. Well, he must have a cup on. There's plenty of room in those tights. Not much else down there. Whatever. But at some point, people who are professionals, who care about, who have some pride and integrity, who ever had any respect for the business, who don't need to take people's money because they have enough, need to stand up and say, no, you guys want to have this goddamn four-finger stinker clusterfuck on national television. Do not get shit all over my face. If I'm going to be on this program, act serious and be professional, or I just won't be on the fucking program. And then pick who you want. And it's easy. The other person can go home. But everybody just accepting this gives me the sour belches. Closing thoughts, Brian.
That match was a disaster. The whole Trent coming back thing, it just put a period or an exclamation point on what was the overall silliness and stupidness of it. I hate that Tony Khan licensed the Pixies' Where Is My Mind for Orange Cassidy.
What now?
It's a great song by a great band. That
I heard them playing what I thought was a different song. I didn't know what it was and didn't care because it was Pockets, so I didn't listen.
It's a great song. It completely didn't work. I don't think it works for Orange Cassidy. Tony Khan was probably in the back. Who knows if he's high or not? But he was listening to the Pixies and he said, it would be a great idea if we got this for Orange Cassidy. Let's
what is this song? Because I couldn't tell you this song if you held a gun to my head. What does it have to do with anything that Orange Cassidy would have to do with?
Well, I guess the lyric, Where Is My Mind? And the idea, here's this guy who has no mind. I really don't know.
Okay, I'm following that. First thing I see when I look at Pockets is this guy's fucking witless.
This was garbage. There was so much on this show that wasn't good. The one match that was the best pure wrestling match was the one that was counterproductive and didn't mean anything.
Folks, before we go to our review of Blood and Guts, Piss and Vinegar, we'd like to welcome a wonderful new sponsor to the show for this week's AEW review. Yes, folks, from recovering crack addict and MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, in conjunction with 2021 poster boy for Adderall Tony Khan, comes a revolutionary new product, My Crash Pad. Yes, folks, if you're an over-the-hill athlete, an aging cover rock band star who needs a soft landing when your star begins to plummet, get My Crash Pad. Yes, only My Crash Pad can soften your fall from grace, no matter how spectacular. Made right here in the USA by right-wing insurrectionists, My Crash Pad provides the perfect landing place after a hard day of storming the Capitol. Order today and receive absolutely free bonus accessories of cardboard metal plates and a bicycle pump. Get My Crash Pad today. This has been brought to you by My Crash Pad.
All right. Naturally, that's something a lot of people have been talking about, was the Jericho Crash Pad.
AEW, May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo. How far did Jericho sink in that airbag? It looked like that Ford Mustang that landed on my fence when the airbag deployed. Oh, before we start talking about this television program, I've got 2 emails I want to read from listeners who I believe have pretty much summed up everything that I have to say about this company at least. And this is, we mentioned this viewer or listener is referencing Matt Hardy defending the state of the business. So I'm saying I'm not starting another thing with Matt. They've been thankfully very quiet. But he references what Matt has been saying lately. Hi, it's Eric from nowhere. He doesn't mention. Hi, Jim. I'm a huge fan of your show and wanted to offer my comments about Matt Hardy defending the state of the business lately. Let me first say that I'm 33 years old and became a fan during the Attitude Era. But unlike any other fandom I can think of, instead of going forward and enjoying the product as it has developed further, I have instead gone backwards to eras before my time. When I see what has been on TV the last couple of years, I don't see the appeal whatsoever and believe this is why the product is becoming more and more niche. What characters are there to care about? Where's the believability or consistency? How can I, as a viewer, suspend my disbelief? The biggest things that have occurred in wrestling in the past dozen years or so are the returns of The Rock and Brock Lesnar to the WWE. There aren't new stars anyone cares about. The numbers reflect that. I wish people like Matt Hardy would respectfully shut the fuck up. Because although I respect the years he has put into the business, it's clear that if the trajectory remains the same, the product will eventually disappear. You can only make so many documentaries about Stone Cold Steve Austin and have Sting appear in new fledgling promotions for so long. And one more and even a quicker one from Matt. While watching while watching AEW Blood and Guts, my 6-year-old daughter walked in. She started to get pretty worked up about the match. While maybe not appropriate for a kid to watch this, I couldn't help but enjoy seeing an honest reaction by someone that thought it was a real fight. Then when MJF pushed Jericho off the top of the cage, she said, "At least he fell on those soft boxes." Do we wonder why we're in the position we're in when nobody gives a shit anymore about their product and about what it looks like? And I was like you on the Pillman documentary until the finish took it down for you. I was going to like the War Games match until they had to fucking put a hat on a hat. Except for the potatoes that they were throwing out and the fact that those guys have not had a lot of experience working in a crowded cage like that, and I was afraid somebody's going to get their leg broken, the wild bumps they were taking and everything. They worked their asses off, and most everybody did a good job, and as soon as Chris Jericho got in, it went to hell in a handbasket, because then they started doing entertainment and bullshit. That was the last match, so we'll get there in a minute, but that's why, poof! Why is the more they build up to a big show, the bigger the poof at the end. The exploding ring went poof. The airbag went poof. And I understand the live fans were pissed because they didn't know until they got there to Daly's place that the first hour of the program was going to be on tape, because they couldn't hang the cage over the ring for the Blood and Guts for the War Games, because they have no ceiling in which they can support that kind of weight over an outdoor amphitheater. So instead, they taped the first hour of the program and then did 2 live interviews and did the match in front of the people that bought tickets. And in some cases, airplane tickets to fly there and see that. And they got to watch. It was like going to a fucking high-priced drive-in movie. Even their fans were pissed over this, and rightfully so, right? I can understand if you can't hang a cage in thin air. But nobody realized that to be able to tell the people who had bought tickets to see this live television program and all these matches, they were going to watch an hour of television and then see one match live. What the fuck was that all about?
That's a bait and switch. That's what that is. Again, it was early. It was before the Blood and Guts match, but I had heard that a few fans requested refunds. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, if it's 5 fans and it's before anything starts, they're just reacting to the idea they're going to be watching wrestling on a big screen and reacting to it. I think it's okay if you announce that's what you're doing in advance. It's bullshit if people show up there expecting to see these matches and they're watching a giant monitor.
That, I mean, even in the Attitude Era, we used to get, because we had fucking thousands of people in NBA arenas, so that was magnified on a bigger scale by just even a same percentage of people that might be upset. It's more people. When they went to so many backstage segments where they would be doing bullshit entertainment on the screen for 10 minutes in the arena, and the people that came and left their homes, paid for parking, bought tickets, got the fucking $8 hot dog, and they're sitting in an arena watching television. The people never like that. But, I saw a lot of Twitter response about it. But anyway, that's what happens when you shoehorn yourself into a situation where you have to have this match. Well, they were going to have it in Newark at the Prudential Center last year. They could have flown the cage and done it professionally and had the matches in front of everybody. But now they have no restraint. They've had to have this match. They've had to book this match. So now they're going to have it however they have it. Anyway, we got to Blood and Guts, the Pinnacle and the Dinner Circle, the big showdown between these two teams that have never faced each other before, and one group didn't exist 5 weeks ago. And we now have the ultimate showdown. And I realized this is why I figured when you can't predict AEW. Has it ever happened that the heel team won War Games? I'm thinking.
They won in 91.
Okay, I wasn't around then.
Horseman versus Sting, Steiners, and Pillman.
That's right. They beat poor Pillman when Sid powerbombed him on his head. And remember Sid took Brian up for the powerbomb, but he was so stupid he didn't realize there was a roof on the cage, and Brian's feet hit and stopped his upward trajectory, and Sid just dropped him right on his head.
Hence the roof of this Blood and Guts cage was far away from where Sid Vicious could powerbomb someone.
Yeah, well, and that was an improvement, because that same thing that happened to JJ in the very first War Games in 87 in Atlanta. The finish was going to be the Road Warriors giving the Doomsday Device to JJ off the top, but the cage roof was so low that Hawk came off at a different trajectory to try to get the clothesline in, and Animal couldn't get him turned right, and JJ went down sideways on his shoulder, separated the shoulder bad, had to get flown back to Charlotte, had immediate surgery on it. So anyway, at least they raised the roof. They raised the roof, just not with the people on this one.
I will say, I thought the look was great. I thought the cage looked really good. I'm glad they had a roof on it.
Yeah.
I like the height of it. I thought in terms of the appearance, it looked really good. They got it right.
They got a bunch right here. They got a few segments right until it all went south. The cage looked great, as you said. They explained the rules. They were doing the legitimate rules. There's no way the match can end until everybody's in, and then it's submission or surrender, no pinfalls. Dax and Sammy Guevara starting was perfect, because Dax is Arn Anderson, and that was Arn's spot to start. The best workers start, and this was a prime example of that. And they opened up at 100 miles an hour with wrestling spots and then fighting, but they kept the pace up, and Dax was bumping like crazy. And then Sammy runs Dax into the cage for his color. And thank God they had blood in a cage match. As I've mentioned, it's the low-fat Twinkie rule. If you can't eat the fat, don't eat the Twinkie. If you can't have blood, don't have a cage match. I see people say, oh, they shouldn't have blood in this day and age. What the fuck? This is not a bank-addicted drug robber in some fucking outlaw garbage show in New Jersey in somebody's backyard slicing up some other fucking moron. These guys, they can easily fucking test, and these guys, they can easily, they've got medical reports on these guys. And I don't think either one of these guys are out there doing garbage matches in fucking, combat zone wrestling or some shit like that. So, no, I'd a whole lot rather get juice than almost anything these guys do. Because everything else they do is so fucking dangerous these days, you could actually hurt yourself. With a fucking blade, you're in charge of your own destiny, and all it is fucking blood. Anyway, Dax got the color. Good first 5 minutes. And then Spears was next in. He brought a chair in. I knew they were going to, I thought if they keep one chair, okay. Then there was another chair in there, and finally they couldn't control themselves, but it wasn't really bad for a while. But they bring a chair in, so now they've got a hat on a hat, the weapons in a cage. Sammy fought against both of them, but they took over. They whacked him with a good chair shot. He took 3 hours to get his color, and he didn't get much. It was a pap smear, but still, he tried. None of these guys are experienced with getting color because nobody ever does it anymore. Ortiz came in and made a big comeback, and they were following the War Games format very well. When the odds are even, the baby faces are up. When the heel has the advantage, the baby face is down. When the fucking next baby face comes in, all the heels feed him, they make a big comeback. That way you keep it going. Ortiz brought another chair in, but they had a big brawl. They tried to get a little fancy. I think Ortiz was going to shoot Dax off, and Sammy was going to do a springboard, but Sammy fell off the top on the springboards. Dax just put the brakes on. But this is the one thing that I'm glad nobody got hurt seriously. But when the ring starts getting filled up like that, or the rings, or everybody's into one ring, and you've got the cage already, and you got weapons, and you're trying to do springboards into double teams, it's busy in there, and slow down and keep it a little bit more basic, and shit, you won't end up falling on your ass in front of somebody, in front of God and everybody on national TV. When Cash got in, he went completely fucking nuts, and he did a big comeback. And Sammy was a super ball through this whole thing. He took a great bump over the top onto the cage, or into the cage, but he almost broke Ortiz's leg when he landed on the apron because Ortiz was laying there. Like I said, the guys were working their asses off. It was reckless, but it was a good match. It wasn't like I was saying, oh, this is fucking stupid. I was concerned for their safety because they're green. Santana came in, big fucking comeback. They went to a break, and when they came back from the break, Wardlow was in. Sammy was still trying to cripple himself with all these bumps he was taking. And then Hager came in, and, he started fucking chucking people around, and they kept it moving until finally there's Hager and Wardlow face to face, and the people are up, and everybody else is down, and there's the big guys. Do you see why, Brian, now these two guys, the people want to see them in their minds fight more than they actually want to see it when the fight happens?
Yeah.
And I'm giving the blame on a lot of this to Hager, because Wardlow's newer and he's greener. But Hager's awkward with a lot of people. But this was an awkward exchange where nobody just knows how to fucking draw back and throw punches. They're trying forearms. Then they're struggling against the cage. There was no bumps. And then other people got involved. But it wasn't the clash of the Titans.
Hey, what did you think of the outfits? The Inner Circle all came out with these prison uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
I dug the fact that Santana and Ortiz had the makeup on. I thought they looked pretty cool, but I don't know if it was just Jericho or the idea in general. I wasn't crazy about the prison uniforms.
Well, I didn't mind it. They all looked kind of like Nails really looked when he got sent to jail. But also somebody tweeted me a picture that Jericho on the back had Stony Mountain Penitentiary. Is he trying to give you a knock? I said, well, fuck. I said, if he was going to do that, the Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary isn't that far from Knoxville. He could have been real instead of fake. But then somebody actually Googled this, and there is a Stony Mountain Penitentiary in Winnipeg or in Manitoba somewhere. And I didn't know they had mountains in Winnipeg, Manitoba. I didn't know they had prisons in Canada. Thought everybody was too polite for that. But apparently that was real. I could take it or leave it. I don't know. we were almost, I'm thinking they've almost got this, but God, there's a disturbing amount of time left in the show at this point, because I said, here's one of the most important things about the War Games. Once everybody gets in, your clock is ticking. You can wear out your welcome easily if you don't keep it moving and get to the point once all 10 guys are in. I wish they'd have called to ask me that before they had this match, because they found out the hard way. MJF got in and proceeded to go get heat on everybody with all the other heels helping him, and taunted Jericho, who wasn't in yet. And Cash, somehow, how did Cash get busted open? That was during a break or something. He was covered in blood.
I don't know, but, and I've always said it, Dak's one of the best workers in the whole business. Cash may be the most underrated guy in the whole business. Everything he does looks good. There's an intensity. He knows how to get color. I've become a bigger and bigger fan of Cash in the last year or so.
Exactly. There was so much of it. I'm not sure whether that was one of the guys that might have been unintentional. But I didn't see how it happened. But anyway, all this built up to all we need is one more guy in, and then we're gold, right? Here comes Chris Jericho. And I swear to God, at that point, I knew we were in trouble. When's the last time you saw the last babyface come in the War Games and both teams separate, everything comes to a halt, and they all stand in separate rings? I can answer that.
Yeah, I don't remember that spot ever.
That never happened. And everything came to a halt, and then they do a charge and a schmoz, but fuck. They're in two different rings. When they charged and met each other in the middle, they either had to lean over the ropes or climb through to get, and it looked like a fucking clusterfuck. It wasn't a big meeting of boom, boom, boom. It was, we got to get through all these ropes. And then Jericho pulls out a baseball bat that he brought in his jumpsuit. And he hit several people with it and then lost it and dropped it. And now it's gotten preposterous. If you're in that situation in a cage with 5 guys on the other side that want to kill you and you've got a baseball bat in your hands, what's the chances that this match is going to go on too much longer? Fuck. And then they went to a break. And when they came back from the break, they had pulled up the canvas and the padding on one of the rings, and they're giving pile drivers on the wood. There's a baseball bat still floating around. There's chairs in the ring. Jericho is using the baseball bat to choke people.
It seemed to me that Jericho, not even talking about the bump at the end, that Jericho was, I don't want to say putting in the least effort, but he didn't bring anywhere near the intensity everyone else brought to this match.
He looked blown up, except he hadn't been in there long enough to be blown up. At one point, he was just walking around asking Aubrey Edwards shit on the floor. He didn't do any of his stuff, but that's, I don't know, maybe he was hurt, maybe he's got COVID. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but the point is, what kind of idiot in a fucking gang war uses a baseball bat to choke somebody? That's why you don't need the bat, because it's preposterous. So Guevara did the Shane O'Mac coast-to-coast drop kick on the chair on Cash or Dax, one or the other. But the point it had completely, at the point where they could have had him and needed to be going home, now that it's degenerated into an indie garbage weapons match. And as soon as Jericho got in, that's when the fucking momentum changed. They stopped everything. Then they started it up again. Then all the weapons and taking the ring apart. There's so many chairs and bats and batons and loose ropes and torn up padding, and it's going on forever. They've lost the fucking plot. And then they go to another break. And I said, we're still 12 minutes left in the show when they're overdue to go to this finish. And there's a reason that the War Games always ended not long after all 10 guys get in. And so after the break, I actually had to go back and watch the picture-in-picture to understand during the break, when nobody's watching, I've got an 82-inch fucking television. I don't watch that picture-in-picture because it's too small. Tully knocked the referee out on the floor, got the key, and unlocked the door. And MJF got out. And of course, what's the thing you do when you get out of a cage? You climb to the top of it out of sheer fear. And Jericho is following him all during the break. So when we come back from the break, MJF is on top of the fucking cage. Jericho is getting there. They put another hat on a hat. And the entire match down below ceases to exist or even be shot on camera while Jericho gets the walls of Jericho on MJF. And MJF is milking the tap, right? But then Jericho on camera, he couldn't even use his right hand that was behind him and off camera. He had to use the one facing the hard camera. And by the way, thanks to AEW Botches on Twitter, at AEW Botches, for playing the slow-mo of this in one of their GIFs so that we could see it well, but I caught it anyway. Jericho's got the fucking crab on MJF, and he reaches down and gives him the Iggy on his thigh for MJF to ball shot him. And MJF ball shots him. And then MJF gets the armbar, the Fujiwara armbar, the salt of the earth, and Jericho pulls his blade off his wrist and keeps it. He didn't need it for another 3 minutes. MJF is working on the arm.
I noticed that too.
So now the camera's on MJF and Jericho forever. The rest of the match has ceased to exist. They're up there, and Jericho is teasing tapping by waving the hand that he's holding the blade in his thumb and forefinger. And then MJF puts his fucking ring on and punches Jericho, and Jericho goes down and gets his color. And everything stops again. And then Tony Schiavone gets to call MJF a piece of shit. He only said it once. He said crap later on. So apparently they have a quota on the number of times that their formerly professional announce crew, now a bunch of juvenile delinquents, can say shit on TV. So everything came to a halt. MJF teases pushing Jericho off the edge of the cage unless they surrender. Jericho stands there staggering, but still on his feet, in the perfect position to be pushed off, while the teammates ponder this conundrum that they've got in front of them. If somebody was going to threaten, yelling, saying, I'm going to push him off this thing, if you were him, the guy about to get pushed off, wouldn't you just drop down on your belly and grab a hold of that thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, I'm going to push him. No, don't. I'm going to push him. No, don't. I'm going to push him. No, don't. Finally, Sammy says, fuck it, we give up. And then the camera gets a close-up of Jericho talking to MJF saying, turn around and milk it. And basically turned around and milked it, and then he gave Jericho a gentle push, and Jericho did the Nesty Plunge trust fall off the top of the cage onto what the announcers have already said is a concrete stage that is far, far underneath him, and Jericho hits that concrete stage, and it goes poof, poof. It went poof. It was an airbag under fake pieces of metal made out of cardboard that were not only obvious, but flapping in the breeze. And it just went poof. And they didn't even pick up on the fact that everybody went, when he was coming down, everybody was going, oh. They replayed it from different angles and made it even more obvious. The cardboard metal plates flapping in the breeze that had no weight to them. The airbag that you could see underneath him. That Jericho with one eye open talking to people that were checking on his safety. Then they replayed it another time. Then they came back to more Chris Jericho with one eye open, talking to people concerned with his. Nobody was concerned about his safety because everybody could see he just landed on a fucking airbag. And I swear to fucking God, if I'm lying, I'm flying. My feet have not left the ground. there were people on Twitter excusing that by saying, well, what did you expect him to take a bump on the concrete? No, we don't expect him to take a bump at all unless they can make it look right. When's the last time fucking Stallone or Schwarzenegger or The Rock knocked a goddamn terrorist off the building or threw somebody off the fucking roof and they landed on an airbag on screen? If they're making movies here, then there's no excuse for it. If they're doing professional wrestling, there's no excuse for it. Because either in whatever art form they believe that they're plying their trade, it was bad either way. You don't see the fucking villain in the climactic scene of an action-adventure movie land on the fucking airbag. And you shouldn't see it in wrestling. So if you can't do a bump right or make a bump look good, don't do the fucking bump. But, and to the credit of some of the AEW fans, many people were, obviously, like with the exploding ring, bullshit over this, as Vince McMahon would say. They're bullshit. But a lot of them are going, well, he couldn't land on the stage. Then don't fucking take off if you can't make the landing, Einstein. Was this one of the more embarrassing things you've seen?
I didn't go as crazy as other people have because I didn't expect much. Once they got up there and it became apparent they were going to throw him off, I figured what it was going to be. Now, I will say I've seen a lot of people go off Titantrons and stages and cages and everything else. This one did look more phony than almost all of them. It didn't help that when the camera showing Jericho laying there on top of the fake metal, pretending he's dead, you could see him talking to the referees around him and opening one eye and like trying to see what's going on. I mean, that didn't need to be on camera.
They had the worst camera shots all night of anybody, people blading, people holding blades, people talking to each other, people with one eye open, gripping their pillow tight in their crash pad. Everybody that saw that's not an AEW lunatic mark that just believes they can do no wrong, laughed. And that is not I don't think that's the goddamn reaction that they should have been going for when there was 9 other guys in there cutting their heads, bashing each other's brains out, hitting each other with chairs and objects, bumping off that fucking metal cage that's real metal, working their ass off, right, wrong, or indifferent, to get to a point where the big star comes in and takes his big bump that I'm sure was his big idea, and it's fucking phony and embarrassing, and people are laughing. He just shit all over those guys and everything they did. And that's ridiculous. He even took the fall like it was a goddamn a trust fall. Okay, I'm going to freeze just like this. He's landing on a fucking airbag to begin with, and he's still fucking I'm just going to fall straight back and keep my arms in. The fuck, you can see Vince McMahon at 75 years old doing that as a run through and popping up and smiling. I don't understand how the fuck they think that this is going to go anywhere with this thing. If every time they build a big match or a big moment or a big whatever, it's a popcorn fart. Exploding ring poof, airbag poof. This is not the first airbag they've used, but this really looked bad. Who was it? Moxley and Twinkle Toes had some kind of airbag deal they did a while back, and that looked equally stupid. But every time they advertise something major, the last thought that most people have of it is, what the fuck was that? Are they serious? So I don't see why who could not be offended. I know you say you saw it coming, so you just rolled your eyes, but who could not be offended by that as the finish of a major blood and guts match and a guy falls onto a crash pad? The end.
I think plenty of people saw it and weren't offended. They may have been laughing at it, but that's different than being offended by it.
Okay, well, I'm offended. They laugh. I'm offended much in the same way as if I was let's say Steven Spielberg, and I saw some amateur fucking director do a rotten movie where you see the fucking guy fall on the fucking crash pad in the movie. I would be offended as a director. Moviegoers may just laugh and say, well, that was funny, but I would be offended as a professional director.
You know, I liked the match for the most part. I didn't like the weapons, the chair. The bat was especially problematic to me. It was unnecessary. I liked it. And then when Jericho came in, like you said, noticeable change in pace. Yep. I felt like every time they showed him on camera, he was just walking around, not doing anything. But then when they got to the top of the cage, I really didn't like that, because why do you need that? You're in War Games. You don't have to go on top of the cage. It's not unique. We've seen plenty of people climb to the top of a big cage and take a fall. It's happened way too often in wrestling.
If Chris wanted to be a man, why did he take that fucking hip toss off like Cactus did and just go through the fucking desk?
But I hated the actual finish beyond the actual crash landing. I hated the idea that MJF's threatening to throw Chris and Sammy's begging him for 30 seconds. And then that's it. The referee calls it. I hated the finish itself beyond the noticeably fake landing.
Well, and see, there's the problem they booked themselves into. How do the heels win the ultimate blow-off match and there are no rules? They can't cheat because there's no rules. So you have to get creative, which everybody involved in this fucking venture has they don't have a hard time being creative. They just have a hard time with good shit. They're creative out their ass constantly. And it smells like it came out of their ass too. But now then the problem becomes, okay, at first we were saying, well, how the fuck they're going to beat the heels in their first match together? Because the heels never win War Games. It's the ultimate blow-off match. Okay, they solved that problem. They swerved us there. The heels won the War Games. Now how are the babyfaces going to get even? What's a more ultimate blow-off match than the War Games? How's now they've got to figure out, well, what the fuck do we do? Is it napalm or a live hand grenade and we pull the pin and, stick it in each other's fucking tights? I don't fucking know. But this is the goddamnedest program I've ever seen. We suddenly have a network TV War Games main event between the former top heel team and a new top heel team that wasn't a group 5 weeks ago, and the first match that they ever have all in together with each other is a War Games match, and the heels win that. So it's anybody's guess where this is going to end up, and I guess that's what they're going for. They don't want anybody to be able to guess where it's going to end up. It's just that little pesky thing about any of this shit making sense that provides the fly in their ointment. That's any closing thoughts on blood and guts?
I wasn't as offended or bothered by the finish, but I didn't like the finish for the reasons I said before, and of course the ridiculous fake crash landing. Lots of blades. I don't know if I've ever noticed as many live when watching a match before I rewound it and watched again.
Well, see, and that's another thing. When you've got magicians that have only done the make a quarter disappear trick twice in their life, they're not as good as making that quarter disappear as the ones that have been doing it for 30 years.
Beyond that, overall, I thought AEW did a good job with War Games. If you could overlook the finish.
Yeah. That's what's it. The first 9 guys, I was with them. It wasn't until Jericho got in and the whole tenor and tone of the match and pace of the match and everything changed and they started doing the entertainment gaga portion instead of the slobber knocker that they were having. I would have, all they had to do was once Jericho got in, do another 4 or 5 fucking minutes. Leave part of the ring intact and fucking do a goddamn finish. But instead, they go another 15 or whatever and do that stupid shit off the roof and expose their crash pad. I haven't even given any thought whatsoever to how the heels might have won, but won seems to think that because Tully had already interfered and gotten the key from the referee, and Tully was a wild card, crazy thought, could not the manager have done something that fucked one of the baby faces so that the heels could go over in the middle of the ring? Just me. And the guy wouldn't be able to surrender, but if he was passed out, then that would be the same thing. The referee could fucking call it. And then somebody's going to say, oh, no, wait. If it's an I quit match, the unconscious guy can't lose because he's knocked out and he can't say I quit. Fuck you. Live in the real world. Don't tell me made up wrestling rules from the past 5 years that have never been in effect before. But I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. They almost had it. The rest of the show mostly was dreck, but they really did a good job with that one until they changed the tone of the whole thing at the end. And then had to insist on telling everybody how phony they are at the last thing that you see on the way out. They got a pay-per-view in 3 weeks?
I think so, the end of the month, yeah.
Maybe we will get to see Pockets versus Moxley.
No, Omega.
Or Omega, not Pockets and Omega.
I hope so. I can only imagine the constipated faces he's going to make when, incredulously, this man puts his hands in his pockets. We've never seen them interact in the ring before.
Oh, I just can't wait because of the one-liners they're going to give me without me even trying. But obviously, they're going to go for Olivier and Pac, but they're trying to get some kind of hoo-ha on TV, and they think that Pockets draws TV ratings. So that'll be next week, and they'll fuck him off some kind of way. But I don't... is anybody clamoring, besides the fact that it might be a good match to some people, is anybody clamoring to see Pac against Kenny Olivier because of the fact that Pac is almost never there and he almost never wins a single match, and they ain't switching the belt to Pac? It's just a pay-per-view throwaway match, and why would you throw away matches on pay-per-view?
I don't think there's a single match AEW fans are really clamoring for Kenny Omega to have right now. He's not really... No, because he's already had, even if you're a big AEW fan, he's had the feud with Moxley. You've seen that match several times. Cody's a non-entity. Who else? Everything else is about a faction or a tag team, it seems. Realistically, take Omega out of the equation because your hatred for him. Who else is there that's been put in that title picture that you'd really want to see Omega in there with? Miro, Brian Cage? I'm just trying to think who's been in the singles. Darby Allin? Who?
So for the first time in history, they actually have booked themselves into a position that no other wrestling promotion ever in the world has been in, where they have a world champion and have absolutely nobody for him to wrestle that people give a shit about, that he has not already done. Interesting. You want to get to the main event that really didn't have any heat except with the boys in the locker room and anybody that cares about the wrestling business?
What a spectacle this is. And we've pointed out over the last several years about Chris Jericho, the way these feuds have gone, where things that should finish the feud happen in the middle of the feud, gimmick matches that make no sense happen. Jericho always comes out on top for no good reason. And this was kind of like the greatest hits of the worst of Chris Jericho all in one match.
It only took 15 minutes, but this was 15 of the most embarrassing minutes that pro wrestling has ever seen. Because, like you said, they got everything in this one. The match is called Barbed Wire Everywhere. And they had barbed wire around the ring, and they had barbed wire tables in the ring, and tables with barbed wire outside on the floor, and the microphone, the public address microphone was wrapped in barbed wire. And Jericho comes out with a barbed wire baseball bat. And they're barbed wire chairs. And what this proved basically was you got Eddie Kingston and Chris Jericho with all those implements, and it takes 10 minutes to hurt anybody. They're both a bunch of pussies. What the fuck? And this also, by the way, no DQ, lazy booking, no time limit, blah, blah, blah. And because it's Shark Week, Jericho's minions are going to be hung in a shark cage over the ring. So they're stealing another old wrestling stipulation that actually drew big money when it was done right. So they put Hager and Garcia and Daddy Mac Daddy and Cool Hand Luke in the cage and raise them over the ring. And the first thing I'm thinking is, where's Sammy Guevara? And the announcer said, well, we haven't seen him since he got knocked off the top of the thing or whatever. Well, that's a reason why we'll probably see him in a few minutes. So Ruby Soho, Kingston's lifelong friend and soulmate, has not only the key, but the lifting mechanism to lift the shark cage up and down. So Kingston can get his revenge for her while she keeps the other people at bay. Jericho comes out with that Painmaker thing. It was cute in Japan, I guess. God almighty. And immediately they start. Kingston hits Jericho with the barbed wire microphone. Jericho goes down, goes to his wrist, and guys, I'm not lying. Go watch the video. It's not like the Zapruder film. You don't have to analyze this. It's on high definition television. Jericho goes down, pulls his blade from his wrist, and starts gigging on camera. So the director, realizing this, cuts to a different camera shot so you can see it better. I had a person who shall remain nameless who's been involved in the professional wrestling industry for a number of years contact me and say nobody knows how to fucking blade anymore and Jericho's embarrassing. And I have to agree with that.
I can't believe Vince got in touch with you to say that.
Well, he was mulling over his retirement. So now Jericho's bleeding, and Kingston gets more barbed wire. They go to the floor, and the ring bell was wrapped in barbed wire. Jericho hit Kingston with it. And here came the sign in fluorescent green, Outlaw Mud Show. And boy, it was. And I'm going to reference an article that our friends at PW Insider did in a minute, but let me finish recapping. So Jericho gave Kingston a Hurricane Rana off the top buckle into a barbed wire board as a break spot. And they go to the break. When they come back, it's a sloppy, phony-looking fight. And Kingston's back is all cut up from this ridiculousness. And they're on the apron, and they're teasing, taking a bump off the ring onto a barbed wire table. And then Kingston vertical suplexes Jericho off the apron, and both go through the barbed wire. And I wrote, this is so embarrassing. Jericho used to be a star. Then here comes Ty Conti to ringside. And old TC gets on Ruby Soho. And then here comes old Anna Jay, who, as we will recall, was friends with old Ty until a couple weeks ago when they turned on each other, had some issue. And then Anna Jay turns back on Ruby Soho and joins up with Ty Conti again. So a lot of these people are very fickle. And so they beat up Ruby Soho. They lower the shark cage with the heels in it.
What? You're forgetting a big part.
Well, they've got the key, too.
By this point, the fans are groaning.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's abominable. This is rotten. And the people are just grumbling, as you mentioned, and groaning while all this is transpiring in front of them. But the best part that really, now they started to giggle. At least they entertained the fans with this, because Ty Conti got the key and couldn't unlock the padlock on the shark cage to let the heels out. And she's fiddling and she's fiddling and she's fiddling. And finally, Brian, I know you know because you saw it, but I will surprise the fans listening with the method in which the heels got out of the shark cage. You want to tell them or you want me to tell them?
Oh, please, you tell them.
I'll tell them. They just turned sideways and walked through the bars. I'm not making this up. They locked the heels in a cage so they couldn't interfere in the match. And when the girl was too stupid to turn the key in the padlock and open the door, they just turned sideways and walked through the bars. So now they all got in the ring and got fake, bad-looking heat on Kingston. But then here came all the baby faces, and you couldn't even tell which. Just now it's 10 or 12 guys fighting at ringside. But they got in that big brawl, 10 guys, and then, well, you know what they did, Brian. They fought off. They just fought off. 10 or 12 people are having a fucking wild hayrube all around the ring, and suddenly they've disappeared so that Kingston and Jericho can take more bumps into barbed wire. And everybody else disappears. Then Kingston comes at Jericho with a chair wrapped in barbed wire, swings it like Paul Bunyan. Jericho jumps up and gives Kingston a code breaker. And Kingston's chair comes down on Jericho's face and he breaks his own nose. Then Jericho gets the chair.
Just clarify, you're not using hyperbole. He broke his own nose.
No, he broke his own nose. His nose is broken. And he's the one that did it. His move to Kingston propelled the barbed wire wrapped chair into his own face. And we're not done yet. Because now Jericho gets the chair and hits Kingston with the two fakest, lightest, most obviously worked chair shots in history. Remember when Hulk Hogan did the worst chair shot ever in WCW in 1997? This was worse. And then Kingston comes back from being hit with a barbed wire chair, but not hard, and hits his back fist and gets a 2 count. And then he wraps Jericho up in barbed wire and gets him in a stretch plum. But now here comes Sammy Guevara. And he just jumps in the ring, gets on Kingston. And they're starting to get heat on Kingston again. And there's poor referee Donald Stevens, completely powerless to do anything about this. By the way, did you hear that Aubrey Edwards changed her name to Donald Stevens?
Well, that's the name that people are alleging she uses online to have people have content taken down. She's using a fake name, an alias.
Yes, with addresses tied to the AEW offices. And apparently she's All Elite, though, because one of the signs also was Don Stevens is All Elite. So then Jericho hits a Judas elbow with barbed wire wrapped around his elbow. And again, that's where my DVR froze. Because they were so drastically low on time, they weren't trying to run over again. They're just always low on time because they can't manage their time. So I had to watch the clip of the finish on Twitter, and I can't describe to you what they were trying to do, because they were going to do a thing where it was Sammy and Jericho were going to hold Kingston, but Kingston was going to do some kind of duck, and their shit was going to backfire. But by the time they botched it once, and then Eddie kind of halfway turned around and shoved somebody, it ended up looking like that Sammy just hauled off and punched Jericho in the face while he was looking at him for no reason. And then Jericho beat Eddie Kingston, because there's not going to be anybody that's ever actually going to get over in a program with Jericho. But then Kingston responded by throwing Jericho into a netting or webbing of barbed wire where he could lay there and sell in a spastic fashion. And then they went off the air. Was this... I think because of the timing, this wasn't the worst match ever on AEW. Imagine how much territory that takes in. But because of the timing and what they're doing to themselves, the self-inflicted wounds to their own feet, this could have been the worst thing they ever did. It was embarrassing. It was phony looking, obviously outlaw. Wrong guy won. All the gimmicks misfired, didn't work, wouldn't open, whatever the case. Guy broke his own nose. What the fuck else could they have done in one segment to fuck anything else up?
The run that Chris Jericho's on is especially bad. He's had so many bad moments in AEW, so many of the most embarrassing matches and moments he's been right in the middle of, and they've come from his head. But especially lately, Tony has just been letting him run unleashed. And this unleashed Chris Jericho is unwatchable. This was embarrassing. This was bad. It was sloppy, embarrassing sloppy, not just regular sloppy. Eddie Kingston has not come out of this feud looking... The feud's not even done. They're not even done with the feud. Come out of the feud. They're still in the middle of this.
Remember when Kingston could have been the hottest thing in wrestling if they'd have just capitalized on that one article? Speaking of articles, hey, I'm going to close up with this because we've been here for a while and we've still got to get to the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. So I'm going to close up on this sad chapter in American history with this. Dave Shearer at pwinsider.com just a couple of days ago, if anybody wants to check it out, find it, wrote an article about AEW and this barbed wire bullshit. And Dave doesn't like blood at all in wrestling. And he said, now with what we know about bloodborne diseases, we shouldn't do it at all. I disagree with him there because you need blood in wrestling because it's violence and it's combat. And if it's done right and you can't see through it, then blood is absolutely necessary in certain occasions, but only when people know what they're doing and it's a main match with money-drawing talent, then it means something. Elsewise, it's just this indie mark bullshit where they get a kick. Oh, look, like Britt Baker wanted to get juice on TV, so Uncle Dave would give her stars or fucking planets or moons or whatever. But Dave wrote in this article, it's so unnecessary not only to not run fans off who don't want to see this outlaw deathmatch garbage bullshit, but it's the stupidest thing they could be doing right now with this timing. The WWE is in more business trouble than they've been in the past 25 years. They're getting bad publicity. The leader has stepped down. There's probably turmoil, on the inside as to who's going to be running what, but they're more vulnerable now than they have ever been before. And in 2 years or less, these TV rights fees and deals, which has now replaced selling tickets as the biggest revenue stream for a wrestling promotion, WWE is going to be renegotiating all that shit, and it's supposed to take them even further up the financial ladder. But do the networks want to pay that much money out? Or would the networks be looking around for another wrestling promotion that might at least be able to come into the conversation so there's some negotiating on both sides going on? Well, hey, if you don't want to take our offer, then we're going to go over here and talk to this other wrestling promotion that has a bunch of your names, and it's got between a half and a third of your audience, and that's before we bring it onto our network and do our promotion. It would be a tactic to negotiate that the TV networks could use. Tony Khan could be involved in those conversations, except for the fact that they're so outlaw garbage wrestling minded to appeal to the small subsection of marks that enjoy that kind of thing and don't give a shit about a professional product and don't give a shit about credible stars and don't give a shit about talented people. They just want to see chaos, blood, and train wrecks. That not only is a limited number that has not grown in 3 years, Tony. No matter who you add, something's happened to keep them not coming back for more when you add them. But here, that's the thing is, advertisers and television networks do not want television programs where people are blatantly slicing themselves open with razor blades. And the advertisers, especially, do not want customers that want to watch people do that. They don't want those kind of people. So all somebody has to do from the WWE, if any TV network or broadcasting facility was going to use AEW as an example, well, hey, we could go with these guys. Well, sure, look what they'd show on your television station and show them obvious cutting with razor blades and people rolling around in barbed wire and women bleeding and everybody saying, Moxley, go fuck yourself. And whatever the fuck, everybody's saying shit. It's a clown show. It's amateur. It's unprofessional. And that would sabotage any effort that Tony would make to go anywhere else besides the company that he had the in with through his position with the Jaguars. And that guy has already left TBS. And it's a whole nother hierarchy now with that merger. So why do this? Do you think any AEW fan is going to say, God damn it, that's it. Where's my hat? Give me my hat, Gomer. I'm throwing my hat down. I'm never watching this show again because I didn't get to see a barbed wire match with a fucking 50-something-year-old goddamn midlife crisis wannabe rock star slicing himself open with a fat guy from New York that could get over by talking, but he's too fucking wrapped up in his Japanese strong-style bullshit to know what his talents are. That's a question that some programming executives might be asking. Do we want to look at this shit? Or do we want to put up with the WWE because at least they give us professionalism?
Can you imagine if Frank Sinatra decided to, like, all of a sudden do Gigi Allen's act? That's what Chris Jericho's doing here. He's trying to be something he's not.
Thank you. That's a wonderful simile. What? You would have thought a guy like that could have taught these guys something about how to be more professional and maybe appeal to a broader audience. Instead, because he's got a goddamn crisis going on of whatever, he's dyeing his hair and slicing himself with razor blades, rolling around in barbed wire with his minions locked in a cage that they could get out of if they took a deep breath and held their stomach in.
Can you imagine a panic attack you would have had if you were hoisted up in a cage that you could have just slipped right through the middle?
Fuck, that was the one good thing about the cages I was in. I couldn't get out of them. I wasn't going to fall out of the fucking thing.
Is Chris Jericho, seriously, serious question. Is Chris Jericho the most embarrassing wrestler in the business?
Currently,
the last few years.
I'm thinking it's it's pretty much a no contest at this point.
Remember what you said about Moxley? I mean, you said about Moxley, you called him the worst wrestler in the world. You have to take everything into the equation. His position on the card, how he's used. Look at Jericho. Who's more embarrassing than Chris Jericho?
Well, and that's the thing, because Jericho at one point was a star, was a great talent, was really out there performing at a high level, blah, blah, blah. Moxley, I don't think ever has. So it's even worse for Jericho because he was good. He knows how to do this shit. He was good once. But I don't know what has entered his mind that he thinks that he needs to do this just to appeal to the younger generation, when in actuality, he ought to show the younger generation the appeal of quality professional wrestlers of his generation, and why that the audience was 4 or 5 times bigger when they were all on top. And instead, bleh.
He latched on to hold on. He needed something to hold on to. And he found all these young guys. He didn't go there to bring his expertise. He went there to do every dumb thing he's ever wanted to do.
Well, I think he's pretty much accomplished that. How much more could be on his list? I think he's checked everything off. He's been pushed off high objects onto crash pads. He's gotten juice on TV several times right out in front of God and everybody. He's, all right. Closing thoughts on this match.
And the people he talks into doing this stuff with him. The problem is he talks Tony into going along with this stuff, and then he convinces all of these other guys to go along with it too. And I don't know how many of them truly realize how detrimental it is to them when Chris Jericho latches onto you. Because it's a stink you can't get rid of. It's a BO you can't get out of your car. And MJF's the only one who's successfully gotten away from him and had a fine career since then.
And they used Bonami.
There you go. Nice throwback to the Ghost and Mr. Chicken.
The horribleness and awfulness of it will never actually be forgotten. And that was AEW. Let's see what they do next week. Maybe it'll be a live fucking beheading. That'll get the networks all fired up to bid for the product. Well, that was that. And now, you know, a lot of people doubted us when we say the reason why this match was changed was because the Hardleys are jealous of FTR and they don't want to put them over and do business the right way. And they want to play with their friends and they want to bring their trampoline cowboys in so they can have their kind of matches and they can have some belts. So they gave a team that nobody believes is the best team in the company the World Tag Team title so that they couldn't be accused of not wanting to do a job. They just wouldn't do it to FTR. And then they bring another one of their buddies back so they can all play together and have the 6-man belts. And it's funny how these things work out exactly how we predict they're going to, Brian.
I actually don't think there's anyone who has the track record that this show has in terms of saying things that are going to happen in AEW before they happen and saying things behind the scenes that are going to happen before they happen.
Well, now sometimes we only say it like a year ahead of time. Like it wasn't more than a year ahead of time that you're the one that said that Cody Rhodes would be the first executive vice president that would leave because he'd have problems coexisting with the other numbskulls and have a brighter future.
Well, beyond even just Cody, we talked about general problems backstage amongst the executive vice presidents, the story that a lot of people ignored until they didn't. But we talked about it before anyone.
Well, and we mentioned that also that the Hardley boys would probably be bringing back douchebag number one. If James Brown could be brother number one, then I think that old Harpo can be douchebag number one. So the 6-man tournament begins with Andre Olio and Roosh and Dragon Lee against the Hardley boys and their mystery partner. And it was obviously not a mystery. We called it about 6 weeks ago what was going to happen. Why do people keep doubting us?
Because we say a lot of things with laughter. We say a lot of things in a joking fashion. You say things bad about wrestlers that people love, and that's, of course, a mortal sin. So because of that, when we say shit, it's, oh, what does he know? He's on the Jim Cornette show. Or what does he know? He's irrelevant. And then it's like, oh, shit, they were right again. Almost like they know what they're talking about.
Well, in this one, help me figure this one out. Now, Andre is a heel. And Dragon Lee hadn't been around till now, and Rush was here once. But the Hardley boys, they just switched babyface because, well, their feelings got hurt by their other friends not wanting to team with them. So they had to go get their original friend, who they bring out, obviously, Kenny Olivier, the greatest wrestling artist in the world. But when Olivier left last, he was a heel. And he had a heel manager, Don Fallis. And he had a heel hanger-on, Michael knock it the fuck off and get off my television. So now they've brought Kenny back to team with them now that they're baby faces against these other heels. But the thing that happened that never happened was that not only did Kenny never turn babyface, but Fallis came out with him. Even if Kenny is a babyface now by virtue of the fact that he is coming to the aid of his friends, the Cucamonga Kids, who just switched babyface because they got their feelings hurt that their other friends wouldn't team with them anymore. Why is Don Fallis necessary? He's a heel manager to a heel champion. Remember what they were trying to go for was the modern day version of Bockwinkel and Heenan, although boy,
oh yeah.
Talk
really.
About when you order something from Neiman Marcus versus from fucking Great Value or whatever. But now Don Fallis comes back and the babyface partner of the new babyfaces has a heel manager that nobody likes and has never tried to be a nice guy. So why did the heel manager have to come back with does this make sense?
None of the heel babyface stuff here makes any sense. Here's a bigger question. How many weeks ago were the Bucks turned on? Was it 2 weeks ago?
2, 3, whatever.
Have we seen Adam Cole and those guys since then? Have they done a promo following up on it? Have we heard a peep about any of that?
I don't think so. Well, let's just talk about this match because that won't take long, and then we'll get to the aftermath of the whole thing. Andre Rush and Dragon Lee, Hardly Boys, and Kenny Olivier. So 30 seconds in, they're the Flying Wallendas. And Rick Knox is the referee, so no rules are going to be, held to, and they're going to do anything they want. They're in and out. Why was Twinkle Toes wearing a superhero costume shirt with fake muscles built in? They called it a compression shirt, but it actually had, like in the old days when George Reeves was Superman, they put foam rubber in for his bigger chest, shoulders, and arms. There was goddamn built-in muscles in his shirt. Was that a regulation therapeutic shirt?
I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure if he has Sabu scars he's trying to cover up, but maybe this is part of his gimmick we never understood before. The way he moves in the ring, the way he shakes. He's a guy who's been thrown into cold water. Now he's got a wetsuit.
So at one point let
me stop you there, because
okay, go ahead.
For anyone who didn't see this, we've seen like Ric Flair wrestle with a shirt in the past. We've seen different people wrestle with shirts. But with Omega, even though it was a compression shirt, something that's supposed to be worn by athletes, it felt weird seeing him wearing, because it didn't feel like something a wrestler would wear. It almost looked like he had gear on top of gear on top of gear. It was strange. It would look like he was padding his physique there a little bit. But hey, that's better than stuffing your crotch, right? Make your chest, your arms look a little bigger. Nothing the matter with that. It's the real heats when you stuff your crotch. Did you see him try he's rusty. It's been 200 and some days since he wrestled. He tried his fireman's carry flip over thing and fell on his ass and just sat there and laughed at his boys and sold it. So he sold something. At one point, two guys tagged in at the same time in front of the referee, and then they did a triple team. And as usual with these guys' matches, it got old less than 10 minutes in because everybody's in and out, back and forth, doing moves. Nothing flows. Nothing makes sense. The referee's useless. The Andre Olio's team is sloppy as shit on their, I have to use quotation marks, basics for that. And and then finally they built up, they kept Twinkle Toes in and out where he didn't have to do too much. But they gave him a hot tag, and this comeback was just the most ridiculous, gesticulating, exaggerating thing. And he's dancing and doing the poses and the pointing. And then all three of the baby faces, quote unquote, tagged in at the same time, and the referee allowed that. And they did a prolonged 6-way where nobody could keep track of what was happening. And then everybody did dives except Twinkle Toes, but then they kept foiling his dive attempts. Maybe he didn't want to do a dive and take a chance on that. Say, well, we'll just have the heels foil it. And he, at one point, sold his knee in a very phony, overly dramatic and stagey way. And then came the big spot of the match. Since Kenny can't dive, they'll bring the dive to Kenny. And they go out on the floor and they take the security railing in front of the front row and they pull it closer to the ring by about, 2 feet. And they sit Kenny up on the railing. I don't know where his partners in crime were at this point to prevent this because all three of the heels are on him. And then Dragon Lee, the one with the mask on the other team, he does the dive. And they both go over the rail into the crowd and smack a little girl in the front row right in the fucking face. And then the camera shoots both the wrestlers laying there, but they won't widen out to shoot the girl selling and people standing up and trying to get out of the way of these goddamn uninvited dinner guests that have just dropped in to their laps. And it was almost like, let's do Cornette's spot, the spot that he calls every week when we do shit like this. We'll go too far. We'll go over the rail. We'll hit a little kid in the face. We'll get sued. Tony's out of business. And we're all on the fucking soup line. And by gum, yes, since they were in Charleston, West Virginia,
to answer everybody's question they're asking mentally, the little girl did get Stephen P. New's business card. And they had to completely ignore the fact
that's what it is.
They're standing in front of children 4 feet behind them with this fucking goofy idiot diving headfirst out of the ring over the top rope, coming 100 miles an hour, and they're in front of women and children. Thankfully, this crew wasn't on the Titanic. Elsewise, all the kids and the fucking women would have been swimming and sleeping with the fishes and the sharks.
What a stupid and unnecessary idea this spot was. And anyone watching at home, as soon as they started doing it, if anyone who listens to this show that was watching that, as soon as you saw them going for it, you said, oh my God, there's a kid right behind the dead center. I hope they don't do something near the kid. And what do you know? They wiped the kid out.
Whap! Down to the ground. Down goes the kid. More goofy bumps in this match. And then after all this chaotic stuff that they've done and all these wild moves, they're not smart enough. They don't know how to build up to an exciting finish. So when they finish doing all the moves that they can do, then old Kenny hits 2 of those Canterbury knee lifts, the little skippy thing, the V trigger from his video game, and then barely gets the guy up for the one-winged fairy, 1, 2, 3, and the flattest finish. After they do all that stuff, instead of building up to a slam bang finish, as Tootsmont would say, they just grab one of the heels and beat him flat. That's it. After all that chaos. So that was the match that lost them 200,000 viewers. And then as the baby faces, allegedly, the Cucamonga Kids and Harpo get out of the ring, there's 15 seconds left on the air, and the other 2, Rush and Andre, turn on their partner and pull his mask off. Why? And why did they do it literally 7 seconds before they went off the air?
I was going to say, don't say 15 seconds. It was a lot quicker than that.
Well, that's when they started looking at him with evil intent. What was that? Who's on whose side here? And why did they either have the time to do the angle or don't do the fucking angle? And why are we doing the angle when the guy he got beat, but he didn't fucking fuck up his partners. He just got beat in a flat, unconvincing fashion. So they got to rip his mask off and turn on him. I thought one of them was the other one's brother.
Yeah, one of them is the other one's brother.
So they got the sons turning on the father, and the brother against brother. My God, it's chaos here. It's a civil war, family against family. You get a good mutter against a fodder.
They don't do angles with the wrestlers that the fans want them to do stuff with. They do angles with the wrestlers that the other wrestlers like.
Huh. Well, so that was that main event, and that's what was on television, and that's what cost them 200,000 views, but there was more in the building. What were you saying, hey?
Well, you actually just kind of led me to that in the building. I thought one of the interesting reactions, we're watching this show the whole night, Punk got a major reaction. I mean, everything he said, they were sitting on every word. They didn't what him like they did Jungle Boy. Moxley, whatever you want to say about him, big reaction from those fans. They were into him. I heard from people in the building, they said one of the biggest reactions, Claudio. They said the place went nuts for Claudio.
Yes, on that second pull apart, Claudio came out, and that's when he picked Moxley up and handled him like a small child.
I guess he wrestled for one of their other shows also while he was there, and he got a big reaction. But, the Bucks got an okay pop. Nothing special, nothing like they used to. Omega got a big pop for coming out, big surprise pop. And then what happened?
That wore off quickly.
During that match, there were the little bursts of this is awesome when things weren't really that awesome. And then dead silence. Dead silence. They were begging people to cheer for them. The Bucks would yell, come on!
Come on!
And Omega, let me hear you while I'm punching this guy.
Yeah, he got up one time and like, come on, let me hear you. I can't hear you because they're not making any noise. Part of it was the match. Again, it's West Virginia. They expect to see something that makes sense. It's Crockett Promotions territory back in the old days. It's a little more WCW. It's a little more down south. They expect this shit to actually be good and halfway violent looking instead of phony and illogical. And then the other thing is, okay, they got the pop. Kenny's back, and then Kenny doesn't go out and do any of the Kenny stuff that Kenny does that impresses everybody because he's obviously still fucked up. And, maybe he ought to take another 6 months off. I'll wait. It's fine.
Hey, and those ratings tell a story.
And they're not the hot individuals anymore.
That's right.
The hot individuals are the people that the fans have started to take to on their own, rather than the people that when the show went on the air, the fans were told these are your main event stars and you're supposed to cheer for them. Now people are deciding for themselves, and they like the people that work looks good and it makes sense. And they're not insufferable douchebags as personalities. Smarmy, smug, self-absorbed little fucking vanilla midgets. So that's why between the match not making any sense and being the same shit they always do, the heels are not necessarily a group of heels that people want to see, lynched and hung up and strung out and run over with cars and anything bad happen to. They're just there. And then old Twinkle Toes comes back to this ridiculous, over-exaggerated introduction, and they do very little of anything, and they made it last 20 to 25 minutes. So for all those reasons, people didn't give a shit.
They thought people were going to react like they react to CM Punk for Kenny returning, and they didn't. They just didn't.
I think, what thought did, don't you? As Mama Cornette used to say.
No.
He thought he farted, but he didn't. When you think like that, your pants fill up with shit.
Does anyone actually look forward to the 6-man division now? The trios division after this match? That turned off so many viewers?
I wasn't looking forward to it before this match.
This wasn't good. I mean, that's the other thing. People were trying to say, it was nice to have Kenny back. They're leaving out the part, beyond you and me talking about it, and we all know what you think of this, it was a really not good match. Really not good. And people are kind of sick of seeing a lot of the Buck stuff, but I don't know. Again, the ratings tell a story here. Jim, let's get to our next topic or question or whatever this is here. Get AEW stuff a little bit out of the way. I'm sure there may be more later, but there was a promo that several listeners requested we check out from Marina Shafir, who we've seen wrestle, and I think maybe talk in a promo package, but we've never actually seen a promo from her in what it turns out is her hometown, Albany, New York.
Well, and she may have put an end to Tony's habit lately of shining people in their hometown. No matter if you came from that town, no matter who you are, where you are on the card, you're going to get to do something because they're going to like you, which is the opposite of what Vince would do for years. I never understood that, embarrassing people in their hometown, but you don't have to take, the lighting guy. Hey, the lighting guy's from fucking Dubuque. So we're in Dubuque. Let's let the lighting guy win the belt or something. But apparently they gave Marina Shafir a live promo.
Shafir.
Whichever. And she's out there with, I guess it was after a match or something, or Nyla Rose is out there with her and Vicky Guerrero. And they turn the microphone over to Marina. And we have seen some of her matches, unfortunately. And I know she was an MMA fighter. I know she was pals with Ronda Rousey, and probably I don't remember her level of accomplishment in that world. But what we have seen of her as a professional wrestler has been abysmal. And she's the one that's married to Roderick Strong, right?
That's right.
One of the not only the best workers in the just technical in-ring workers in the business in any company, but also a guy that's been around long enough and he's been in the developmental program. He knows how to train, teach, advise. She's got to be, and I hate to say this, but she's got to be hopeless at this point. If she actually not only has been through training in a variety of places, but lives with a trainer. But we'd heard her speak in packages, as you said, but we'd never heard her live. And now we know why. Because as brutal as it has been to watch her wrestling, apparently public speaking is not one of her strong points either. And Brian, I defy you to explain to me what this promo was. It wasn't what it was going to be, obviously. There was something in there that she was going to say, that she had told somebody beforehand, or somebody had told her, or something. I can't believe they just let her go out there and just do a live promo for 2 minutes, Marina. Somebody had to have suggested some material or heard her say it and said, okay, that sounds okay or makes sense in some fashion. And then she went out there and it left her mind just blank.
Speaking of fashion, what did you think of her wearing a straw hat?
Well, yeah, somebody on Twitter remarked that she looked like Huckleberry Finn if he'd fucking forgotten his own name. She's wearing a straw hat. And she starts by saying that, and now they're heels, right? And Vicky's as heel as you can get.
And we have audio if you want to play any audio, too.
Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Well, there's no way I can describe this. Let you take it from here.
Well, if you want to stop at any point, let me know.
I'm sure I will.
I just want to let the audience know at some point she will reference you. At that point, she's pointing to the camera and the home audience watching on YouTube. Just want to be clear of that because it could be confusing, but here is after a Nyla
you think that's the only thing in this promo it's going to be confusing?
We will find out. Here's Marina Shafir.
To me.
My client, Marina Shafir, has a message just for you.
Marina Shafir gonna speak here.
The problem.
She is a problem.
Hey, real quick, let me stop. It's nice they're using Ian Riccaboni on YouTube now.
Well, yes, I thought the voices actually sounded like they knew what they were doing, but I wasn't sure. But yes, the Ring of Honor announce crew there, and also Marina's nickname is The Problem. And
did the agents did the producers backstage give her that nickname?
I'm just the jokes are writing themselves at this point. Go ahead.
Albany.
That's where we are.
My name is Marina Shafir, daughter of Disabella Shafir and Benjamin Shafir, and you welcomed us with open arms in '93 when we immigrated here from Moldova.
Oh, it's story time.
Okay, stop. Okay. You no good son of a bitches welcomed us with open arms when we came here from Moldavia. Or Moldavia.
Moldova.
I wish they mulled it over and decided might as well go to the United States. Why is she screaming it? Why is she mad that they welcomed her parents with open arms? This is the way this thing starts, and it gets worse, and you can't figure it out. She's upset. Go ahead.
In a straw hat once again, but here she is.
Hat.
Oh, me. Yes, you do. My parents created the problem. In Albany, you raised the problem. You are a part of the problem.
Everybody's blaming Albany tonight.
It's not the best.
All of you are part of the problem.
Let them have it, Marina.
No, these are ticket-buying fans. What are we trying to chase them?
You know me.
Part of the problem.
Now, I just want to stop here. I mentioned she keeps using the word you. Right now, she's still talking to the room. It's about to turn to the camera.
Yeah, she's pointing up in the stands all around. You know me. And you're a part of the problem. Because you welcomed my parents with open arms when they immigrated from Moldavia.
Moldova? And let's go back to Marina.
I'm sorry, maybe when we immigrated from Monrovia.
Is that where the Monroe brothers are from?
That's actually where they were born. Yeah, Monrovia.
All right, here's Marina Shafir.
You're part of the problem, Ian.
You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know nothing about me.
And now she's kicking the turnbuckles also. She's kicking the bottom turnbuckle over and over while screaming that while earlier, you know me, now she's screaming, you don't know me.
Losing her mind here.
And look at Vicky.
And the commentators just making fun of this whole segment as it happens.
There's nothing they can explain. They're still trying to figure it out. They're looking at their notes like, was this down here? It's like back when the Marx Brothers were on Broadway. Whoever wrote the fucking play would stand in the back on opening night. And finally, every once in a while, I just heard one of the lines I wrote.
Well, I don't know what George S. Kaufman would have thought of this, but let's go back to the end of Marina Shafir.
She loves this descent into madness, the madness in the eyes of Marina.
Understand this. Understand this. When the violins play, violence is always on the way.
Oh, boy. Violence.
And that's the end.
Understand this, if you understood nothing else I said. So when the violins play, the violence is on the way.
I'm assuming her theme song has violins. Otherwise, this makes completely no sense.
Well, we've heard so much about sax and violins on television. And I think that a saxophone or a violin is just fine to have on television. I don't know why people are upset about sax and violins on television.
Why do I hear Jim Barnett as you're doing this bit?
Because I can't do a good Rosanna Dana.
Well,
I do a better Barnett than I do a Roseanne. Never mind.
The fact that they aired this, I mean, again, it's just taped.
You can't really say that they aired it. It was on YouTube, and their numbers are not as big as ours, but still, it's not doing this poor girl any favors to when somebody, there were a couple of times in OVW when I had green talent, inexperienced rookies, whatever, people hadn't done television, that you would, for their own sake, so people didn't see them doing what she was doing, having a goddamn mental meltdown because she obviously couldn't figure out how to say what she had in her head. You don't want people to see that. They didn't have to air that. It wasn't live. But, it's not the job of the technical producers, the people who actually punch the buttons, to determine what goes on the television program. Any TV program that I've booked, been responsible for booking, that was also me. I determined what stayed and what went, if anything. I don't know what Tony's process is for it, but somebody should have said, no, we shouldn't show this. And, because people are going to be laughing at this poor lady, which they are.
Okay, so what if the roles were reversed? And again, you're not Jim Cornette, the podcaster, critiquing this. You're Jim Cornette, the producer or the agent. And she comes back, and you can't say just quit the business. That's off the table. What do you say to help someone like this who is trying? I mean, she's clearly trying. It's just not working. Well,
first, I would have to know what she was trying to say or was supposed to have said, or what it sounded like that somebody reasonable said, yeah, go out and do this. Because I can't figure out a way to critique something when I don't know what it was supposed to be beforehand. And then somebody's going to say, well, then how do you know it was bad? No, we just played it for you. That was bad. When nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about and there's like chance of shut the fuck up in the building, chances are the promo is not landing. It's not getting across. It's not riveting. Depending on what was she wanting to do there. she starts off in an angry tone while thanking the people for welcoming her parents with open arms. But then maybe there's something she left out as to why that then she had problems with the town because she's a problem. Or I don't know I don't know whether to tell her be more babyface-ish or be more heelish or don't be so mad, be another emotion. What the fuck was the point of all of that? So, but you've got to know that before you can critique somebody to say, just what do I say? Don't lose your mind and start kicking the turnbuckles and screaming the same words over and over when people are still going as to what you're talking about. And are we supposed to like you or not like you? You're from our hometown, but we're part of the problem. Was there some cute play on words that was really going to register there if she'd have said it right? I don't know.
I think that whole thing was probably a 30-second conversation. You go out there and you say, I was born here, I was raised here, you guys raised the problem. You know me, the people at home don't know me, but when the violence starts, or whatever the fuck she said. It's just she added an extra 2 minutes of, you know me! Hold on.
Well, and there she is on the phone right now.
Fucking spam, hold on. Fuck you. All right. I pulled the Jim Cornette here today.
Very good.
We can't end on that note. Say something else, so we end on a different note.
We end on a note, but Marina, thanks for playing. Try again. I would say if she rehearsed that over and over, I would say next time don't rehearse at all. If she didn't rehearse it at all, I'd say next time do a lot of rehearsal. Next time, whatever you did this time, do the exact opposite.
Did you have to work a lot with Roddy on promos?
Yes. Roddy's a smart guy, and he's, again, another one of these guys that's funny as fuck in the locker room and very personable. But
Roderick Strong, for anyone listening at home wondering.
Yes. Not Roddy Piper. But for quite a while, and remember I've said in NXT with the Undisputed Era, he started coming out with it, and he much improved and sounded like he meant things. But Roddy had not only a struggle with being a natural public speaker, but also the tone of his voice lent itself to making it sound like he didn't mean what he said, if that makes any sense. He just had that tonal quality. I don't know. And it was tough. That was why when we switched him heel and made him the champion, he got Truth Martini as a manager, because you could get some declarative statements out of Roddy and it sounded okay and his work was impeccable, but he needed somebody else do the majority of the talking and or explaining or anything that was a little more complicated or whatever. And we were always trying to fire him up verbally.
Well, luckily, Marina Shafir has the Truth Martini of AEW, Vicky Guerrero, in her corner.
Oh, boy. That's another boy. All right. Nevertheless, I know, Brian, people are not going to believe this, but they followed up a match where anything goes with another match where anything goes. But this time it wasn't sanctioned. So Tony and his father and Megan and all of the officials can't get sued if anything bad happens, except for the fans. Something bad happened to the fans. They got the stink bored out of them.
Can I say something before you review this match?
Please do.
This was one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my entire life. And I mean it. I'm not just saying that. This was one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my life.
And I mean, now that's only slightly hyperbolic because we have seen videotape of, untrained goofballs on a show in a basement somewhere in front of 6 people that technically you could probably say was a worse match, but I don't think I've ever seen anything as bad in front of people, real people, serious people, broadcast.
The fans went silent. They were like, what? What are we supposed to do?
I know it was like they were in suspended animation. It was like, what the fuck is going on in front of us? And they were just staring. I mean, again, they were sending people around with mirrors to hold them in front of fucking fans' faces to see if they were still breathing.
It was so awkwardly quiet that at one point I couldn't tell. I'm like, does Adam Cole always move like this and I've never noticed it? Or is it because the fans are so silent? It seems like he's taking extra steps and doing things he doesn't need to do. There was so much silence, it kind of impeded upon everything in the match.
And I noted, by the way, Jim Ross was on color. I forgot that he worked there. But he was back and he was reasonably listenable, unlike the normal commentary for a few matches. And then suddenly I noticed he was gone. And we never heard from him again.
For the most part, I found Jim Ross enjoyable. It was a relief to see him come out there. The commentary is awful. Excalibur was excruciatingly awful on this entire broadcast. It was painful. It was so bad. But Jim Ross, the problem is, when you tell people that this is the best Chris Jericho's ever been, when you say this match is guaranteed to be a classic.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only thing I don't like. I like Jim Ross, everything he says, except don't build up shit that makes you look like a liar.
Well, they did prove him wrong in that instance. So it's an unsanctioned match. Anything goes. Lazy booking. Adam Cole versus Chris Jericho. Cole has Roderick Strong and Sabu in his corner. And Jericho has the, allegedly.
No, I'm sorry. I got to stop you. At one point, the best line was Jim Ross during the match, and he was kind of ignored by the other commentators. He says, "Isn't Sabu the referee?"
Yeah. They meant Mark Briscoe was going to be the referee later on, but Sabu was
special enforcer. What is that?
I don't know. And then nobody else knew either. Jericho had the Four Stooges, everybody that's not Sammy Guevara and his little group of idolaters or appreciators or whatever they are.
Idolaters.
And as soon as they all got down there, they all started fighting. The seconds too. Everybody was just broke out in a fight. And the Stooges got on Adam Cole, and then Jericho and Sabu got in the ring and stood there with the chairs forever. And then did the fencing with the chairs. And then Jericho dropped his chair and he got bumped out, and Sabu climbed up to the top and more or less just fell off the top rope out onto the floor and put one of the heels through a table, who was conveniently laying there waiting for it. So Tony Khan was back there loving it, and Sabu's had multiple health issues. He's in his 50s. He's nearly died. He's had injury after injury. Just to relive a moment of your childhood. I mean, seriously, when I brought Jackie Fargo to the Louisville Gardens, when he was a little bit older than Sabu and probably in much better shape, I didn't ask him to take any bumps through furniture because he did it 30 years before, right?
What if he asked you if he could do it?
He wouldn't have. That's one thing he would have not asked. Hey, can I take a bump? Are you out of your... He didn't ask that when he was in the business. So anyway, so the guys that were supposed to be in this match fighting are not fighting at this point. But then somehow, Brian, you know what they did? All of them, everybody, all of the Sabu, the special star, and all of the seconds, and everybody that were having this giant Donnybrook, they just fought off, and they were gone. And then Jericho and Cole start this match, and immediately they go out to the floor. And they weren't having a wrestling match or a fight. They were just doing slow-paced, garbage wrestling on the outside, wouldn't get in the ring. And the fans were just sitting there and staring. And then they got in the ring, and I made note that Jericho is wearing brand new designer concrete boots. It's like they were in fucking jelly. And then at one point, he got the walls of Jericho, and Adam eventually, after teasing it and you knowing it was coming, and them having a camera shot of it for ages, and the announcers talking about it, he did the fire extinguisher spot. But he had already, it was there. It was in the shot. He waited. Then he pulled it in, and everybody saw it. And he waited, and it finally
And it was so awkward just the way he was hanging out, too. I mean, Jericho was like on an angle, and he was sitting like on the rope was involved, and Cole was all the way out of the ring.
Yeah, and then he pulled him in, and Jericho had to turn around and look to the right so he could hit him in the face with the spray. And then he picked it up and hit Jericho with it, but you can't work with a fire extinguisher. Not one that size. So it looked like shit. And then suddenly Jericho gets a kendo stick. But here comes Britt Baker and gets in the ring and wears him out with the kendo stick. Just beats a bejesus out of him. And then here comes Saraya and beats Britt Baker up. And then they fought off. And you didn't see them anymore. And then more nothing happened, where they were just laying around breathing. And then Adam Cole gets up on the top rope, and Jericho chucks the chair at him, and it hits him, and he falls off the top rope through another table out on the floor. Adam Cole has just returned from almost a year out injured with concussions. And in the worst match in recorded history, he's taking a chair to the head and falling through a table off the top rope.
And everything was in slow motion and everything was telegraphed. It was such a bad match.
And I wrote, nobody cares about any of this, but they're leaving nothing for anyone else later either. So it's a double whammy. And then they got a chain out, a 20-foot chain with cuffs on either end of it. And Jericho cuffed one end on Adam Cole, but Adam Cole fought back and put the other end on Jericho, and now it was a chain match. And then Cole botched a Panama Sun. Well, I don't know who botches a Panama Sunrise, because it really doesn't make any sense anyway. The Canadian destroyer off the thing, is it the flipper or the flippy? You can't tell who that is anyway. But point being, instead of going all the way over, they kind of just did a fucking back bump wham, one guy on top of the other guy. And I believe that's where Jericho got his eye split open. Or at least I didn't ever see any blood, but it was red at the end and it was black later. So he got probably one of the links of the chain to the face, smashed by a body on top of him, because they're trying to fucking do backflips over each other when they're tied up with a fucking logging chain, and one of the participants is a fucking 53-year-old man. Is it 55 or 52 you can get AARP?
I have no idea.
I got it, but I can't remember because it's been so long ago. But if it's 52, I'm calling him AAR Jericho. Anyway, so at that point, that's when referee Aubrey Ed pulled out the black gloves and put them on her front hooves, because we did have some kind of blood in there somewhere. But anyway, so Jericho whips Cole with the chain, but that, of course, looked phony and fake too, because it's too heavy to work with and you can't do it believably, at least not in the way they were doing it. I could have given them a few suggestions, but I wasn't even there. So then the finish came when Cole got on Jericho. He hit a knee with the chain wrapped around his knee. And then he got on Jericho and he was doing fake punches with the chain, because you can't, again, the chain is way too big and too heavy to work with it believably. And also, if you did hit somebody hard, it would break your fucking fingers because it's too big and heavy. But then he switched hands and had to throw barehanded punches with the left hand because Jericho hadn't thought ahead and handcuffed Cole's right arm. So Cole couldn't fucking throw regular punches with the right hand without bringing the chain down on top of Jericho, who's already been fucking potatoed with it anyway. So he throws fake punches with the left hand to the top of Jericho's head or wherever the fuck in the vicinity of Jericho. And then Aubrey just stops it. She says, nay, nay, no more. And the crowd booed because it looked so bad. The crowd booed the babyface beating the heel into submission until the referee stopped it. Have you ever heard that before? They were booing the fucking shitty looking finish.
They were waiting for anything to like about this match, and it never came. And then this finish was one of the all-time bad finishes, and it certainly didn't make anyone happy. And the fans let them. That woke the fans up.
I mean, my God. And this also went so long. It was an hour into the show, these first two events, the Battle Royal and this, but it cut half the time, cut all of the outside bullshit, and keep up a bit of a pace. And goddamn, have a. I mean, they didn't channel Tully Blanchard Magnum TA. They channeled fucking Ian Rotten and dipshit McGee. Just the worst things about bad indie garbage wrestling. And their smoke and mirrors made no sense. With the multiple man fight at the beginning and the fucking girls running in. At least later on, Jeff Jarrett's smoke and mirrors made some sense. Still was a little overdone, but this was people were at some points actually interested, whereas this was if anybody wanted to go to the concession stand or take a piss or whatever, they would have been happy to have this match. Otherwise, I can't imagine this thrilled anybody in that building.
This was one of the worst matches ever. Chris Jericho looked awful in this. Adam Cole, and I feel bad saying this kind of thing because everyone tells me he's the nicest guy ever.
He is. He is.
But he's too skinny to be a wrestler. It's not even skinny. He looks frail. At one point when Jericho had him in the Boston Crab and you could see his midsection, like his shirt was like halfway, you see how skinny he is. And I'm sorry, you could hit as many super kicks as you want. More than anyone you can name on that roster, the Young Bucks, Orange Cassidy, whoever you want to name. I don't believe he could beat anybody. It's ridiculous, and I don't think this is something that's going to get better as he gets older, because he never looked imposing, but he doesn't look in as good a shape as he did a few years ago.
He looked athletic. The size was his drawback. He can talk, he can work, he can do things. He's a very intelligent kid. But he looked somehow conditioned. And the only reason, because I know how he's a great guy, and I know how determined he was to get better in the wrestling business when I worked with him years ago. And I can't, I hesitate to actually come out and blister him, because I got to think it's got to be something to do with his health, because elsewise he wouldn't have just completely given up. Tan, drink milkshakes, go to the gym, whatever the fuck. He's never going to look like Luger.
No, but Jericho's not.
A little weight and a little tone and a little tan.
Jericho's not the biggest guy in the world, and he looked twice the size of Cole.
Like Dick the Bruiser.
Yeah. And, I'm watching this match, and I'm watching him go toe-to-toe, and it just doesn't seem in any way believable. And this feud hasn't done anyone any favors. Adam Cole comes out of it looking awful, because the Britt Baker angle was really poorly done. And everything else in this hasn't been good, and then it had the worst match of all time here. Hopefully this is the end of them working together.
Well, no. You didn't hear later on?
Oh, no, they have the mixed match on Dynamite. We get more.
Yes, to contradict every rule of logic and law of gravity in the history of the wrestling business, they did an angle on a pay-per-view to come back with the match on free TV.
Can you imagine? You know what? I got to say, though, I forget when it was. You'll go through the matches and I'll realize it, but at one point during the show, it hit me. Like, this doesn't even feel like an AEW pay-per-view. Like, there have been pay-per-views where there have been matches I really liked. There have been pay-per-views of matches I didn't like, but they felt like a big deal. This felt like a supersized Dynamite or Rampage.
No, you know what this was? This was an independent show with a promoter that just won the lottery, and he started a company, and we've seen him before over the last 30 years. They were the Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view from, where was it? Bay St. Louis or whatever, where they get enough money to put on a big show and they hire some names, but it's still garbage indie wrestling and nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. And some of the people that might don't care because they're getting paid. That's what it looked like. Except this is going on and on and on. But yeah, for the people who don't know what we were referring to a minute ago, later on, Jericho and Saraya do a promo and challenge Adam and Britt to a mixed tag team match on Dynamite this coming Wednesday. So, as I said, for the first time ever in the history of fucking wrestling, they did an angle on a pay-per-view to lead to a gimmick match on free television instead of the other way around. And honestly, the mixed tag would probably have had more interest and drawn more revenue, whether it be tickets or pay-per-view buys or whatever the case, than this fucking fiasco they had on the pay-per-view, because it was an anything goes match in a company full of anything goes matches. Jericho and Cole were not going to do anything different, even if this was good. It still would have been different. But having Britt and Saraya partners with Cole and Jericho might tickle a few people's taints just because it's a little bit more different. So they're going to give that one away on TV. Did you like the video of the breaking and entering and criminal aggravated assault?
No, I hated this. I absolutely hated this segment completely. This is everything I hate about these vignette videos. Completely fake. I mean, it looks good. It would be good on like Showtime, like in the middle of some show. Like, you know, here's what happened. But for wrestling, no, this doesn't work for me.
Last week on The Wire.
Yeah, The Wire, they wish. This doesn't work for me for wrestling, no.
And I don't even know whether they bothered to send anybody of any, like a producer, anybody with any experience, or whether they just tell the guys, oh, y'all got cameras out there. Darby knows how to shoot stuff. Just shoot it and send it to us. But Swerve Strickland and A.R. Fox go to Nick Wayne's house and his training garage where his father, Buddy Wayne, trained him.
Trespassing.
Thank you. As I go through, list the criminal offenses. And they've got somebody with them that's got the camera phone, so they're shooting this on video. And
Darby.
Yeah. And basically they go in, and Nick Wayne is the young, hotshot prodigy babyface that has the sympathetic backstory that they've wanted to get over. And instead of, for the kind of people who like the modern matches, he had a match with Swerve on TV. That's fine. I didn't like it because it didn't show that he could work. It just showed that he could tumble. But nevertheless, you put him in the ring and let him beat normal folks and really hang with the upper level folks. And sooner or later, if he has any charisma and he's not a one-trick pony, he'll get over. But instead, they want to go and do some phony shit and make the guy cut his fucking head off. So they go into his training facility there and they say, well, train me, Nick. And they're trash talking him, and they beat up his friends that he's training with. And when he gets in a scuffle with them, they take his father's picture and they break the glass frame over his head. And he goes down, and it's one thing getting color, using a blade in the middle of in the match or after a match in front of thousands of people when you got the adrenaline going. But they made this kid go down and fucking gig in front of 4 people and a guy holding a camera in a fucking barn for this phony fucking angle that wouldn't really possibly actually happen. If they were going to commit the crime, they wouldn't broadcast it on television. They wouldn't tape it and send it to the fucking AEW producers. And if it was real, the AEW producers wouldn't have aired it. AEW wouldn't even tell us that their goddamn top stars got in a fist fight, hey, Rube, in the locker room. You think they're going to say that some of their mid-card guys fucking broke into this fucking guy's house, fucking cut him open with goddamn bashing shit over his head, and then picked up his telephone and made him call Darby? The kid's bleeding, and they make him punch the fucking number into the phone to call Darby so they can trash talk Darby, and Swerve be dramatic with his verbiage. And then the kid's laying there in a puddle of fucking blood. Probably a cut that would require stitches unless he took a whole bottle of aspirin beforehand. It was fake. It wasn't even to the level of the horseman jumping Dusty in the parking lot was a goddamn, hey, we got this cameraman and we're going to show people what's going on, and in and boom and done and out. And you could go, holy shit. But this was just talking and phoniness. And where did his friends go? The 2 friends, there was at least 1 friend. I thought there was 2 friends. Maybe the same guy got in the ring twice.
Oh, they're still training. They're not ready for assault and battery yet.
Well, no, once that they got dumped out of the ring, there was shit going on for another minute and a half. They're holding Darby, holding Nick Wayne, making him make the phone call. These guys never, they couldn't get back up. They couldn't go find a bat or a shovel. Help me.
You know, if there's any place you'd get away with crime like this, it's probably Washington or Oregon right now. So I guess it makes sense in that way. Again, this was all right as a scene for something. This doesn't work for me as a scene on the wrestling show. The wrestling show shouldn't have scenes. And
the scene should be seen and not heard.
That's what this was. You know, if they wanted to do something where Nick Wayne gets attacked, there was a way to do it so that it felt like it fit within the show, not that it was part of a movie or something. And it was just over the top. Again, you know, how would this happen and then get aired? AEW is scared about everything with legal. We have some unfortunate news. There's been a very violent and illegal assault at the home of Nick Wayne and his family. Wait, we have footage? Hey, let's play the footage.
Yeah. This is going to end up in court, folks. We can see it coming a mile away. So let us show you everything we've got. We'll spill our guts over there. We got criminal trespass. We've got assault and battery. We've got aggravated mayhem. And actually, they were keeping him in one place against his will. That's kidnapping.
I guess so.
Well, speaking of happening over and over and over again, God damn, they should have rehearsed this one over and over again till they got it right. I want you to see if you can tell what my favorite thing was about this segment, or not favorite thing, maybe be the improper, the thing I'm most fixated on. And I couldn't take my eyes off as it developed. Christian Cage and Dino Douche and Nick Plain were doing an in-ring promo.
No, you can't say that because that's not right. They announced it beforehand that it was going to be this thing where Christian was going to be renaming or rechristening, I forget the way they put it, his family members.
Yes, he had some type of ceremony where he's christening them or whatever the case. I guess you would know nothing about that. No. And me, I was young. I think it happened to me, but I was too young. I was defenseless at the time. But anyway, Christian does the promo, obviously, and he says he didn't lose the 6-man tag, and old Nick didn't lose. Dino lost, and that's unacceptable. And since they're both his children, he's going to recreate them in his own image. And he tells the fucking goofy dinosaur to take a knee. And the monster, he won't do it. And Christian is starting to do the whole thing where he berates him and just talks bad about him. He's going to do it some more, but he finally gets him down on his knee. And he changes his name from Luchasaurus to a name of strength and toughness and certain victory. Kill Switch. So now the lizard's name is Kill Switch. And but that's what Christian called his finish after he left the WWE, wasn't it? Or was it? Where did he get that from?
Or did he call it that in WWE? I don't know. That was definitely his move.
I thought it was the Unprettier at one time or another.
Oh yeah, that name sucked too. Kill Switch
I think
is better than
I think
that.
it's because Vince thought that he was such an unattractive person.
Did he? Did Vince ever say anything?
Christian?
Yeah.
You've never heard that story?
No, what?
Oh, God damn it. Hold on one second. Before we go any further with this, Vince was convinced that when we got Christian and Edge, Vince liked Edge, but he thought Christian was ugly facially, as an appearance, as a human being. He said he looked, not necessarily was he ugly, he was normal. He just looked like anybody. He didn't look like a star. He just had a normal fucking face.
Unlike Edge, who looks like he has 80 teeth in his mouth.
Well, yes, but he's got a striking look, but it went so far that they started joking around. One of the fucking gimmicks was that they would have Christian, when he wrestled, they'd put a blue dot over his fucking face.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then finally and that was unfair because Christian ended up looking as good. He fit in the Brood and he looked just as good as anybody else, but it was a Vince thing that he,
Well, long hair was not his friend, Christian. I think when he got his hair cut, he didn't look as moopy or whatever you want to say.
Well, whatever. But now you got Nick Plain. Can you imagine what Vince would have thought about that fucking face? Anyway, so Dino's not happy about being named Kill Switch. And then Christian turns to Nick and he drops down to his knee right away and he's, no, get up, son. You're the son that I always wanted. I love you. And your name is the prodigy Nick Wayne. And I wrote Mike Bennett wants his 2011 fucking gimmick back. The prodigy Mike Bennett. And then suddenly, here comes Nick Wayne's mother. And she is in a gimmick. She's a gimmick now. I assume if he's 18, she's got to be, let's give her 37, right? At minimum, one would think. I'm not trying to say she was a child bride, so we'll go with that.
I was thinking like 45-ish, but in that range.
But I'm saying
woman for her age.
I'm not trying to say, I'm trying to say the minimum age she can be is such and such. I'm not trying to get anybody mad because I'm guessing her age.
Right.
She's got an 18-year-old son. We're going to say she's 37. She's dressed in a blue jean jacket with studs on it like the Road Warriors' daughter and patches, and she's got boots on. She's dressed younger than Nick. She's a gimmick. If you want somebody's mother to come out and try to get sympathy as you're yanking her baby away from her arms, do you want her to look like she was just down on more street corners than the fucking Dallas Times-Herald? Does she think she's supposed to be a gimmick? Has nobody told her how this might work? Did it bother you that she looked like a member of the Partridge Family or something?
The way she looked didn't bother me at all. The way she just ran out from the back into the ring, and then Christian, who's this fucking dastardly heel who obviously saw MJF's early stuff and said, I could do that. Christian all of a sudden goes, oh, what's your mom doing here? What's going on? All of a sudden he completely changes his tone because this woman is going to hit the ring like she's going to attack him or something. And then the segment got even worse.
Well, yes, because then he regained his composure and told her to get out of his ring, and he knocked Nick's dad and verbally annihilated her, and she was fake crying. And then suddenly, Dino, Kill Switch, stepped in front of her like he's going to defend her. And now he's screaming at Dino and he slaps him in the face. And it's going so long where he's screaming at him and the guy's not doing anything to turn or to not turn. And finally, he double hand shoves Kill Switch, and the lizard fucking turns around and makes a sweeping motion with his arm and takes out Nick Wayne's mom. I don't know whether she still has a fucking name. And she goes down and stays there and never moved again. Now think about this. I'm about to explain to you what the fuck's about to go on here. She gets knocked down by an arm, a stray arm from a guy that got shoved 3 feet into her. Christian tells Nick to get the chairs, and slowly he does. And they drag her motionless, immobile body over to where they could put the chair under her head. And then they got the other chair. And then Christian is telling Dino to concerto, but now he's conflicted. He doesn't want to do it. And then not Edge, but goddamn Nick. Well, you do it. Well, then what? She's not breathing. She is completely motionless. And then finally, Edge's music plays. So now we know he's got to have his music before he comes out to rescue a middle-aged soccer mom. And he makes a comeback on Dino and Nick, and Christian escapes. And then Mom is awake at that point and is crying in the corner, and Edge concertos Nick right in front of his mother. So who's the fucking heel here? Edge comes out to save the mother, and instead of going after Christian, well, he went after him and Christian bailed. So instead of leaving to go after Christian, who is the instigator of all this, or the giant lizard that might be a physical threat, he takes his fucking teenage kid, and in front of his mother, he bashes the kid's head in with a fucking chair. What the fuck is going on here?
This was an all-time bad segment. This was the moment Christian, I think, officially jumped the shark with a lot of AEW fans.
I swear to God, I wrote Cage is not the smartest man in the company.
At one point when he was insulting either Buddy Wayne or Nick Wayne's mom, Nick Wayne started smiling. It looked like he had trouble containing himself because of how ridiculous all this was. The teases with Luchasaurus. Is that what anyone wants? A babyface Luchasaurus run against Christian? This thing was all.
Didn't they do this with Wardlow and MJF 3 years ago?
Yeah, I guess to an extent. Well, look, Christian's obviously doing an MJF tribute act. He's just, updating it a little bit and getting more. He just repeats the same stuff over and over again. Your dad is dead. Your mom is this. You worked a job as a waitress. What are you talking about? This is the best you can come up with?
Well, since nobody's doing the MJF stuff anymore, he might as well do it, though.
They could have done Christian versus Edge and made it something that was must-see, and you couldn't wait to see these two interact. Instead, they gimmicked it up. And now it's just, they already wrestled in like a 6-man or whatever. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
But also the bad acting around the periphery, it just takes the attention away from them possibly having an issue people would care about and muddying it up with all this other phony shit that who gives a shit.
Where was the mother? Who was she hanging out with backstage that she just happened to be there? This isn't in their hometown, is it? She just happened to be there?
No, Chicago is that Tuttlin town, not Seattle. No, her son was there. She's probably haunting him, following him. He's probably going to have to get a restraining or maybe be emancipated.
He wrestles there. Who let her in the back? Whether or not she wants to have a relationship with her son, he said, "You're dead to me," and now he's hanging out with creepy Christian. Who let this citizen into the back and then let her run out on the fucking entranceway? She wasn't like at ringside raising a stink. She ran out of the back like Riho.
And she waited until Nick was about to be rechristened, or had been rechristened, with his new nickname of the Prodigy, and then his old name that she gave him, and then she ran out because she couldn't stand no more. You know you can't give him a nickname.
I've been trying to talk to you. I figured this is the place and the time to do it. Here.
You know, Christian should have come out and said, okay, we're going to change your name to Big Dick Hurts. And then she could run out. No, your father would hate
Nick,
that.
I love you. Call me Big Dick.
Yeah.
Oh, Big Dick. Oh.
That's Mr. Hurts to you.
Seriously, from the moment Adam Copeland came into now, do you want to see him and Christian one-on-one more or less?
Less.
That's what they do. That's what AEW does.
Well, and there was no audio whatsoever, and when the Buckaroos pitched to it, they couldn't narrate over it. I'm thinking there's some legal reason that they couldn't.
So Punk doesn't sue them.
That's but I mean, so maybe they couldn't transform it in any way, or it would be because here's the thing. They've announced an incident took place that distracted them and caused them to lose. If we're just talking about an audience that watches this television program, if you're not following on Twitter, I know, and for our audience, that's hard. There are people out there, though, that don't even listen to us. Imagine that. But if you're just watching this TV show, not social media, whatever, they've announced backstage footage of an incident between Jack Perry and another individual. And then when the footage comes up, there's no audio and there's no narration. There's Jack coming back from his match. There is the other individual walking. None of that. You see Jack Perry and it's in color. And there's 8 or 10 people in the immediate area. And here's one thing. The gorilla position in the Attitude Era was like a fucking 10 by 10 foot tent with a lunchroom table, a monitor, and 3 chairs and a light on the desk. And if you had room to stand in the corner, if you weren't in the way, you could sneak in there. And generally on a raised platform with pipe and drape railings. So if somebody fucking stepped the wrong way, you might eat the fucking concrete. So if any kind of skirmish got triggered in that instance, somebody might fucking take a bump. But this is a goddamn building hallway. It's lit up. There's doorways and hallways and there's 8 or 10 people, standing around doing their things. There's some producers. There's goddamn some technical people, apparently not recognizable as wrestling folks. There's wrestlers. There's everybody, right? And you see Jack Perry walk back from, his match, and you see then Punk. If you know who you're looking for, then you can see him. He's got XXX on the back of his hoodie, but otherwise you don't really know who the fuck, because his back is to the security camera. And if you're studying them, instead of everything else going on in this picture where people are talking or standing around, then you notice that they speak to each other for however many seconds. And then Punk fucking shoves him, bam, and pushes him back a little bit. And then, goddamn, as we've heard happen, snatches him in a front face lock. And then, as we've also heard, Samoa Joe was there. He was one of the people in the camera shot all along. He runs up.
A couple things there that we heard from what you have to presume is the Jack Perry side of things that were kind of disproven. We heard that Punk tried to hit Jack Perry but missed. Punk tried to get him in a headlock, but he couldn't get it, and Jack Perry escaped. Samoa Joe had to pull CM Punk away. It's the exact opposite of what happened. Chris Hero came around to help. Everyone was there. Punk did exactly what he said. All those stories about, he can't really fight, he didn't do anything to Jack Perry, that was spin from day one about this whole thing.
Well, and the fact that this was a fight, I think, was spin from day one. Because let's face it, Brian, of all the hundreds and thousands of locker room skirmishes This, by the way, the first time a legitimate one's ever been caught on video. I'm not talking about a match that turns into a shoot or people quit cooperating, get mad or whatever. I'm talking about something in backstage or in the locker room. First time ever, because nobody had cameras. And nobody had phones. And nobody had all that bullshit. But of all of the thousands of them that have happened in pro wrestling over a period of time, there was less to this than there was to almost any of them, wasn't there? How could this be any less than a shoving match? You would escalated from shove to face lock. Boom, pull apart, end of story. Good God, this wouldn't have been remembered till Thursday years ago.
If you remember Samoa Joe at the media scrum after this, when he was asked about it, he was pretty nonchalant. You know, I've seen worse fights.
Yeah.
Wasn't much of anything. Tony Khan, who was on the other side of the table, whose hand reached out like a fan at some point in the video, he was scared for his life. Samoa Joe, who was in the middle of it, said, it wasn't a big deal when you watch it. It wasn't.
That's the thing. Hold on here. I got Paul Turner was there, the referee. Samoa Joe was coming from the other side from behind of Jack Perry to pull him back. Jerry Lynn, I believe it was, from the footage available, I think is the one who got Punk. And as soon as they got there and Punk let him go, the same thing that he said on the interview. He backed up and looked at everybody. He turned to the right. You can see him. You can't see Tony on this shot because he's around the corner on this shot. He turns around. He says, this place is a joke. You're a clown. Fuck it. I quit. He turns back around and yells something across the room and fucking throws his hands up in disgust and spins around and walks off back to his locker room. And there's
with
Jack
Malakai.
Perry standing there dazed and confused. Yeah, Malakai Black was going with him.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the point is, everybody's story was ridiculous. This wasn't even a fight. And they were all somehow kind of shocked by all of this, that Tony feared for his life and came out and said that publicly the following week on television, as we've said on this program since we heard it. That was legal verbiage that he was instructed to say by his crack legal staff at the time. It probably would have been laughed out of fucking court once they saw footage like this, trying to avoid getting sued. But also, so Tony, this was what he was feared for his life for. This was a goddamn, also the fight that we heard about that where Punk tried to sucker punch him and all this other shit. What the fuck? The only
sucker
person
punch.
That had
Yes. I've seen a lot of that shit. It's not a sucker punch. If you're standing face to face with someone and saying, hey, you got a problem, let me know, and they're saying, do something about it.
And boom, both hands on the fucking pecs at a nice fucking velocity, gets you a few feet away, and then he did something about it. Boom, headlock done.
It's not a sucker punch if you're face to face. It's not a sucker punch if you're just
looking at it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But that's what I'm saying, and it proved the story that Punk had told to the point where old Ariel Helwani actually put a split screen up on Twitter of the video of the incident on one side and Punk telling the story on the other side, and it matched up like the Dark Side of the Moon and fucking Wizard of Oz. Almost to the second he's narrating it. It is so it validated Punk's story.
But how about what we had heard? Remember, this apparently, allegedly, is the footage that Bryan Danielson and the attorney saw that made it crystal clear they had to fire CM Punk. It was this footage that we kept hearing that. Well, Danielson's his friend. And he saw the footage and he said, there's no way that we can't fire him.
Oh, yeah. Well, but now here's the thing. The attorneys I can believe, because there's still some of these fucking gutless morons out there on Twitter going, well, he assaulted a coworker. He should be fired and prosecuted. Dipshits, this isn't working in a fucking bank. The fucking hockey team got a fight last week. Which one of those you going to fucking fire or prosecute or whatever, you dipshits? But this wasn't even a goddamn fight. And that's the point is, I could see lawyers saying, oh my God, but Danielson, I'm sure he's seen a bunch of better fights than this. And the point again is, don't fuck around and find out, Jungle Jack. And
do you think he did it because he was in front of Tony? Like he thought, like if there was ever a place I'd be safe from this guy actually kicking my ass, it's right here in front of Tony Khan.
Probably just thinking, well, he doesn't have time right now. He's got to go out. I could be back in the fucking hotel by the time he gets out of the ring. Whatever the fuck, you don't know. Like I said, because these are his friends. But the point is, what it did was it confirmed the story that CM Punk told Ariel Helwani on that show of what happened. And whether you think that Punk should have fucking shoved his ass or not, personally I do, because if I saw that smarmy little fucking smart aleck face in front of me with those goddamn weird sideburns, I'd probably want to fucking snatch him around the neck. But this was not a big fucking fight. It wasn't worth firing your fucking top star over. But thank you, Tony, because we're getting great programming out of it now. I'm talking about big time programming over on the other channels since you let Punk go over to be another one of the biggest stars. Well, Cody's got the spot right now as the biggest star in the business. But I think Punk's coming up behind Tony's let both of them go in the last 2 years. So it proves Punk's side of the story is what was legitimate and what happened. And you still, at the end of this, if you didn't know that you were looking at CM Punk, you didn't know you were looking at CM Punk. Did you? They've never said his name yet to this time.
Well, an important note, because we did see footage, I'm assuming you may have too, on Twitter, on social media, people in the room filming the Tron, the big screen, so you get the live room reaction.
Yes.
They were chanting CM Punk.
Yeah, yes.
They popped when he pushed Jack Perry and when he grabbed him.
Yes. If they could get any of their angles that they do on purpose to get over like that in front of the crowd, they'd have something. But yeah, the fans were chanting CM Punk in the building, but they still couldn't say CM Punk's name on the video that confirmed the story that CM Punk had told.
How does this help Jack Perry in any way for the future?
It doesn't, because as soon as they see Jack Perry from any time that he comes back in front of a crowd, they're going to start chanting CM Punk. Aren't they?
He's wrestling on a New Japan show in Chicago, I think, in the next week.
Whether it's New Japan, whether it's AEW, they're going to be chanting CM Punk. If they're chanting CM Punk at an AEW show now, when there's footage of CM Punk choking out Jack Perry playing on the Tron without even being identified, and what do you think they're going to be chanting when this little dipshit shows his face again? Go ahead.
Did you see that? You talked about the footage that Ariel Helwani put up. AEW working overtime into the middle of the night, putting up copyright strikes or going after people.
Oh, yes.
Who put up the surveillance footage.
Well, but now here, explain this to me, because yes, as soon as Ariel Helwani, he's a noted journalist. He got his copyright struck from old Aubrey Ed, Don Stevens, and got that video that I just talked about where he put it up split screen taken down. And everybody that tried to put the footage up, they've been copyright striking them. But did AEW copyright strike themselves, or did they somehow realize that they had royally fucked up after they got the reaction that they got on Twitter and on social media, where when they put the clip up on YouTube of the Buckaroos interview, which the Buckaroos came back after the clip and supposedly closed up with trying to sell their tag team match, the security camera footage wasn't in there. Did they copyright strike themselves out of trying to fix their dumb fuckery?
I don't know, because, you brought up an interesting point earlier, because we don't know how it works in England, but they got this footage and they were able to air it, but no commentary, no running dialogue, nothing to change the footage in any way. It could be their legal department saying that, but they took it out of the video. That means on their own, they didn't put it there. But the strikes that people are getting, people are getting it pulled down from Jacksonville, Florida. So AEW is pulling down other people's videos for a different reason than they pulled down their own.
Well, maybe it's the same reason. Maybe they realized, shit, we didn't want people to see this after all. But, well, then riddle me this then. They've got, what you're saying is AEW on their very own YouTube channel put up the Maddie and Nikki's interview without the security camera footage. Did they edit it, or do they pitch to footage that doesn't live there and then come back and refer to it?
I was told that it edits right from them pitching the footage to the thing with FTR, which we'll talk about shortly.
Okay, but they were pitching to the foot. They were talking about that. That was the whole setup, was talking about this footage. So how odd does that look for somebody watching it on YouTube where they're talking about this footage was the whole reason they lost this match and this horrible distraction and all this shit with this individual. And then they go to an FTR interview?
Can you imagine going through all this and then you're going to use the footage and then you can't make any money with it?
Oh, then maybe they can't because it's government footage. They can't monetize it on YouTube. Maybe that's it.
Maybe that was a clue. They shouldn't have put it on TV.
Maybe they shouldn't have.
Maybe that was the clue.
Well, they already knew they couldn't monetize anything on this TV show. So this, and again, before we even get to FTR coming out right then to do the things that they did, people didn't like this. Even normally the people who like this kind of thing didn't like this kind of thing. Everybody started laughing at them and laughing at Tony, the Buckaroos, the concept of this. People laughing that what the fuck, the biggest star in your company works for the other guys, and you're trying to show footage of him and can't even say his name, and he's beating up your wrestlers. What the fuck? For all the different reasons, have we heard from Tony Khan on this matter since in the 12 hours or whatever since this has happened?
We have not. I see someone here. I remember we talked to one of his tweets before. I don't remember which one. Gareth, WWE Gareth on Twitter. CCTV footage is classified as personal data under GDPR law in the United Kingdom. CM Punk could quite possibly do the funniest thing ever.
What?
I guess
what would be the funniest thing ever?
If it's personal data, if the footage of Punk in the fight is Punk's personal data, I think that means he could sue AEW for airing the footage.
But everybody in the fucking video then would be their personal data. Would you have to have a class action suit or a majority rules, or can anybody just get pissed off about it?
I don't know. Well, we will find out. But no, nothing. No comment from Tony Khan. No comment from the Bucks.
It wasn't even close, was it? I mean, I know I've tried to block most of the Buckaroo, fanatics out there, but I saw pretty much majority rule that it was a stupid thing they did and nobody could figure out why they did it.
It's one of the most amazing counterproductive moments in wrestling history. It's like Hogan went on Arsenio, but it was at Bash 91. No good came out of it. The Live House. The telling thing was the Live House's lack of reaction to Edge's promo last week. That should have been a sign for these guys that they're making a mistake with all this. And the CM Punk chants are louder now than they've been in AEW since he left. Because every now and then you'd hear some of them, and the AEW fans would say, "Oh, boo, don't, no, he almost killed the company." They're louder than ever before lately. This was an amazing self-inflicted wound to the groin by Tony Khan and the Young Bucks, who were laughed at by everyone who watched this show.
But anyway, we move on now to the main event of the evening that everybody was talking about. That, Brian, I don't know if we called this specifically with Tony and AEW. We've talked about the subject. We talked about it with Dixie Carter and TNA, and this is not a urban legend. It's a rule of thumb practically in the wrestling business down through history, and small companies and large, and in outlaw situations all across the width and breadth of the great country of ours. If you found a fucking angel, a backer, a money mark, an investor, whatever term that you wanted to use, that was not motivated by business, but more of the love of the game and or being involved in it, and or some of the people that might be involved in it. When they start losing patience or things look bad, come up with an angle to put them on TV. Has this not happened umpteen times over the years?
Well, I'll say two things. One, sadly, my first thought as this was happening was Dixie Carter. Fair or not, that was my thought. Secondly, I called this a few years ago. Tony's going to make himself an on-air character. That's what he really wants. I also said he'll end up sleeping with talent, but we'll see.
Now, I see, I couldn't take that leap with you. I was with everything else. I couldn't take that leap.
But he made himself an on-air character. That is what he has wanted to do, and they're trying to do it to launch this. You know, when the NWO happened, Hall and Nash were pretty big. I mean, they were big names, even without having to use their names. It changed business right away when they arrived. And then they added Hogan, an established name whose turn was a massive deal.
And then they added Bischoff when Vince got over as a heel.
And Bischoff wanted to be on TV more as a character and have fun with his friends or the guys he wanted to hang out with.
And he's very good at it. We can't say he's not.
Bischoff is an exceptional on-air performer, I think. But the point is, you can't even compare this to Bischoff. Bischoff was aligned with a stable that was over.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't have Kevin Nash. We don't have Scott Hall. We don't have Eric Bischoff. We don't have Hulk Hogan. We got Tony Khan, the Buckaroos, O'Cody, and Jungle Jackoff. And remember what I said at the top about this was the worst time to present an amateur production of whether it be the amateur booking or amateur talent or amateur production, whatever. But can you imagine Tony Schiavone standing there in the ring, introduces the man of the hour, old Jungle Jack, and all 800 fans in the crowd sing "Cry Me a River" because he's the hometown fans. But he calls out Tony Khan and Tony wanders out. Can you imagine? Again, I know this is pie in the sky dreaming, but if they had the average viewer, the average fan, somebody that might want to bump these numbers up any at all from where they've been forever. They're used to seeing Vince McMahon or Eric Bischoff or Triple H. Here comes the guy that runs the thing. And then here comes Rick Moranis' stunt double. And they're saying, this is the guy that runs the thing?
That's not fair. He looked like Rick Moranis' stunt double when he still had his glasses and he was still getting haircuts and he was still trying to look neat and proper. When he got involved with the wrestling project, all of a sudden, once things got going and he was on the road all the time with the wrestlers, the hair started growing. He doesn't shave. He looked unkempt. His hair was a mess. He had no presence. Yeah.
Is he smiling or grimacing, or is he constipated?
All of that. And more.
He's uneasy. He's got irritable bowels. He looks like his skin is literally crawling. And Jungle Jack, then, once he gets Tony in the ring after he's called him out, he turns his back on Tony and starts telling his story to the handheld camera. And then it's more shit about how they've changed the world. They've changed the world. Yes, it used to not have a bad wrestling program on it.
But it looks at him, Steve Simpson and Sean Simpson changed the world.
Yeah, except no, the Simpson boys were significantly taller.
Okay.
Than Jungle Boy.
Fair enough.
And then he's giving Tony the babyface speech, and he swears to Tony that the only thing that he's ever wanted is what's best for AEW. And Tony, it claps then. He's clapping, and he looks touched. And can you see even if they're supposed to be keeping tension and storyline only, and they're all best friends, can you see a similar situation where a top guy that has just interfered and cost the World Tag Team title to go to the fucking heels, and the company head, whether it be the Bischoff or the Vince or the Triple H or whatever, or the Nick Aldis or Adam Pearce, having a goddamn confrontation, and when the fucking guy who healed is pitching his case, the authority figure is applauding what he says and clapping for him and smiling.
You know what? I've always had a problem with you calling Kenny Omega Harpo, because I love the Marx Brothers. I know their work really well. And that's why I think I could say this was a Harpo Marx performance. He said nothing. He reacted with his face, his eyebrows, his hands. All he needed was a horn. But he's out there. He's just like, he's a character. When you watch him, he's just constantly in motion and twitching and moving and reacting in both positive and negative ways to the same thing being said, because his head is constantly going. And I guess we're going to be seeing more of this.
Well, then finally, and old Jack says, please shake my hand and reinstate me so we can change the world together. And Tony smiles and nods and gives the fans the thumbs up and shakes Jungle Boy's hand and gives him the Tony Khan hug. And that's when old Jack opens his eyes and smiles ominously at the camera, like I've suckered him. And then Jack raises Tony's hand and lets him get some cheers from the crowd, and then turns around. And with the hand he's got the microphone in, so it would have made some noise if it actually had worked, I guess. But he gives him a gut shot, a punch to the stomach. Whereupon Tony takes 1 second to react at all and then takes a flat back bump. And somebody on Twitter said, well, here's what happened. Tony's head was so far up his own ass that the punch to the gut knocked him out. And that's what it looked like.
He took a flat back bump, he landed, knocked out, and then all of a sudden he woke up and grabbed his stomach and rolled over.
Yes. And then exposed his ass to the world. And then as he's laying there, then here comes the Buckaroos and O'Cody acting like, oh, what the fuck has happened here? What have you done? And they're telling Jack, get back, stay away from him. And they help Tony up. And of course they tease. When Maddie and Nikki help him up, they tease giving him their shitty little double knee lift, but they help him up to his feet. And then Matt scoops him up like a sack of flour, and they give him the safest ever Meltzer driver. Olaf, the one brother that does the flip, what's his name? Nicky. His ass takes some punishment on that move. But Maddie dropped Tony, his head wasn't 6 inches from the ring. But then they dropped him, and they all stood up and stood there and glorified while the referees checked on Tony. And the announcers were laying out like it'd just been the Kennedy assassination. Either that or their microphones had completely gone out. We don't know. And then once the heels wander around and then leave, as soon as they've gone through the entranceway, through the same entranceway, 5 seconds later comes every fucking job guy and underneath wrestler on the fucking card, followed by Shad Khan himself, who I saw on again on Twitter. Somebody had a nice fucking picture of him looking all concerned, but the caption was, "Give him another one. Where's my money? Fuck the game.
Where's my money? Where's
Put
my
it
money,
into this."
Tony?
But so then, and I'll let you begin commenting, but then they were off the air, by the way, exactly at 10 o'clock because they had some kind of important game this week and couldn't futz with their numbers. But after the thing went off the air, there's footage on Twitter that a couple of stagehand looking guys help Tony up to his feet and throw one arm over each of their shoulders, and Tony shuffles out under his own power after taking the the dreaded gut punch from Ox Baker Perry and the Meltzer driver from the fucking Buckaroos, and they can't even pop for a stretcher for him. Your thoughts?
I didn't see any of that post-match stuff, so I can't comment on it. But again, Tony's out there. He just doesn't have any presence on camera. The other thing is, we know who Tony is. And Tony's been shown just a tiny little bit lately with some of these elite segments. And he's made announcements in the past. But Tony's not really like someone the audience is invested. I shouldn't say that.
For the people watching this show, they know who Tony is and they like him. For the people watching religiously. But again, they're narrow casting for anybody they might get besides the people they already got. They're the ones saying, this fucking weasel is running this thing and these children are dropping him on his head. What the fuck is going on here?
And when you see Tony in there with them, Okada has some size. Tony was just as big as Jack Perry and the Bucks, and they all look ridiculous. That's the thing. The NWO looked like badasses, looked like
intimidating.
Adults. Even DX in their own way. But the Bucks and Jack Perry, it's like the two guys that Punk kicked the shit out of and the guy that Punk was about to kick the shit out of. And Okada. And Okada's like a sore thumb.
He didn't have the chance to kick the shit out of him.
And Okada's like he's like Lurch behind them. Because what's his role? His role is, you're in the role of what Cody would have been. What is this role that he has with the Elite?
The role is he rolls up to the bank every week for almost nothing. That's what his role is.
Tony's made limited appearances. Shad Khan's never made an appearance. Or if he has, it's nothing of note and nothing recent. So the big thing at the end where he shows up, the fans aren't even going to really know what that is.
Well, he was only on the air for 15 seconds maybe or whatever anyway.
And we called that. And by the way, we said he was going to come back and then he was going to form his stable of constables.
And who is going to be the first constable that he ought to call the cops and say, my son has embezzled $150 million from me. But that's...
Why wouldn't the first thing be, okay, fire them? Thanks, guys. I just want to say, I've never felt my life was in more danger, except one other time. But this time it was much more... Actually, I got hurt.
Yeah. Well,
they fired Punk for making him feel like this for pushing a monitor or whatever. What about the Bucks and Jack Perry?
Well, yes. And I mean, even in a working way, would you be more trepidatious about your future when a guy's fucking yelling at you that he quits because the place is a fucking joke, or when some fucking guy the same size as you that might or might not be able to fucking hold you in the right place is fucking picking you upside down and going to drop you on your head? I think I'd be more nervous in that position.
If Tony Khan was going to do something physical on this show, and I think it was always an inevitable thing. Again, it's for Jack Perry and the Young Bucks. Young Bucks are dead on arrival right now, and they're trying everything they can. Jack Perry, let's see how long it lasts. Again, he's a tiny guy. And they're going to be the badass heel faction in a company filled with heel factions?
Well, but besides that, like you said, it was going to happen eventually because this is Tony's dream. It's another part of his dream. Now, I might actually get to take a bump in the ring and the fans will be worried about me. Wow, that'll be cool. And it'll all be part of this big angle. This isn't Bill Watts coming out of retirement for the last Stampede. I'm sorry to tell you. Theoretically, this should have been a fucking major moment, and it would have been if they'd have built something and then used talent properly and fucking putting their hands on the goddamn owner of the company. But instead, it's with these fucking children that nobody cares about to begin with. It was executed in such a rotten way because Tony can't do anything physical. And nobody gives a shit. Except the reason why this was such a hot topic and everybody was talking about it is because it looks so desperate now. And everybody was making fun of it. And everybody was like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't know if that's good publicity for of the pulling the trigger on theoretically the biggest angle that you could fucking do. Laying out the boss.
And now someone has to get even on behalf of the boss. And you can't just fire the heels because then no one can get even, I guess. And who could beat up the Young Bucks and Jack Perry there? I have no idea. If they drag FTR back into this, I don't think it works.
How many more times do they have to be beaten? You know, at this point, just wipe your feet on them and be done with it.
And that's the other thing. Are we going to get a running, like Mr. McMahon type thing where it's Tony all over the show now? And this is the beginning of that? Or is this just, let's use me as a thing to hopefully get people talking?
Well, I mean, obviously, he doesn't need to do anything physical.
And by the way, and let me just bring up to you, because I don't know if you'd be aware of this, the NFL draft is today as we are recording. And NFL Films, I believe, announced they were doing a documentary. They were following Tony Khan.
Okay.
With a camera.
Okay, well, that's perfect. That's why they did. It's not about fucking business. It's about, well, this is perfect timing for Tony to be able to take a big old wrestling move from his action figures, and it can be captured on NFL Films documentary fucking footage. Well, there you go. Whether it was his idea or whether they put him up to it, they know that it has warmed Tony's cockles to be able to do this at this time. But is he supposed to go to the NFL draft?
I don't know if he goes there or if they sit in the conference room and just call it in.
Well, if he's going to be being documented by the documentary people, shouldn't he have some kind of goddamn overnight hospital stay? Shouldn't he have had a neck brace on? Shouldn't he be... Hey, I did the neck brace thing on fucking Regis and Kathy Lee. The least he can do is for the NFL draft. There's probably fewer people watching that now than Regis and Kathy Lee from 30 years ago.
I'm on the Jacksonville Jaguars website, which is an official NFL website. They control all the websites for the teams.
Oh, I thought you meant the NFL now was in control of all the websites already. I was going to check mine.
This is by Grant Gordon. Jaguars Tony Khan takes punch and pile driver on AEW Dynamite show. Tony Khan's status for the Jacksonville Jaguars 2024 NFL draft obligations could be questionable. Khan, the Jags' chief football strategy officer and the founder, owner, and booker of All Elite Wrestling, took a punch to the gut and a Meltzer driver, pile driver, Wednesday Night Live on AEW Dynamite from Daly's Place in Jacksonville, Florida. Shad Khan, Tony's father, and owner of the Jaguars, took to the ring to check on his son in the aftermath of the drama. It's all part of an angle, professional wrestling storyline, of course, but it was shocking nonetheless, as Tony Khan has never been physically involved in AEW to that extent, and his father's appearance added more realism to the stunning end of the show.
It would have been hard to take any realism away.
Many people who know Tony Khan said it's not surprising to hear that Tony did a few bumps. He's been known to do bumps.
Wait, oh, back up.
I'm making that up. I'm making that one up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All in the name of fun, ladies and gentlemen.
Took a few bumps. Maybe.
It began with the returning Jack Perry, son of the late actor Luke Perry, and Tony Khan in the ring together, mending fences after Perry's very real suspension had been lifted. Perry had made his AEW return this past weekend after he had been absent following a legitimate backstage altercation with wrestler CM Punk,
where he got goozled,
which led to the latter's dismissal from the company. Blurring the lines between storyline and reality once again on Wednesday, Perry's embrace with Khan was all for show, as he delivered a punch with a microphone to Khan's breadbasket, felling his boss in the process. It's written like it's in PWI in 1975. Thereafter, the Young Bucks tag team, brothers Matt and Nick, who are executive vice presidents within the company along with being on-screen talent, and top single star Kazuchika Okada, entered the fray and scolded Perry Once more, it was only a ruse, as Matt scooped up Khan and held him in position for younger sibling Nick to take to the top rope, fly off into a front flip, and come down to spike the helpless Khan.
The helpless Khan.
As could be expected, Khan was protected well in the maneuver by the Bucks, revered workers within the business for nearly 2 decades.
Yeah, protected well. My Aunt Lola could have taken that bump.
What unfolds next could come Saturday on AEW's weekly Collision and Rampage offerings. That's also day 3 of the NFL Draft, which kicks off Thursday from Detroit with round 1. The Jaguars currently hold the number 17 overall pick. Whether head coach Doug Peterson and general manager Trent Balk, if that is indeed his name, can count on Tony Khan recovering from the heinous attack by Perry and the Young Bucks on Wednesday in Duval remains to be seen. So they're now doing that.
What is Tony's title there in the football team? He's the chief
strategy officer.
Strategy. So does he come up with like goddamn okay on 2, forward pass, drop back and punt, whatever? I thought that was the coach's job. What strategies is he implementing?
You know, it's like when people hire their daughters and make them chief marketing officer or something.
Well, I'm
chief brand officer.
I'm just trying to ask a simple question. I wonder what strategies that Tony is coming up with that he's passing on to the football team.
And when all of his great strategies are obviously going to wrestling. But that's how it's been covered by the NFL. The big news, he's taken a punch and a pile driver from the dastardly heels.
A punch and a pile driver. Punch and pie. Punch and pie.
The question's going to be, and we're going to travel through time momentarily, Jim, the question's going to be the ratings because, again, if you tuned in wanting to see what was going to happen, not knowing anything, the audio was really bad. If you stayed through that, there were things that were on the screen that you may not have been able to hear, like Kenny Omega returning. But the Bucks thing was announced an hour before it happened, or the Bucks and Jack Perry, Tony Khan thing. So we don't know how many people would have been driven to the show. Now, again, they had a hard out because of the NHL, hockey. So you got to think people were ready. Whoever wanted to see that game may have been sitting there ready. The question's going to be how they did in that last quarter, which is traditionally the worst quarter of every show.
Well, at least they finished on time. But that's the problem, is that I think now, you know, they've figured, okay, Tony will have more faith in this if he's in it, or if it's, you know, he had a part in it and we know he wants to take a bump. And that because nobody can possibly have thought that this would be good with the people involved and the way that it was executed. It's just purposely to give Tony another thrill and get these guys more indemnity to continue not to produce any kind of numbers. Well, Tony can't cut us. He's in the thing. He was part of it.
What do you think will be next? Do you think they're going to talk him into the ring? Come on, Tony, you got to do it. Come on, Tony. Only you could do it. Come on, you have to.
I don't think that's going to happen until after the next rights deal goes down. Then, if it doesn't go the way that it's supposed to go, we might see Tony Khan as an active wrestler.
They have a new world champion. Is anyone talking about that at all?
No. Why the fuck would they talk about that?
Well, we will see what happens, and I guess more than anything, we'll see how much this overwhelms the show, and we'll see what the audience reaction is.
But speaking of not liking someone's experience, now we get to the part of the program where they've done it again. They've managed to hospitalize one of their top names for the TNT title match. And what they said was going to be a barbed wire cage. It turned out to be a cage, like a regular cage, but with barbed wire wrapped around certain parts of it. And for some reason, they started the match with 2 tables and 2 chairs laying in the ring inside the cage between Edge and Malakai Black. I was trying to zip through the entrances to get some of this thing over with. Did they ever explain why furniture was laying in the ring?
Just to save time, so the guys didn't have to go into the ring and get it themselves.
All right. Well, within the first 2 minutes, Edge had opened Malakai Black up with barbed wire, and they had used the chairs to whack each other with the chairs, and then they ignored them. Here's the thing. Edge is a great person. He's a great guy and a great talent. He's had a wonderful career. He can work, he can talk, but he's not either setting an example or teaching any of these guys anything. When he instead of teaching them what not to do and giving them matches with him that whether he puts them over or not, that elevate them in the ring and their talent and teach some kind of timing and experience or whatever, he's just doing the same stupid shit that they're doing. But he's 50 years old, and he's giving them the idea that this is shit that they ought to fucking be doing. And a 50-year-old Hall of Fame talent doing garbage matches in a vanity project promotion is sad whether he means well or not. But nobody is gonna, what did he teach anybody here? How to break your own leg. Because that's what he did. But first, they had a garbage match. Malakai Black gets a barbed wire wrapped baseball bat. And instead of just drawing back and hitting him with the fucking thing and winning the match 1, 2, 3, he takes a baseball bat and rakes the barbed wire across Edge's head. And then Edge gets the bat and hits him with a gut shot, at least, but then a supposed headshot, and then he's raking the barbed wire across Malakai, and then he throws the bat away to set up a table. If you're fighting a guy and you're beating him with a bat, why would you throw the bat away to set up a table? And then he hit him with a chair and put him on the table and started climbing the cage. But Malakai Black got up after being hit several times with a baseball bat and crotched Edge. And then Malakai powerbombed Edge through a table off the top rope and got a 2 count. And so I fast forwarded some. And I stop again. And at this point, Edge has put Malakai Black on the table and tied him onto it with barbed wire so he couldn't move. And he climbed to the top of a 15-foot cage and came off with an elbow drop and broke his own leg and got a 2 count.
Well, you need to talk about the way he landed with that elbow drop. I mean, of all the ways I thought he was going to land when he did the leap, he landed in the worst possible. I didn't think he would land that way.
Well, yes, but he couldn't do a splash because the fucking idiot laying on the table had barbed wire on top of him. And what he was trying to do...
his plan was to jump off the top of the cage and land feet first?
His plan apparently was that he thought that he could jump off and land and put his feet under him enough to break some fall where he could fucking the elbow drop, where he'd only be risking his fucking arm instead of his whole goddamn body and face landing on the barbed wire. The elbow drop would still break the table, is what I got from it. He thought that somehow, he didn't mean to just jump 15 feet and land with most of his weight on his feet first and then. But the point being, he finished the match. And he's since revealed on Twitter and etc. that he broke it. What is the bone in the lower leg? The tibia. And yeah, and he's going to have surgery of some kind and blah, blah, blah. But in the meantime, the match is still going on. So then they went back and forth, and Malakai Black pulls a piece of the cage off and starts hitting Edge with it, knocks Edge through the cage door so they can go out on the floor. But then as they're on the floor and Edge has speared Malakai Black, here come Brody King and Buddy It started to say Brody King and Buddy Lee. Brody King and Buddy, what is his name? Matthews. And they stand next to Malakai Black like they're going to menace Edge, and then they both go and turn and stand next to Edge. And Malakai Black starts begging off like, oh, no, no. And then they turn around and beat up Edge.
What was that?
The fuck? Why is Edge standing there in the middle of it? Oh, you guys are going to join me all of a sudden? I've never dreamed.
I don't understand because it happened so quick and it teased a lot very quickly. And then they immediately turned on Edge. Why? See, that's the thing. You're looking at Edge like a veteran who should be teaching these guys, not like what he really is. And I don't mean this in a negative way. We're all fans, but he's a mark. He's a mark for, he said it in that promo where he came out defending AEW after the Punk thing, where he said, I grew up in Canada seeing all sorts of wrestling. You gotta love all sorts of wrestling. He's that guy. And he wants to do all these bucket list things in there. And again,
yeah,
the booking, I mean, the Judgment Day turned on. Everyone turns on him. I mean, this guy can't get any, these guys turned on him after 30 seconds.
So then they threw him in the ring. And they threw more barbed wire in the ring, and they beat Edge up 3-on-1 while the referee stood there watching slack-jawed. And they put barbed wire around his head, so the crown of thorns type of thing for the religious imagery for those of you who give a shit about that kind of shit.
Yeah, for those of you up on Dark Side of the Ring where they just pointed out what a disaster this was in ECW with the Sandman and Raven. Here you go.
But then they never got that far because all of a sudden, music and red lighting and Gangrel came through the mat. Not only from underneath the ring, but through the mat and DDT'd the heels. And then when that was finished happening, Malakai Black kicked him in the fucking face and knocked him out. But then Edge speared Malakai Black and put the wire around Malakai Black's face and got kind of a cross face on him. And Malakai Black passed out, and I was ready to join him. Because we were 3 hours into this fucking thing, and it wasn't, the end was not in sight. But now Edge is going to be out. For how many months is that going to be? For what? For
I don't
what?
know. I haven't seen a time frame. Have you?
No, but I mean, when you break your leg and you're 50 years old and you are a professional athlete, it's
and here's the other problem: TNT title. Are we now going to get an interim champion? Are we going to get another tournament? Are we going to get?
I'm thinking of Battle Royal.
You think Tony would go Battle Royal over tournament? He loves tournaments.
Well, we can't let the prestigious TNT title be vacant for too long.
But the thing is, I mean, everything's unnecessary nowadays, but it was an unnecessary spot. It didn't look good. I think if you thought it out well, you would think this won't look good. And then he hurts himself, and everyone hurts himself doing stupid stuff. We talked about everyone breaking their legs, jumping into barricades. He broke his leg jumping off he jumped off a cage with nothing to break his fall but his leg. And then he broke it.
Yes, not the fall, but the leg. That had to be 15 feet. Every bit. That was
a
higher
big cage. That was a big cage.
Well, think about this. That was higher than the scaffold match drop because the scaffold was 24 feet off the ground. 3 feet for the ring, there's 21 feet, and a grown adult hanging underneath it. That would put your feet at about 13 feet off the ground, right?
How old were you in 86?
25.
He's double that. Doing that.
And from farther.
Yeah.
But now let's not even do it like that because then people are going to, don't compare Cornette's athleticism at 25 with Edge's at 50. But neither one should have been doing it. But at least I had nowhere to go but up after I went down. He's got nowhere to go but down after he went down. Because his condition is not going to get better from here. Anyway. You enjoy the Stampede street fight between Samoa Joe and the learning tree Chris Jericho. because it's Stampede week. So naturally, they got to have a Stampede street fight.
I heard complaints from people in the building about how long Joe was in the walls of Jericho.
Oh, well, we have a way to time it because he got put in the walls of Jericho to go to the break, and he was still in the walls of Jericho when they came back 3.5 minutes later.
Unbelievable.
And I've heard of, slowing down when you're in commercial break to catch your breath, but the point is, Joe tried his best. He did the big dives, he did his stuff, but they start the street fight by Joe having to snatch Jericho's cowboy hat. And then Jericho dumps out a bag of horseshoes. And as I said, the lion tamer, Boston crab, whatever the case, through the entire commercial break. And then the walk fight. They go over the rail and they fight in the stands, and then they walk fight through the backstage, just with their hands on each other, just walking. And they go past the coffee station and throw the hot coffee. And Joe gets the sleeper, and Big Bill comes out of a fucking closet somehow with a chair and starts beating up Joe, and then Brian Keith does. And Jericho hits Joe with his Dr. Martha Hart belt buckle, the Dr. Martha. So now they're making a big deal out of Dr. Martha Hart, the ultimate babyface in Calgary, gave Chris Jericho a gift of a belt with a big Western belt buckle. And he's punching the guy with it. Poor Martha. She didn't know her gift was going to be used for ill. But anyway, then that they have beaten up and compromised and diminished and decimated and flabbergasted Joe, and he's down, they put him on a forklift. And Brian, do you remember the last time they built a fake room so they could throw somebody through a window?
Oh, that's right. And there was a guy in the fake room who just disappeared.
Yes, because the walls didn't meet. Well, I'm telling you what, that was a goddamn restoration of the Notre Dame Cathedral next to this fucking apparatus that they used next, because they put Joe on this forklift, and Jericho revs up the forklift and drove him through what can only be described as an obviously fake drywall wall that was attached to nothing and was just hung up freestanding with no studs and held up with clamps. It didn't meet, not only did it not meet the walls around it, but they were all concrete. Well, there was just this fucking about 8 foot tall, 20 foot wide stand of drywall. And when the forklift went through it, you could see not only were there unpainted 2x4s on the face side of this wall that you could see, but when it went through, you could see that, Brian, you're a homeowner. I don't know how much building codes you have studied, or how I've watched a lot of people remodel around here lately. How close together do you have to have studs? How far apart are your studs usually?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, 15 to 18 inches. You know how far apart their studs were?
7
in
feet?
this wall? About 8 feet. And not only that, but before he drives through it, besides being able to see the naked, unpainted 2x4s, maybe even 1x2s on the outside of this thing, you can still see sawdust on the floor in front of it where they've just constructed it. It doesn't meet the concrete wall on the side or behind of it. It's just freestanding, and it's held up with clamps. And it's an area where you go under the stands there. That's why there's a sign that says caution, low clearance. Because you're just walking underneath of this, something in, it looks like this in almost every arena I've been in. It's a slanted area where the stands are going up and it's triangular and you're walking through a hallway around that area. They just put up a goddamn big mess of drywall so they could run the forklift through it. And so now they're stuck under the bleachers, and Colt Cabana comes out, referred to as one of the coaches, and is yelling at Jericho, and the doctor stopped the match. Because the match, of course, had still been going on. Up to that point, they'd only been in the back about 3 or 4 minutes. And then they come back after the break and do a replay of it like we needed to see it again. And when Cabana came through, he just reached up and pushed the fucking drywall and it just crumbled in his hands like he was a goddamn incredible fucking bulk. And then they load Joe in the ambulance and drive him out while Jericho and Big Bill and Brian Keith are standing there waving goodbye at him. So, poor Joe. He tried his best. He's a quality talent. But, and why? Somebody leaves in an ambulance every week now. So why are we supposed to be shocked or upset? They just did this last week. Now, so every week, who's going to be next week? Now people will start betting on it.
And again, we saw 2 big attacks at the end of each show. So Tony, in his mind, is obviously heating things up, getting ready for the big August shows. Joe has a TV show to film, so he'll be back soon enough. But Jericho, the story's still Jericho. How awful he is, how awful this gimmick is. Every little bit of this. And he's one of Tony Khan's biggest weaknesses, because he can't get past the fan that he is a Jericho. But goddamn, get this fucking guy off TV. Tony should spend some money and book Chris on like a tour of like Asia for like 3 years. Let him really go out there and spread rock and roll to the world, his brand of rock and roll to the world. And let us live our lives, us wrestling fans. Atrocious, garbage, awful. We need to stop trying to justify his attempts to stay on TV for the remainder of this giant contract.
And now we know also he's the shits at doing drywall.
And on commentary.
He had to have done it himself. Jericho put that thing up himself because nobody that's ever constructed anything would have.
I could have pushed a plastic bag through it.
Yes, no, I'm literally, you just blow on it. It would have fallen down. And it's not like this.
And this is Russo. And this is Russo shit. And this is Russo shit. We're going to put you on a forklift for no reason and drive you through a drywall that doesn't exist. So Jericho and his friends could wave goodbye in the parking lot. This is why people compare this to late WCW, to late period WCW. It's terrible.
Yeah, somebody's on their period. So then we come to one of the highlights of the program. The video, apparently, I think, because now Jungle Jackoff, old Jack Perry, he's messing around with Darby Allin. So Darby, being the avant-garde filmmaker, now is trying to do old Jungle Jackoff's videos with the artsy video effects, kind of like a non-scary version of the Wyatts. He's watching highlights of himself. Well, now, can you deny that? It's what it is.
It's like the Nickelodeon version of the Wyatts, this video.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's watching highlights of himself on various screens, what he's been doing, and he's got a dramatic, scripted voiceover that he's reading over the top of it. And suddenly, unless... I mean, maybe part of this is the young kids and their art to the Sundance Film Festival type of thing. Maybe I'm not up on the modern day hidden meanings in these avant-garde videos, but I could swear just from a layman's point of view that I was watching this video on old Jack Perry and suddenly a Taco Bell commercial popped in the middle of it and just played right on out. Were they trying to lull us into some kind of false sense of security and then come back and tell us that it was Jungle Jack all along that's in cahoots with Taco Bell to screw Darby Allin? Or could this have been some type of, I don't know, a fuck up?
It was so weird because I'm like, well, that was short. And it just went to, but I was also thinking, oh, that was the end, but it was short. And then after the commercial, and then when it went right back to Jack Perry.
It goes back to the video.
This was hysterical. Everyone jumped on this. I thought at first this may have been just like my cable system. But then also after they went back to the Jack Perry video, the next thing to play was the Taco Bell commercial.
Yes, it played again. So you saw...
They got their money's worth.
You saw the first... At least they weren't placed like Domino's was that time in the bank-addicted drug robbers fucking Pete Scudder match. You saw the Jungle Jack video. Then you saw the Taco Bell commercial in its entirety. Then they go back to the end of the Jungle Jack
it's still
video.
Playing. Yeah, it's still
We're
playing.
still playing, so he's got an axe and he's smashing all these monitors. And then a Wyatt-style goat mask pops up on one screen with the word scapegoat statics in. And then it goes to black for 10 seconds. And then the Taco Bell spot plays in its entirety all over again. And I think the Taco Bell spot may have given me less gas. I don't know. I mean, obviously something happened at Master Control. But I don't really know how you would do that on purpose if you tried. Unless they're completely unmanned now, is it all computerized and somebody entered the wrong numbers and there's no human being there sitting there to go, wait, this is not supposed to happen?
Fucking this whole Jack Perry run is so snake bit. That should be his real name. Snake bitten Jack.
Yeah, instead of scapegoat, snake bit.
Yeah. Who's going to be the scapegoat of the network for running this ad twice? Taco Bell's going to be happy. Oh, we got our bang for our buck. 2 for 1.
I swear to God, when they came back on the air, I thought for sure Sockface was going to have to say something like, ladies and gentlemen, Jack Perry is not affiliated with Taco Bell in any way. But they came back to a Darby Allin promo, and he didn't have the chance.
I thought at least they'd say there were some problems. We'll replay that video. They never even addressed it. They just kept going.
I think they considered themselves lucky that we didn't have to watch the whole thing. It may have helped the ratings. Is this the first time that there's ever been... They've done picture-in-picture during commercial breaks, right? But have they ever done a commercial break during their picture-in-picture?
You know, I thought Michael Cole used to be relatively abrupt on Raw, where he would just be like, you know... He's on the floor. Oh, okay, that's a commercial break, but this takes it to a whole new level.
Boom. Don't take them long to get to that money making.
How pissed off do you think Jack Perry was?
I could give two shits about him, but what do you think? Do you think they saw that on the monitor? Are they watching?
Tony's watching it. No. Tony pays attention to social media. So if something happens, he does know about it. Absolutely.
Well, but no, here's what I'm saying, or what I was going to try to say, and I was thinking about it as I was saying it. I bet you Tony at the gorilla position is watching the actual feed from the truck of the show. Somewhere in the truck, probably, they have a monitor of the live airing of the show as it's going out over the network. If I had to guess, I would say that's probably the way that it's set up. So Tony would have been seeing the video, but in the truck, they probably looked over at a monitor over in the corner and said, wait, what the fuck?
This is the setup, Jack Perry versus the Taco Bell Chihuahua in the future.
But the goddamn thing is, the Chihuahua's not going to be able to make weight. He's really going to have to cut. I don't think he can fucking do it. Well, that was that.
Should AEW take advantage of this and contact Taco Bell and say, hey, would you like to be involved in this Jack Perry Darby Allin feud? They could have a taco street fight or a taco truck fight or some kind of match with the wrestlers. And of course, we could have at least, Jack Perry's mom. It's a tradition to have the mom show up for a street fight in AEW.
Was that why when Darby did the promo in the back when they came back from the break, he was wearing a pink terry cloth bathrobe because he was imitating a pink taco?
I mean,
When I'm sitting there looking at it, he said the hood is over his head. It's like a woman's pink terry cloth bathrobe with the hood over his head. And I wrote, all these people are just fucking strange. Just fucking strange.
I can't get past, I hate to go back to a few weeks ago, but I was talking to someone else about it the other day. When they had Darby drop down from the ceiling and they came out that they asked Dr. Martha Hart for, permission. Just the idea that the audacity of having that conversation.
Now, don't phrase it in that way, because
for her blessing in doing it, I guess.
If she was comfortable with it or what she thought of it, I can say. But
the audacity of having to ask her that is the one.
Well, yes, and just why not just not do it there? Why not do it in that instance? Why, because everybody's still talking about it.
Man, no one's talking about anything with that feud. The Young Bucks are in the middle of that feud. Has anyone brought them up? Yeah.
That's what they did, something like that, and everybody's not talking about it.
Well, there it is, the inflated sense of self-importance that we call the Volume 2 AEW Worst of Omnibus. Jim, any closing thoughts on a remarkable era?
Well, it's not over yet. The era of Worst of AEW is yet to come. We are in a potentially a brand new era of even more baddishness and rottenality. So I'm sure we'll have more broadcasting to come in the near future. Plenty more buses are going to hit this carcass in the street.
And plenty more things will be part of the Worst of. Hear them as they happen on The Experience and the Drive Thru, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Of course, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. And go through the archives, patreon.com/Cornette. For Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!
Is rottenality a word?